Hi, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to UIC and to the Racial Contract at 25, a conference to celebrate the memory of Charles Mills, a dear friend and colleague. My name is Mark Canuel. I'm director of the Institute for the Humanities, and I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart Tony Layden and Kei Hatoda for taking the lead in organizing this splendid day for us. I'd also like to thank Linda Vavra and Katie Corboy at the Institute for the Humanities, who have been giving us assistance in this program as it's developed as well. I would like to take the opportunity to welcome you to further events at the Institute and at UIC in general. Next week, we have an amazing conference called America Deserta coming up on Thursday, beginning at 9 a.m. It's in the, it's across the freeway in the Art and Architecture building, and it is a conference that focuses on multiple forms of precarity, ecological disaster, food insecurity, mass poverty, and surely there must be a comic element in there somewhere, but that is the more general, the idea of the desert. I would like to just say, just as extra appreciation for what Tony has done, that the mind, heart, and soul of the Institute is found in the faculty and students at UIC. And I'm just so thankful that when I look around the room that I see so many people at UIC and from our neighboring institutions that bring the energy and vitality to our Institute programming. I would also just like to say one tiny thing about Charles Mills that's very significant for the Institute. Charles was a steadfast supporter of the humanities in general. He was not only a philosopher, he was a lover of humanistic inquiry. I'm sure that everyone knows that in this room, but it bears mentioning that he was a steadfast member of the executive committee at the Institute for many years. We served together on that committee, so the intellectual friendship that we had was considerable. I should also say that just before his death, I was in the process of arranging to have him be the visiting fellow at the Institute last year. And so it was something that we were both looking forward to very much. He wanted to be here to share his ideas with us, with the faculty, and with all of you in this room. So it's incredibly special that we're here at UIC to honor his memory because he couldn't do that. So without further ado, I would like to just hand things over to Tony. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mark. So welcome, everybody. I'm so amazed that we have such a big crowd, and I think more people will be coming throughout the day, and that's just a terrific way to remember Charles and celebrate his work. Since we're going to be discussing the racial contract all day and the capacity of the racial contract, that is the contract, not the book, to render invisible all sorts of violence and oppression, I wanted to start us off with a land acknowledgement. And so I'd like us to acknowledge that the University of Illinois at Chicago resides on the traditional territories of the Three Fires people, that is the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi. That the land that is now Chicago, it was purchased in 1821 at the Treaty of Chicago, only happened after 2.5 years of open warfare, decades of violent encroachment, and the defeat of a pan-Indian movement to keep settlers out of the Great Lakes region. Chicago was also a site of trade, gathering, and healing for more than a dozen other Native tribes. And the state of Illinois is currently home to more than 75,000 tribal members, and the Chicagoland area is currently home to one of the largest and most diverse urban Native communities in the U.S. Illinois was also the territory of the Ho-Chunk, the Miami, the Anoka, the Menominee, the Sac, the Fox, and their descendants. And so by making a land acknowledgement, we try to recognize that Indigenous peoples are the traditional stewards of this land that we now occupy, that they lived here long before Chicago was a city, and they're still thriving here today. So as we work, live, and play on these territories, we should ask what we can do to right these historic wrongs of colonization and state violence, and support indigenous communities' struggles for self-determination and sovereignty. So as Charles wrote at the beginning of the Racial Contract, quote, "White supremacy is the unnamed political system that has made the modern world what it is today." So in that work, Charles makes a distinction between the racial contract, that is the exploitation contract among those who treat each other as persons and assume the mantle of whiteness and treat everybody else as subpersons. So he contrasted that idea of the racial contract with, as he put it, the racial contract in quotes, which was the theory of the first racial contract. And it is the point of the book to present that theory so forcefully. But I think now, 25 years later, we can also talk about a third racial contract, that is the racial contract in italics, that is the book. Because one of the interesting features of the success of that book is that it has begun to render its own second sentence less true. Right? So after the first sentence, which says that white supremacy is the unnamed political system that has made the modern world what it is, Charles goes on to write that you will not find this term in introductory or even advanced texts in political theory. And so I take it insofar as the racial contract has made its way into the classroom in classes in political philosophy and political theory, that's no longer quite as true as it was 25 years ago, and it was true 25 years ago. I mean, still not true enough, but or false enough. But anyway, so it seemed like a good time to be taking stock of the legacy of all three versions of the racial contract. That is the contract, the theory of the contract, and the book. And of course, there's another reason for us to be gathering here today, which is that Charles died just over a year ago on September 20th. And Charles came to UIC in 1990 from the University of Oklahoma, and it was here, helped by a fellowship at the Institute for the Humanities in 93, 94, that he wrote the final version of the racial contract and in some sense became the Charles Mills who we all know and recognize for his impact on the field. He was a valued member of the philosophy department and the wider community at UIC for 17 years. He stayed here till 2007. I had the privilege to be his colleague for about 10 years, which was one of the highlights of my career. And then he moved up the street to Northwestern for another 9 years, where he was a distinguished professor. And then even when he moved to CUNY in the final years of his life, he kept an apartment in Chicago, and it was there that he spent the final months of his life. So Chicago was really a place where Charles called home for a big chunk of his life. And so a number of his former colleagues, both here and at Northwestern, thought it was really important to remember Charles with some event in Chicago, this event. And we also thought it was important not only to celebrate his work, but to showcase the work of some local early career thinkers, local extending to Ann Arbor and to Urbana. Because we wanted to honor Charles's efforts to support young philosophers who were working on race. And thankfully in the Chicago area, again, extending out to Ann Arbor and Urbana, there is a very large pool of people we could call on. In fact, we have not exhausted that pool. There are other people in the audience we could have called on had we needed more speakers. Anyway, so I'm really excited to welcome you all here and to hear what people have to say about Charles's work, and to explore some of the avenues that his work has inspired as a way to both remember him and in some sense to once again mix it up with a dear departed friend and colleague who was never shy about telling you what he thought. Okay, so I have to be somewhat anticlimactic and take care of some business, both logistics and to thank many, many people. So logistics, as the program says, there will be 3 panels during the day with a break for lunch after the first one. There is lots of food out there. People should eat it if they get hungry. There will be more food coming all day. Each paper is going to have each panel will have 2 papers and then a comment and then time for discussion. There's a roving mic for audience members, so when it is when we get to the discussion section, please wait till the mic comes to you and speak into the mic so that we can pick it up on the video feed and everybody can hear you. You should feel free to take off your mask when you're speaking if you want. If you don't want, you can keep it on as well. The lunch will be box lunches. They'll be served back there where the breakfast food was, and you should feel free to eat in here or take it outside or wherever. And then after the third panel, there's going to be a reception. We'll get a chance to talk to each other, and then once everybody's grabbed a drink and a snack, I'm just going to open a mic to let people who want to say something about Charles, their memories, their tributes, whatever, to come up and speak, and so we can all have a moment to really reflect on Charles the man as well as Charles the thinker. Okay, I just want to thank some people who put this thing together, and also, before getting to the conference, as some of you know, when Charles became sick last year, he didn't have any family in Chicago, and there are a number of his former colleagues and current colleagues then who stepped up and did heroic work to take care of him, and I think we all owe all of them a huge debt of gratitude. So I just want to shout out to Ann Eaton, Sean Ebels-Duggan, Linda and Larry Alcoff, Rachel Zuckert, Dory Strickland, and I'm sure there are many others who in various ways stepped up and helped Charles out in a time of need. And also want to thank G.K. Jeffers, who's taken on the job of his literary executor. If anybody ever spent time in one of Charles's offices, you know that the job of organizing his papers is going to be a heroic task. And so G.K. has very kindly taken that on. So we will one day be privileged to the rest of Charles's thoughts. This conference was supported by very generous donations from the Institute for the Humanities, from the Departments of Philosophy at both Northwestern and UIC, the Department of Black Studies at UIC, and the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Engagement at UIC. And so I'm just really grateful that all of those places stepped up and made this thing possible. On the organization, I really have to thank Mark Kenwell, director of the Institute, and his staff, and Kei Hotoda, the business manager in the philosophy department, who did just all the logistical legwork and made this possible. And when there were crises erupting, had wise counsel and so forth. And I really, really appreciate all their work. This started because I sent an email to some colleagues and said we should have, could we have a conference about Charles, and would you like to help think through it and stuff? And Christina Lafont, Jose Medina, Dave Stovall, Maria Sheckman, all were involved in those individual organizing conversations and helped shape what is happening today. And then beyond that, Rachel Zuckert and Taylor Rogers, who were both also in those initial conversations, helped out at moments when I was like, I can't do all this. Could somebody send some emails? Could somebody do this bit? Whatever. And the two of them both stepped up at key times. So thank you very much to both of you. Bailey Sustak, who's a graduate student in the philosophy department at UIC, is responsible for the amazing artwork on and design of the poster and program. So thank you, Bailey. And then thanks to all the staff who have got the AV working, and the food and the chairs and everything. So that is all terrific. And then finally, I can't thank enough all the panelists who have taken time out of their days and traveled here from far and wide for making this thing possible, because now my work is done. So thank you to all those people. And now I will turn it over to our first panel. Marzouk Al-Snouf was local when we invited him, and he is now in Kuwait, so he is going to be presenting remotely, give us some international flair, and otherwise I'll turn it over to Dan Flory, who's chairing the first session.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dan Flory, and I teach at Montana State University, which is on lands formerly occupied by the Crow, Lakota, Nez Perce, Shoshone, Blackfoot, and a number of others. I thought, since I'm the first one to chair a session, I would say a couple of introductory remarks. So This is my first time in Chicago since Charles' passing. As I flew here, I felt sad at first that being back in the Windy City would remind me that I won't ever see or talk with Charles again. But then I realized how lucky I'd been to have known Charles for more than a quarter of a century and to have enjoyed his company and to have learned from him. I first met Charles in, of all places, Des Moines, Iowa, where he was a newly minted associate professor here at the University of Illinois, Chicago. It was, I believe, the second biennial meeting of the Radical Philosophy Association, and I was giving a paper on postmodern classical philosophy, Martin Bernal's Black Athena, and reconstructing philosophy as a discipline. Charles was one of the very few in the audience who patiently listened to my paper, and I was astonished afterward when he asked me for a copy. Later in the conference, he gave a plenary presentation that was perhaps the most significant of my life, during which he analyzed Western philosophy through the concept of white supremacy. As I listened, I had a feeling that the floor had given way under me, what I think of as a kind of epistemological vertigo. Damn, I thought, he's right, although I probably used more profane language than that, as I thought to myself. And much of my work since that time has sought to further support and embellish Charles' thesis. After that meeting in 1994, I corresponded with Charles regularly via email and saw him whenever NAPA met in Chicago. I even brought him to Montana and induced him to eat many of the wild animals that he greatly enjoyed seeing there. Over the years, I've benefited enormously from Charles' good humor, dedication, and X-ray vision into philosophy and the global political economy. Through brilliance, hard work, and a willingness to step forward when needed, Charles moved the needle regarding how Western philosophy considered race. I look forward to the publication of his Tanner lectures, which should come out next year and which will continue the struggle to make philosophy live up to its professed ideals of universality, justice, equality, and global scope. I'm pleased and excited to see the people here today ready to carry on with Charles' work. In a way, I'm getting to talk and see Charles by proxy through the presence of the speakers today and through all of you. The speakers at this first session of the conference in Charles' honor are Rafael Vizcaino of DePaul University, speaking on radicalizing Mills from class to race, who's here in person, and Marzouk Al-Nusuf of Kuwait University, speaking on world class, the global aspect of Charles Mills' philosophy of race. He will be presenting remotely. Commentary on these papers will be given by Corey Barnes of Northwestern University. The papers should be about 25 minutes, the commentary roughly 15. So there should be about 35 minutes for discussion following the presentation of the papers and commentary. Please join me in welcoming these speakers who are continuing Charles' radical work in the struggles against racial injustice.
Thank you to the organizers for this invitation. Thank you everyone for being here. You have no idea what an honor it is for me to be able to open this conference. Perhaps I might be able to say some of that in our reception later. But as a former student of Charles, this is truly almost an unthinkable moment for me to be able to open a conference in his honor after his passing. So what I will be doing is reading a paper that is currently in progress that aims to kind of rethink the place of Mills's early work in the bigger picture of his whole trajectory, right? I think there is a way in which, as many of us have already heard, there's a really definitive Mills that is actually a relatively later Mills, right? So I'm very interested in just if only for the purposes of intellectual curiosity, to see what we can get from this early and middle period Mills, as I call him, which happens to be a Marxist Mills, right? That struggles with understanding the place of race within a Marxist framework and slowly sort of develops the framework that he ends up developing, right, of the social contract tradition. So I'll be reading part of that paper. At some point, I'll stop and maybe briefly summarize, and of course, I look forward to the conversation. Already a classic in political philosophy, over the past few years, the work of Charles Mills seems to have finally received the wider recognition that it deserves across the humanities and the social sciences. In 2017, he had been inducted into one of the most prestigious academic societies in the world, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Then, in that most tumultuous year of 2020, Mills was invited to deliver the famous Tanner Lectures on Human Values at the University of Michigan, a distinction that placed Mills alongside canonical figures such as Karl Popper, Michel Foucault, Jürgen Habermas, John Rawls, among many others. This particular occasion gave Mills a global platform to defend a systematic outline of his radical liberalism approach to political philosophy and racial justice, a point to which I will return to momentarily. Then, in 2021, just a few weeks before his untimely passing, Mills received the Benjamin Lipcott Award, honoring the legacy of his landmark publication, The Racial Contract. As an exceptional and significant contribution to the field of political theory. At the time of his death, Mills was working on several promising publications, while also overseeing the publication of his Tanner Lectures that we already heard, and the 25th anniversary edition of The Racial Contract, which is now fully in print. The text that launched his career as the seminal political philosopher that he became. It seems that Mills's time had finally come. It is not difficult to relate Mills's recent recognition to the increased relevance of the social and political movement for racial justice in the United States. Indeed, it is in the era of Black Lives Matter that such discourses of racial justice and anti-racism have finally come to be embraced by the liberal political mainstream, however perfunctorily. We saw this most explicitly during and in the aftermath of the summer of 2020, which saw an unprecedented national reckoning with the history and legacy of racism in the social fabric and political institutions of this country, perhaps not seen since the years of the civil rights movement in the 1950s and 60s. At last, anti-racism had come into the mainstream, at least a certain brand of anti-racism palatable for the liberal foundations of Americanity. For those interested in preserving such liberal foundations, while responding to the demands for the inclusion of the rhetoric of racial justice, the work of Charles Mills now appeared like the most adequate interlocutor to bring into the conversation table. This historical conjuncture was not lost to Mills himself, who in his off-scripted remarks delivered as part of his Tanner Lectures, he reflected on the character of the mainstream ideological assimilation of radical ideas to question the normative grounds of his own work. And at some point, there's a paper to be written about off-scripted remarks from Charles, maybe more important than his work. Of course, this was done in that uncannily witty and sharp humor of his that only he could pull off. And I now quote here from said remarks that you can find on the recording, which was locally captured. When I got this invitation, this is Charles, I was flattered, I was honored, but I was also shocked because I thought of myself, you know, we like to sort of position ourselves with various delusions. I thought of myself as this radical oppositional guy. And I said, you know, radical oppositional guys don't give the Tanner Lectures. That's something like a blot on your CV. So maybe I have to think this over. But then they mentioned the honorarium. And then I said, well, okay, I guess I will have to give up my principles just this once. Parsing through Mills's humor, I dare to say there is a certain level of truth to the joke, as perhaps all good jokes have, which has to do with something that preoccupied him throughout his entire career. which has to do with the extent to which his work can be said to be truly radical or oppositional, as he always preferred to put it, and the extent to which said work could also be deployed, in contrast, for the justification of an incremental reformation of an ultimately unjust society. An approach that, rather than being oppositional, in the end aims to preserve the foundations of such unjust society. In this case, the liberal political order and its concomitant notions of individuality, ownership, productivity, competition, and so on. Since the publication of The Racial Contract, the radicality of Mills's work has been a constant topic of debate among academics and students alike. Most of these debates, however, if not nearly all of them, tend to focus on this first pioneering and provocative book, and at most, some of them also include the latest book of his, published during his lifetime, Black Rights, White Wrongs, The Critique of Racial Liberalism. Of course, both of these texts are the ones that most explicitly seek to build on, and perhaps better yet, seek to actualize or realize a liberal theoretical framing. Confining the assessment of Mills's work to these two texts might be all fine and good up to a certain extent. However, it is evident that one cannot get at the full picture of the question without contextualizing the entirety of Mills's work. And to the surprise of many relatively recent readers of Mills, this ought to include Mills's early work on none other than Marxist social and political philosophy. Indeed, in the introduction to the book of his that is dedicated to tracing this intellectual evolution, as he puts it, an evolution conceived in terms of both focus and approach, as evidenced in the very title of this book, and I'm talking, of course, the title that I draw from in my title of my talk, From Class to Race, Essays in White Marxism and Black Radicalism, Mills already prefigured the revelation that this fact would bring on the left-wing readers of his and reviewers who were critical of The Racial Contract for its failure to engage, let alone utilize, a historical materialist framework. Accordingly, one way of contemplating the radical potential of Mills's work depends on the judgment concerning the theoretical relevance and political utility of such early work on Marxism for today. Said more charitably, what is at stake might be the degree to which such early work could be subsequently retrieved to reinforce aspects of Mills's later social contractarian work that might be at risk of co-optation by a reformist bourgeois liberalism. It is this second task that I wish to briefly explore in this paper. I therefore begin by looking at Mills's early and middle attempts to grapple with the question of race through the lens of a Marxist historical materialist approach. Since middle period Mills does claim at some point that, quote, a modified historical materialism might be able to carry out an adequate conceptualization of the significance of race, end quote, I hope to at least outline some points of contact where one could develop such a connection. Doing so, I argue, could also end up radicalizing the work of Mills in a way that perhaps even against his own mature position of seeking to de-racialize liberalism could ultimately go beyond what he once called that, quote, classic piece of bourgeois ideology, end quote. So this is the first section, rereading Mills's early and middle periods. Mills's first attempt to develop a historical materialist account of racial dynamics can be found in a 1987 essay appropriately titled Race and Class, Conflicting or Reconcilable Paradigms, question mark, anthologized in slightly revised version in the 2010 volume Radical Theory, Caribbean Reality. This is an essay that develops a Marxist social theoretical critique of the work of the Jamaican anthropologist M.G. Smith and his cultural pluralist framework to understand Caribbean societies. Looking back from the 2020s, Smith's cultural pluralist framework could not be said to have passed the test of time, and Mills's own contribution contains a helpful review of such critical reception across various theoretical perspectives. The opening question of this essay might be deceivingly modest. Quote, should race and class paradigms be regarded as absolutely counterposed, or are any of their insights complementary, end quote. against Smith's overly autonomous conception of culture, which is largely dissociated from any material and economic forces, early Mills here offers a Marxist analysis that aims to do justice precisely to how material and economic interests largely overdetermine certain cultural formations. Drawing from the work of Antonio Gramsci, the point is to conceive of a culture that is dual, the point is to conceive of culture as a dual ideological formation, a contradictory battleground where material and economic interests are expressed at the level of ideas and popular consciousness with different degrees of clarity and sophistication. And I say that such a position is deceivingly modest because while such approach was the lingua franca of Marxist literary and cultural theories in the late 1980s, think of subaltern studies, for instance, its application, let alone on the question of race within political philosophy, is basically non-existent. Of course, this is exactly what this early Mills is interested in doing. It is in this context that Mills goes on to situate an account of race within a Marxist conception of culture, one, however, that is not reductionist of culture as merely an epiphenomenal ideological illusion lacking any material reality. That is, the conception of culture that he maintains here is one like Gramsci's, which is real insofar as it is dialectically rooted in, thereby also affecting material forces and relations. Race here is a dominant ideological framework, the prism through which people understand the world, and is also the foundation of what Gramsci would call the common sense of society. This last expression recalls the formulation of another Jamaican Marxist, Stuart Hall, who famously argued in the late 1970s that race is, quote, the modality in which class is lived, end quote. Indeed, and no doubt to the surprise of selective readers of his later work, Mills here approvingly cites the work of Hall and even defends Hall from criticisms received by Smith that the historical materialist analysis of race presumes a too neatly aligned correlation between class and race. However, Mills is unequivocal in his insistence that such correlation is neither innate in the structure of each category nor temporally unchangeable. The point is simply to argue that the coincidence of class and race, and this is key, under slavery is the massive extent of the continuity in the structure of Caribbean societies in the century and a half since emancipation have generated and sustained racialist ideologies with fused color and class position. Right? So it's about the coincidence of class and race under slavery and the legacies of slavery. Self-aware of the problem of a reductionist Marxist analysis of race, years later, as part of the preface to Radical Theory and Caribbean Reality, a mature Mills would retrospectively conceive of this initial approach of the early Mills as a kind of failed, unintentionally reductionist approach. Right? So he's writing this in 2010. In other words, rather than reconciling race and class, the conclusion of this first essay becomes the subsumption of race into class, as in the claim that, quote, racist perceptions, even if they are modally decisive for distributions of economic, educational, political, and social opportunities, may themselves be secondarily variables originally determined by a class analysis, end quote. Ultimately becoming the broader claim that the differential significance that we Marxists attach to race, to racial difference, is socially determined primarily by class variables. That was a quote as well. While this may very well be true in these two specific arguments, I do think that what can be rescued from this piece concerns the effects of that coincidence of class and race under slavery that fuses color and class. Luckily, this is a concern that would not be so easily abandoned by Mills, the rectification of which would characterize the properly middle period of Mills, and of Mills's career, I should say. However brief this period might end up being, which I end up tracing it as perhaps being like a 3-4 year period of Mills's middle period. It is in this sense that a characteristic piece from this middle period is his essay, Underclass Understandings, originally published in 1994, 7 years after the initial intervention, right? And 4 years before the racial contract. So 1994, 7 years after the previous essay that we just analyzed. Underclass Understandings is an essay that explicitly aims to defend the import of the concept of race within what is now called a modified historical materialist framework, right? So the attempt is no longer to reduce it, but to make a critique of the Marxist framework by incorporating racial analysis. Seeking to bypass, if not outright debunk, the stale race versus class debates of the 1970s and 80s, Mills seeks here to develop a materialist analysis of global capitalism that accounts for the internal dynamics and normative rules of racial identity. This is to say that the globality of capitalism needs to be explicitly understood in relation to the whiteness of the colonial project that produced it. After surveying the positions of this debate from various figures across the ideological spectrum, Mills flips the old left's view on how to deal with racism to make the case for the significance of race for the critique of such white supremacist capitalism. That is, quote, "It would not be that socialism is needed to eliminate the problem of racism, but that anti-racism is needed to eliminate the problem of capitalism," end quote. In short, the historical materialist framework is modified simply by accounting for the ways in which race and processes of racialization are at the core of the accumulation and preservation of private property in capitalist modernity. This revisionism does not entail the abstract subsumption of racial experience under strict class-based historical materialist analysis, which later Mills says it was a failure of his earlier period. It is rather an epistemic reworking of what is at stake. It is rather an epistemic reworking of what is taken to be the real historical record on the material foundations of the global political economy. In Marxist terms, it is about shifting race from a superstructural position to an infrastructural position at the base of its social ontology. Mills clarifies this point then subsequently in an essay titled European Spectres. First published in 1999, but also included in a slightly revised version as part of the volume From Class to Race. This is an essay that is significant for being Mills's last scholarly intervention, fully and explicitly committed to a historical materialist framework, right? So right at the end of the 20th century. Acknowledging that, like other modern political thinkers of their time, Marx and Engels had no perception on their part that the peculiar situation of people of color required any conceptual modifications of their theory, Mills here goes on to provide an infrastructural account of how race is, in fact, the quote-unquote primary contradiction of modernity. Mills is emphatic that this claim does not imply that race is either the oldest oppression or the progenitor of all oppressions, the most exploitative of oppressions, or even the only important oppression. Rather, it indicates that race is simply, or at least in the horizon of Western modernity, if not more narrowly in the so-called New World, the central identity around which people close ranks, therefore being what ties the system together. Such significance is what needs to be rendered back into the historical materialist analysis if the latter is to be of any use for the purposes of social justice, which is not to regress and uphold a biological understanding of race either, as we are talking about the social and more specifically politico-economic elements of how race structures value, which we can understand in Du Bois's terms as the wages of whiteness, right? Or in more contemporary terms, in the terms of critical race theory, following someone like Cheryl Harris, whiteness as property, right? So it's about understanding this conflation between race and political economy, the wages of whiteness. Of course, as I just alluded to, Mills's work would never subsequently go on to explore this specific conjuncture, right? So he comes right up to it and then abandons it. This is as far as Mills's middle period attempt to develop an adequate historical materialist analysis of race and racism goes. To be sure, already by the publication of European Spectres, Mills was in the course of turning away from such focus and approach to instead theorize white supremacy as a political structure in the tradition of classical social contract theory, a process that can be said to begin in the essay Revisionist Ontologies Theorizing White Supremacy, also from that very prolific year of 1994, a year which we can now confidently claim to be the year that marks the start of Mills's conceptual evolution, as he put it. This is the radical contractarian Mills of the racial contract that would go on to become the definite Mills. And with this, I kind of begin to close and summarize. Curiously enough, in a powerful autobiographical essay published in 2002, which I recommend all of you to read if you haven't, as part of George Yancey's edited anthology, The Philosophical Eye, Personal Reflections on Life and Philosophy. And this is also anthologized in Mills's Radical Theory, Caribbean Reality. Mills would go on to retrospectively pronounce this conceptual evolution as nevertheless being, quote, an unconscious application of the theoretical apparatus that I knew best, Marxism. Right? This is in 2002, just after that transition. Though this unconscious application of Marxism to the analysis of white supremacy is to be understood at the level of form and not at the level of content, which is to say that after all his deviation from Marxism at the level of content, now going on to focus on white supremacy as opposed to capitalism as the object of study, he is still only managing to theorize white supremacy, as he puts it, like a Marxist would end up normally theorizing capitalism, right? Such momentary reflection, I take it to permits me or refuels me to continue to dig deeper in order to articulate a more radical historical materialist interpretation of Mills's later work. Now, in the rest of the paper, which now I am going to summarize, I sort of fast forward to the present, right? And I engage Mills's Black Rights, White Wrongs, which is like his latest defense of what he now calls Black radical liberalism, right? And in particular, there is one of the chapters in that anthology, like Occupy Liberalism. I think many of you are very familiar with it. Also appeared earlier in Radical Philosophy Review. It was part of a very, I think Grant, I think you may have been there. If not, very, very. You can. I wasn't there personally, so maybe you can fill us in if you were there. But I remember it. I remember hearing so many people that went to the APA to hear that paper during the heyday of the Occupy days, right? And he presented a paper called Occupy Liberalism, 10 Reasons Why Liberalism Cannot Be Retrieved for Radicalism, and why they are all wrong, right? So I go into that essay, which was, a really sort of powerful intervention at the time that still resonates, and I think it's his most elaborate defense of his later turn towards liberalism as the framework through which he ends up developing his work, right? So, in short, my aim in the second part of the essay is to really go against, constructively and with much care and intellectual love, to try to retrieve and go against those arguments for the radical retrieval of liberalism for the purposes of anti-racism, right? So I do think that at the end of the day, there is a certain there is a larger tension than what Mills acknowledged in the last 10 years of his career concerning the conceptual foundations of liberalism and what he saw as like the contingent historical really and actually existing liberalisms, right? That's like to apply that phrase. Like, so I do think there is something about the theory of liberalism that leads to the actually existing liberalisms that he thought were merely contingent historical, group interest formations. Well, I look forward to the Q&A and the discussion, and thank you all for your time.
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak. And sorry that it's being done over Zoom. I just couldn't make it to the conference. And thanks for Professor Layden especially, and the team at UIC and the Institute for Humanities for organizing the conference as a whole. And my mode of presentation will be that I'll be reading my paper with the help of the slides that you're going to be seeing. I just have 2 slides just to help you keep track of what I'm saying. The main title of my paper, World Class, is meant as both a tribute to Charles Mills and an expression of the aspect in his work that I wish to highlight in this presentation. The term world class can be read in at least 3 ways. First, as a description of the quality of Mills's work, that it is of the highest caliber, and not just in the US, but worldwide. Second, the class part can be read separately as recognition of Mills's long-standing materialist approach to philosophy, which is carried from his earlier Marxist work, as we just heard, and then there are changes, of course, that happen over time. Third, I suggest world class as a description of the scope of Mills's work, that it is global and not US or Eurocentric. That last reading of world class is what I wish to focus on in this paper, paying particular attention to the book, The Racial Contract, given the theme of the conference. Now, my thesis is that the scope of Mills's general argument in the book and in many of his later writings is a global scope. My thesis is significant for at least 2 reasons. First, it's a more accurate exegesis and interpretation of Mills, I think. This is compared to the general uptake of both the book and of Mills's overall philosophy of race, which is an uptake that treats them as a critique of social and political conditions exclusively in the US, or in the US and other settler colonial states, such as South Africa or Australia, or in the West or white-dominated states. And I want to say, and a more accurate reading is that it's global. Mills's arguments are global. Such a reading influences the understanding also of key concepts that appear in the book and that are independently influential, such as the concepts of white supremacy and of epistemic or white ignorance. My aim is to rebalance that narrow reading of Mills by emphasizing the global aspect. The second reason my thesis is significant is that it shows that the ambition, significance, and potential of Mills's arguments is broader than generally supposed, and I'll give 5 illustrations of that. First, Mills's global aspect proposes a new starting point for theorizing global justice, which is around the year 1492. Second, this alternative starting point has conceptual and normative implications. It suggests a new unit of analysis in global justice, which is race. Third, once race is taken into consideration globally, then processes such as racial formation become pertinent historically, conceptually, and normatively. All 3 of those points are fairly alien to mainstream approaches in global justice, I think. Fourth, Mills's understanding of the relation between global history and philosophy goes beyond global justice and can be part of a larger critique of Western philosophy more generally. It involves a critique of temporality, or what Mills calls, quote, white time, end quote. Fifth and last, the global aspect in Mills offers a feasible point of connection to other traditions of critically theorizing race, such as Latin American decolonial thought. The global aspect then gives a broader sense of the significance and potential of Mills's work. Now, the structure of my presentation follows the structure of the claims I just sketched. I begin with a close reading of the book, The Racial Contract, followed by a focus on the 2 concepts of white supremacy and epistemic or white ignorance. I then make the connection to global justice and Latin American decolonial thought. I'll go to the first slide now with a few quotations. Consider the opening sentence of the book, The Racial Contract, which Professor Layden read earlier. It reads, quote, white supremacy is the unnamed political system that has made the modern world what it is today. The term I wish to focus on is world. It clearly indicates the global scope of the book's thesis from the outset. Even before the substantive body of the book begins, the first page in the book's acknowledgments refers to the role of Mills's family, quote, in Jamaica's own 1970s struggle against the legacy of the global racial contract, end quote. Then the last sentence in the acknowledgements is, quote, a tribute to and the recognition of the international Black radical tradition, end quote. Not all the quotations are on the slides. Some of them are there and some of them I won't read. Mills does acknowledge his debt to the African-American struggle in the US, but my point is that he does not stop there. He begins and closes with the global aspect, with the international aspect. Moving on to the introduction of the book, The Racial Contract, the very first page includes 3 references to the global aspect of the racial contract and its actuality. I already mentioned the first sentence of the book, but on the same page, Mills criticizes Western political philosophy and theory for having, quote, no mention of the basic political system that has shaped the world for the past several hundred years, which Mills thinks on the same first page is, quote, the most important political system of recent global history, end quote. 2 pages later, so on page 3 of the book, Mills labels that system explicitly as, and you can see it on the slide, global white supremacy. And he repeats it in several other places in the book. I could go on detailing the rest of the direct and indirect references to the global aspect of both the racial contract as actuality and Mills's understanding of it, meaning the theory of the racial contract that's developed in the book. I counted at least 41 references, which is a lot in a book of 133 pages. The average is about 1 reference to the global aspect per 3 pages. Let me, however, give a different kind of illustration of the global aspect in Mills's thought, this time focusing not so much on exegesis, but on 2 of Mills's key concepts that appear in the book that have been influential beyond it as well. They are the concept of white supremacy and the concept of epistemic or white ignorance. I mentioned how for Mills in the book, white supremacy is a global phenomenon. This claim is argued for in detail in at least 5 of Mills's later publications, with the latest being in 2020, a year before his passing. The claim that white supremacy in general is a relevant contemporary social and political category has been one of Mills's more controversial claims, especially initially. Now it's become more accepted, of course. This is in part because Mills means it not as a hyperbolic or symbolic claim, but as a description of an actual and contemporary social and political structure. So to make the claim about relevance more controversial, Mills claims it globally and not just in settler colonial states or the West. Mills says, and this is the 3rd quotation on the slide, thus, not only is the racial contract real, whereas the social contract is characteristically taken to be establishing the legitimacy of the nation state and codifying morality and law within its boundaries, the racial contract is global, involving a tectonic shift of the ethno-juridical basis of the planet as a whole, end quote. The global claim here is not meant in the sense that every country in the world is governed by a white supremacist regime. It is meant rather in the sense that the set of reigning political and economic conditions globally is characterized on the global macro level by white supremacist conditions. For example, that the richest and most powerful countries globally in the past 500 years have generally, though not exclusively, been white controlled. Mills calls this, quote, the obvious fact of global white domination, end quote. A similar analysis applies to the concept of epistemic ignorance, which also grew out of the book, The Racial Contract. Although Mills later labeled it specifically white ignorance, this is the type of epistemic ignorance that he focused on, he maintained all along that the claim had a global scope. He even published a paper later titled, quote, Global White Ignorance, to emphasize the point. And you can see the reference on the slide. The significance of noting the global scope of white ignorance is that it becomes applied to more agents and phenomena, among other things. With respect to agents, it does not concern only or primarily white people in the US, but white people globally in settler colonial states, Europe, and beyond. With respect to the relevant phenomena for white ignorance, they become not only instances in the US or larger history of the Americas, but global history, which includes, for example, the histories of Asia. There are significant entailments for recognizing and combining this global understanding of which agents and which phenomena are relevant for working with the concept of white ignorance as Mills developed it. For one, it has entailments about the relevant moral psychologies and argumentative tactics needed to overcome white ignorance and achieve racial justice, which is Mills's larger aim, after all. What works for the moral psychology of white people in the US may not work in Brazil, France, or South Africa. The role of moral psychology and argumentative tactics in Mills is one that Derek Darby has recently critiqued in the US context, 2019. My point is that there is a larger global aspect to the discussion, and that once that global aspect is properly recognized, the results of the discussion may well change. Here, it's important to note a methodological point for Mills. The theory of the racial contract is not meant to be only normative, but also explanatory. It is meant to both point out injustices and provide an account of how those injustices came about in reality. That is part of Mills's critique of ideal theory, which he later made more explicit. It is also why for Mills it's important that his history is accurate and that it includes the conquest of the Americas, the later spread of colonialism into Asia and Africa, the establishment of explicitly white supremacist states, and all the associated atrocities leading up to the contemporary moment. It's not accidental that such varied historical accounts occupy a large part of the book, The Racial Contract. The relevant history is global, such that the nationally or regionally bound understanding of Mills would not be truthful to the empirical and explanatory content and aims of Mills's account. Unfortunately, my sense is that the global aspect has not been sufficiently taken up in engagements with the book, nor with Mills's other works, nor for that matter in work in philosophy of race more generally. This is understandable in part because much of the contemporary academic philosophy of race happens in the US. There are few works in political philosophy and theory that engage the global significance of race, though none, to my knowledge, do so explicitly and in detail in relation to Mills. That is why I think Mills played a pioneering role in academic Western philosophy generally by emphasizing the global significance of race. I say academic Western philosophy because there have been, of course, other critical race theorists and non-academics who have emphasized the global significance of race, perhaps most prominently Du Bois and Fanon, among others. Now, so far, I largely focused on the significance of the global aspect in Mills's work internally, so to speak, meaning with reference to Mills's own texts and claims. Now, I wish to highlight the significance of the global aspect in Mills with respect to other more general projects of philosophy. Specifically, I focus on the areas of global justice and Latin American decolonial thought, giving five illustrations. The first illustration is that Mills explicitly understands race to emerge clearly in a global way around the conquest of the Americas, so around 1492. This is not to commit one to the claim that the concept of race or practice of racism were invented then, but it is to claim that race's global significance emerged then. Normatively, that can be shown to entail that we have global relations of justice around that time because of the injustices resulting from the racial subordination of indigenous peoples, among other phenomena. These relations continue to this day, so we have relations of global injustice starting more than half a millennium ago. This is in contrast to the more mainstream historical starting points for theorizing global justice in the literature of global justice, which are usually one of three. One, the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 that enshrined the sovereignty of states over their internal affairs. Two, the rise of the human rights discourse around the mid to later 20th century. Three, the interest in the phenomena of globalization starting around the 1980s. So three candidates usually for where to start theorizing global justice in the literature. It matters where one starts historically because that can influence what one sees as relevant normatively. The pre-Westphalia world, and certainly the pre-20th century world, was the world of transoceanic empires, imperial corporations such as the British and Dutch East India companies, and rampant and explicit colonialism. Those were not aberrations from the sovereign nation-state form that we focus on today, but were the basic political and global forms of organization and interaction. So it becomes pertinent to track how these non-nation-state forms shaped and evolved, and to this day, leading up to an understanding of their normative salience, which has long been voiced in the grievances of their victims globally. So the starting point of 1492 helps us capture these forms. My second illustration requires moving further from the historical register to the conceptual and normative ones. Taking seriously the global aspect in Mills's work is significant in that proposes a new unit of analysis in global justice, which is again race. The global justice literature has little to say about that, with its eye largely drawn to either individuals, nations, or cultural groups and their equivalents as the relevant units of analysis globally. One main reason underlying the lack of global analyses of race is that conceptions of race are thought to vary between cultures and social contexts, such that it makes more sense to speak of race locally, nationally, or at most regionally, but not globally. Mills is adamant, however, that racism and specifically white supremacy exist globally and can be thought conceptually and normatively on that level. He says in The Racial Contract, quote, "What is needed is a global theoretical framework for situating discussions of race and white racism," end quote. The victims of much of global justice have largely been people of color, thus making the contours of a global white supremacy. Race is not an extra global feature then, but a founding one in modern global conditions understood to have begun in 1492 or around then. It is important to understand that this insight is not merely, again, rhetorical, but has important conceptual, normative, and practical implications, from global policymaking to data gathering. This is an insight that feminists have recognized and implemented, such that we have today gender-sensitive measures of poverty and inequality that have been incorporated into global policy tools. Examples are the gender development and gender inequality indices, and you can see them in UN publications. With the case of race or racial groups, we may have important entailments with respect to, for example, immigration, which is an issue, of course, intimately connected with race and racism. Moreover, some global justice theorists have already argued that a nation's history of colonialism may oblige it to have special duties to accept immigrants from its former colonies. The entailments of recognizing the significance of global justice between races or racial groups can be major. That's the upshot. Relatedly, and this is the third illustration, is the issue of the rise of racial formations globally. Racial formation means the socio-historical process by which racial identities are created, lived, transformed, and destroyed. These are processes that Cedric Robinson was keen on tracking as key to understanding the rise of racial capitalism in his work. Mills, of course, was similarly concerned with these processes. The question of racial formations is, how are some individuals picked out to form a group and classified as a race, along with the privileges and burdens that come with such a classification in a global context? I think David T. Goldberg offers a complementary concept here, which is ethno-race. In this case, it can capture the transition between being considered on the one hand as an ethnicity understood as a somewhat malleable cultural group, and on the other hand, being considered a race with inherent and immutable characteristics. These are major cultural, social, historical, and political processes, and the 15th and 16th centuries appear to be their starting point on the global level. They have similarities as well as differences to the processes of holding citizenship, its moral and legal entailments, and the debates in global justice about that. What I am arguing here is that there has been a much earlier phenomena that also ought to concern global justice, which is the phenomena of racial formations, not just holding citizenship. In fact, there are some who argue that in major cases, like the US, race and racism underpin the history of citizenship and national identity. That could entail that concern with racial formation is not only as important to global justice as citizenship is, but more important because it underpins it. My fourth illustration does not concern exclusively the global aspect in Mills, but it shows how the global aspect can be part of a larger critique of Western philosophy. It has to do with an interesting strand in Mills's philosophy of race that is perhaps also underappreciated. It is the critique from temporality, where Mills argues that Western philosophy's own conception of its relation to and position in history is racially distorted. The self-conception of Western philosophy of its history is racially distorted. For example, modern Western philosophy generally thinks of itself as an internal, largely intellectual European affair that began around the 17th century. Mills, among other critical race theorists, thinks not. He calls the standard account the, quote, racialized time of white modernity, a, quote, white temporal imaginary, or simply, quote, white time. He thinks modern Western philosophy is foundationally connected to the project of world domination that received a major boost in the late 15th century with the beginning of the colonization of the Americas. Another example is how conceptions of time are connected to racist claims in the history of modern Western thought. This is connected to the idea of the denial of coevalness from anthropology, meaning the sense that although all living people are contemporary with each other, some are claimed to be really living in some sort of past. Examples are the claims that some people are quote unquote backward or primitive, even though they are living at the same time that we are living in. Among philosophers, examples abound and with significant entailments. For instance, John Stuart Mill claimed that Indian people are childlike and that justifies British colonialism to help them mature. John Stuart Mill was not an isolated intellectual, but a prominent public figure and politician. All the examples I gave in connection to Mills's critique of white time concern global phenomena and involve a hierarchy of times that includes normative and political entailments, like in the case of British colonialism of India. Now, lastly, in this discussion of the significance of the global aspect in Mills, is that it represents a feasible point of connection to other traditions of critically theorizing race, such as Latin American decolonial thought. You can see the aspects on the slides. Mills does cite leading decolonial theorists such as Enrique Dussel, but Mills is operating on a somewhat different plane in analytic political philosophy. Perhaps unfortunately, neither Mills nor Latin American decolonial theorists, to my knowledge, have built a lasting bridge between them. So the two projects of theorizing race remain somewhat distant. I think the global significance of race is a feasible bridge between the two. It is not the only one, because there is the critique of capitalism, patriarchy, space and time that is common to both Mills's work and the Latin American decolonial thought. Nonetheless, Mills's project, as we know, was to focus on theorizing race more specifically. What would be some of the main features of a global philosophy of race that might emerge from connecting Mills and someone like Dussel? I think one could mention at least 5 features that you see on the slide. Their approach, their combined approach, Mills and someone like Dussel, I think would be 1, global, 2, racial, 3, historical, 4, injustice focused, and 5, combines the methods and aspirations of both social and normative theory, like Mills did in the racial contract, not just as a normative account, but as in social and explanatory account. That last social normative feature would be part of Mills's commitment to non-ideal theory and to explanatory value, as opposed to just providing ideal normative theory. These 5 features would be in contrast to approaches that are, this is the contrasting approach. 1, methodologically nationalist. 2, race unconscious. 3, ahistorical. 4, focused on ideal justice. And 5, is exclusively normative. It seems to me that these latter 5 features, still characterize much of Western political philosophy. In the global justice literature, for example, all the major camps in the debates seem to share feature 2, that they are race unconscious. I'm referring here to cosmopolitans, nationalists, communitarians, global maximalists, global minimalists, and humanitarians, among others. The default mode of analysis in those approaches tends to be race unconscious. This is not to say that none of the approaches can be improved and adapted for the purposes of global racial justice, though perhaps some are more improvable and adaptable than others. Still, this lack of a critical approach to global racial justice is a testament, I think, to the continued relevance, uniqueness, and importance of the critical approaches by Mills and American decolonial thought, Latin American decolonial thought. Let me now summarize and conclude. My thesis has been that the global aspect is a significant one in Mills's philosophy of race. I argued for the thesis by a close reading of The Racial Contract, the book, as well as an analysis of 2 of its key concepts that continue to develop beyond the book. Those concepts were white supremacy and epistemic or white ignorance. I also drew connections to global justice and decolonial thought. The upshot, and this is my final sentence, is that the global aspect deserves more attention when engaging Mills, and that it is a promising angle from which to view and further develop Mills's project. In a nutshell, it really captures Charles Mills as a world-class philosopher, I think. Thank you.
And now offering commentary is Corey Barnes.
All right, so I'd like to start off by thanking the organizers of the conference and to Rachel Zuckert for inviting me personally. It means a lot to participate and to hear about a conference in honor of such a great man. Not just someone who produced a lot of great work, but someone who was a great man. And so thank you for the invitations. Thank you for the papers to both presenters. They were great. All right, so a few comments. They won't be long, and I won't be critical. All right, so as was indicated to some degree in both of the preceding papers, Charles Mills's work, particularly his racial contract, has had global effect. Its global effect is a testament to the pervasiveness of its subject matter, person's interest in the subject matter, and the depth and rigor of his thought. And the work engaged so many relevant themes. Mill's thought in The Racial Contract engaged the ontology of race, racial formation, racism, white ignorance, semionization, moral psychology, social contract theory, and a host of other ideas with remarkable precision. And many of these themes were captured and written about by our first two speakers. In Radicalizing Mills, From Class to Race, Rafael Vizcaíno tries to link Mills' early Marxist thoughts on class and race with his later liberal appeal to contractarianism to explain liberalism's bearing on race and racism. And so his goal is to link Mills' early appeals to historical materialism to his later critiques of liberalism's racial contract so that his work might not be co-opted by a reformist bourgeois liberalism. In World Class, the global aspect of Charles Mills' philosophy of race, Marzouk Al-Nusif argues that the scope of Mills' overarching argument in the racial contract, namely that white supremacy forms the basis of a contract between whites for the purpose of white exploitation, is of a global rather than local, national, or isolated scope. And in an effort to show this, Al-Nusif focuses on Latin American decolonial thought. For Al-Nusif, the global scope of Mills's The Racial Contract has implications for how we understand both white supremacy and epistemic or white ignorance, along with global justice. Now, for different reasons, I agree with Vizcaíno's and Al-Nusif's thinking, though I might say that his earlier Marxist work can benefit his later analysis of race, or can benefit from his later analysis of race found in The Racial Contract. I do think that it is noble to think about how Mills might link his earlier, more Marxist work with his later critique and potential endorsement of liberalism. As an aside, I recall Mills attending the Ida B. Wells conference at the University of Memphis while I was a PhD student there. I recall Bill Lawson having a similar question about Mills's scholarly movement. Lawson asked him why he stopped working on Marxism and begun to work exclusively on liberalism. And in classic Mills, his classic response, he said, "Because I want to keep a job in the US, man." The implication is that working on Marxism makes academic life difficult, to say the least. And so, if Mills was not speaking hyperbolically, it may be the case that Mills would not see either an ideological shift in his thinking or a link between his earlier work on Marxism and his later work on liberalism. And so perhaps we should ask, as Vizcaíno seems to, how can we link Mills's earlier Marxist work with his later critique and potential endorsement of liberalism? Or, I think, as he does quite well, what benefits might his Marxist thought bring to his engagement with liberalism? And for Al-Nusif, even though I do not agree with the claim that quote, the global aspect has not been sufficiently taken up in engagements with the book, nor with Mill's other work, nor for that matter in the philosophy of grace more generally, I do agree with him that Mills intended the racial contract to have global import. I think you're spot on, both across time and across space. Mills provided many different historical examples such that the reader might think that he intended the racial contract to be a global contract aimed at white supremacy. Now, instead of offering critiques of either position, I would like to begin a conversation on directions moving forward. In different ways, both presenters think that reimagining Mill's work will pay dividends for race relations on a world scale. Marxism provides a radicalness that I would imagine Vizcaíno thinks will keep Mill's work fresh, free from co-optation, and perhaps even make it more appealing to persons who are involved in the work of improving race relations and broader aims of justice. Al-Nusif thinks that the more global nature of Mill's work allows us to better shape conversations and efforts towards justice because of the way that it forces us to center and perhaps even reimagine race. Yet I wonder how each's conceptualizations of Mill's work will solve the overall problem of racism. So, for example, Vizcaíno wants Mills's appeal to historical materialism to be a more prominent feature of Mills's later thoughts on the racial contract. However, does this move Mills into a kind of problematic reductionism of race to class, or perhaps vice versa? In other words, do you want them to be conflated? And if you take Mills's appeal to historical materialism, particularly in the earlier period, do you get that? And how would including Mill's earlier work solve problems of epistemic ignorance that Mills claims is a major problem developed within the racial contract? Further, for Al-Nusif, and I think that you are right, but if Mills's racial contract should be taken to be global, then its problems are certainly global. And if epistemic ignorance is a product of the contract, then it is global. Do you think that the global justice is achievable if epistemic ignorance is global? If not, how do we solve it? In short, how do we achieve or begin to approach global justice if the epistemic ignorance of the racial contract is, in fact, global? And so I would like to invite both of you to think and perhaps speak a bit more about the possibility of improving our futures as peoples, given your respective positions on Charles Mills's work. Okay, thanks, folks.
I want to invite the panelists to have brief responses. Would you like to go first, Raphael?
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that very wonderful feedback, Corey. Yeah, so I think I see two main points, right? I think we can say a lot more, of course, and just in the interest of time, I'm only going to address these 2 points. I'm going to avoid the question of like epistemologies of ignorance, and we can talk more about that perhaps throughout the day, right? I don't see that much as a problem. I'll just say that much about that. But I guess the two points. One, the question of the relation between early Mills or middle period Mills and later Mills. So just to be clear, for me, the early one, would be like the classical, young, recent graduate. If you read some of those early works, it's it's like classically late 80s analytical Marxism, which actually has very little to say about race. And then the middle one is the one that I am most interested in, insofar as it is that transition to begin to incorporate race into the conversation from a Marxist framework, which goes from what he at some point recognizes is a reduction to an attempt to revise historical materialism by incorporating, racial an analysis of race, or let's just put it there. So I do take that off-scripted remark of Mills, right, very seriously. That maybe he just wanted an easier path towards career advancement and stop working on on Marx, which actually helps me a lot, right? Because that means that there might not be a huge conceptual epistemic break, right, between the so-called historical materialist Mills and then the radical liberal Mills, right? So one of the conclusions that I have for this essay, and of course I avoided that kind of like the substance of the paper really is like me refuting Mills's refutations for how retrieving liberalism is not radical, right? So at the end of that exercise, I do end up saying that we should see, and I guess I would defend this here in the Q&A and just put it on the table for all of us present, but that I do think that the most charitable way for me to see later Mills, the liberal turn Mills, is to see it as a means and not an end in itself, right? That liberal turn it's something that perhaps can be really encapsulated as, you're gonna laugh at me for saying this, a moment in the dialectic towards what early Mills really was going after all this time, right? So it's about this is my most charitable reading of the liberal turn, that it becomes a moment to perhaps deal with race in the 20th and 21st century because of the mainstream position of liberalism, obviously in the United States, for instance, that it becomes a necessity to retrieve liberalism, but that wouldn't be the end in itself, right? Then there is a next step, and then that is where the radical critique comes back. And just to end very briefly on the second point about the reductionism between class and race, and I think with this I would also open it to our co-panelists, because I'm very interested to hear more about coloniality and the relation between the concept of coloniality and race, mainly because I think the way the concept of coloniality is now circulating, sometimes we forget that it is the connection between labor and race, right? The coloniality of power at the foundation conceptually is the inevitable, the almost inseparability of labor and race, and the racialization of labor, right? So what I was already going for, where Mills was going for, and he stops, right? Curiously enough, is where the decolonial people end up going around the same time, right? And of course, we know the genealogy of this, right? It's like world systems theory, dependency theory. They are already Marxist criticisms of historical materialism for not understanding coloniality and the legacy, the racialized legacy of capitalism and labor and so on. So I'm very interested in my co-panelists, very fruitful and I think very exciting dialogue between decolonial thinking and Mills. Something that I think a lot of us would have wanted Mills to do more, right? So I see that as a very fruitful connection, even with my paper and our co-panelists. So thank you.
Marzouk, do you want to respond?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Barnes, for the generous comments. They're very helpful. Really appreciate it. Thank you. In response to some of the questions that you raised, the general question is how would this, the analysis that one tries to provide, how would it help solve the issue of racism, perhaps globally? I think maybe a difficult one to answer briefly, but I'll try to answer it indirectly in connection to the other questions, if that's okay. For example, in connection to the problem of epistemic ignorance on a global level, how are we going to solve that? And then do we think that global justice is achievable if epistemic ignorance is so prevalent and global? Again, these are also very fruitful and important questions. And I'll try maybe to focus on one point that I think is helpful maybe to try and develop, which is not to think of epistemic ignorance or global injustice as something that happened only in the past and treated with the register of historic injustice. So there's an important literature on historic injustices that has an important place. But what I think is needed perhaps is an understanding of how that history provides a trajectory that helps us understand the present. That's how I see Mills' thinking in The Racial Contract and beyond. So it's not about the past. He's very interested in history, but not for the sake of history or talking about the past or correcting past injustices, although that is important. But there's always a connection to the present. How getting the past wrong makes us somehow get the present wrong. This is the social aspect of the theory as opposed to just the normative one. So I think that might be one way of trying to overcome epistemic ignorance. And I think Mills talks about that in also his writings about epistemic ignorance. So not just about giving individuals more information, more accurate information, but how that information helps them reinterpret the reality today. And I think that's very important on a global level, because in the past, I don't know, maybe 10 years, it's become explicit that global issues that have to do with racism are fundamental politically, like in determining elections because of immigration issues. So I'm thinking Germany, France, the US. So it's clearly a very pertinent issue politically. It's not the only one, of course. There are many important local and national issues that have to do with race. I'm not saying that's not important. But on the global level, it seems less abstract, very important in determining reality today. So maybe the focus on the way the past shapes our current conception of the present and what we think about it and how we evaluate it normatively, that can be one way of trying to overcome epistemic ignorance and then getting closer to global justice. I want to mention something else about the global aspect, which is, I think there's a similar issue with reading Cedric Robinson on racial capitalism, which is, although if you read the book, Black Marxism, it's very explicit that it's a global analysis of capitalism. It's not an analysis of capitalism in the US only or in Europe only. But perhaps maybe this is an issue when we translate certain ideas to make them more digestible, they become more local or more national, which is, I understand that. But you see, I see a similar phenomenon with Cedric Robinson. People talk about racial capitalism, sometimes they tend to think about it in the US only or in South Africa. But that's not the case in the original, in the book, Black Marxism. So maybe this is just a reminder when we read certain figures that it's helpful to read the text with fresh eyes and try to grapple with the global aspect more significantly. Last point, perhaps, is about the important connection that was highlighted again about why Mills did not develop the analysis of race more closely to labor in capitalism, like decolonial theorists do. I'm not sure why. Perhaps it's an issue of time. Perhaps he intended to do that, but never really got to it. You can see, I think, seeds of that in various works of Mills that are critical of capitalism, even in the later period. But I'm thinking there are maybe two turns in Mills that took him further away from that direction that decolonial theorists have taken. The first is the focus on roles and critiquing roles and making connections to roles to make Mills's own critique more relevant the way he saw it. It had to connect to a more mainstream analytic liberal political philosophy. And the second one, slightly different, is the couching of the critique in terms of the social contract as a philosophic tradition historically. That also, I think, takes it a little bit further from where decolonial theorists are going. Maybe more abstract, more focused on a particular tradition that Mills wants to connect with, which again, can be an important endeavor, but that might be take us some way towards explaining the divergence between Mills and someone like Rousseau. I hope that helps answer the questions, even if in a rudimentary way. Thank you.
And thank you. Now I'd like to open the discussion up to questions from the floor.
Thank you for this panel. I found it really, really inspiring and really helpful, and I think honoring the legacy of Charles's work. And I think I have a brief question for both of the presenters. And I'm going to start with Raphael first, because I'm trying to think of the link between the early Mills and the latter Mills, and it seems like his emphasis on the materiality of racial identities, particularly the materiality of whiteness, where what I would describe as his methodological leanings, the historical materialism, becomes very apparent. Because you could juxtapose Mills to, say, like Shannon Sullivan's work or even Linda Alcoff's work on whiteness, where they're trying to rethink whiteness in a way that they argue for is necessary for to address questions of race relations and racial justice. For Mills, the material underpinnings of white identity wouldn't allow for us to think about good white people. That's like Marx writing a book, The Good Bourgeoisie. The good bourgeoisie, the bourgeois ways of being are a mode of relating to productive powers, right? You can't have revolutionary change and continue being bourgeois. It's like, pick up a broom, buddy. Like, this is the new way of being, right? And so I think that might connect the different strands of Mills. And Marzouk, I think this connects us, I think, to what you're trying to do with the global emphasis, which I really like. It's that much like Marxists and their emphasis on the international, right? Capitalism is not just the problem of a single nation, a single polity, right? It's a global phenomenon. And in this regard, for us to break out of the false consciousness that we typically have when it comes to thinking about race, say thinking about race solely along ideological lines, we have to look at the ways in which it has unfolded globally. And I really recommend what Rafael was suggesting about looking up like the work of Quijano in particular, the early Quijano, when he's fleshing out coloniality along the lines of labor control. So it's race connected explicitly to labor, which I think brings us back all the way to that sense of materiality. So I know I threw a lot at both of you, but I'm just wondering if any of that resonates. Thank you.
I guess since Raphael's checking my book, do you have, sorry, Marzouk, do you have any response to these questions?
I'm good. I think great points, and I agree with them. Thank you.
Yeah. No. Thank you for that. Yeah. I think you're right to think that it is about materiality, right? So that would be obviously an important sort of a linkage, or like baggage is not the right term, right? It usually is derogatory, like a negative. But it is like the substratum of his early work that comes into his later work. And you can see that obviously in a very material analysis, in this case of whiteness. So yes, so what you said about, like being unable to theorize, something like a good white people, I was reminded of the dedication of the racial contract, right? I think it's such a powerful dedication. And this is already like that kind of like radical Mills being like, this is about smashing white supremacy, but don't think that it's like necessarily going to be about like staying in a liberal framework, right? Like, your comment really excited me a lot because of that, right? Like, I have some students here in the classroom. We're going to read the racial contract in the next 2 weeks, actually. So I feel bad for them now, because now I'm just like totally rethinking about the radicality even of the racial contract, which I think in this paper I kind of already treated it like it was already like too liberal. And let me just let me read the dedication, right? This book is dedicated to the blacks, reds, browns, and yellows who have resisted the racial contract, and the white renegades and race traitors who have refused it, right? So look at those concepts like the white renegade and the race traitor. That's not sort of like I don't see that like squaring neatly with like a reformist like bourgeois liberalism, right? So like I think we should understand. Again, I'm gonna round two of our own argument. We should understand the liberal turn as a step towards a very radical project, which ultimately is sort of like a classically Marxist approach, right? The bourgeois revolution is before the socialist revolution. So it's kind of like, that's why Mills tells us, oh, I unconsciously applied the theory that I knew best. He says that, Marxism. And we were talking about this before the panel. It's a meta-theoretical thing. It's not that he's changing white supremacy for capitalism. It's about the how to do the theory, right? And yeah. Anyways, thank you for that.
Hi, thank you so much for both of those papers. I have a question for Raphael, which is you mentioned in your response to the response the fact that Mills's Marxism was primarily an analytic Marxism, and so I was wondering if you have thoughts about
Say that again, please.
that Mills's Marxism was primarily an analytic Marxism. That's really the tradition where he's coming from, and I think that this might end up being one of those questions where I tell you what I think, and I'm really asking if you agree. But I mean, I think that that's really important for thinking about the way that he argues both within and against Marxism. And I was wondering what you think might be some of the ways that his analytic Marxist training shapes the way that he makes these arguments, and then it shapes the critique that he ends up making, and I think might end up limiting what he thinks Marxism can do.
Yeah, I haven't thought so much about the influence of like the specifically kind of Marxism that he was trained in, right? Which it is analytic Marxism, which I think this has been recorded, so maybe I won't say it. Maybe we'll say it. I'll talk to you later. But you guys know what analytic Marxism used to be called, right? So. By non-analytic Marxists, so I won't say that for the recording. But I'm going to think more about that. But I mean, what I find interesting is, for instance, he's citing Gramsci. He's citing Stuart Hall, right? I mean, that's kind of like not the kind of Mills that becomes a definitive Mills, right? And those are not figures in analytic Marxism either. I do think that maybe just to go back to the meta theory and then like the really pragmatic thing of like, well, I just needed to get a job, and like analytic Marxism was the most respectable Marxism in the Western Academy. I do think there are a lot that now we need to like disentangle between like the concepts and then just again very very sort of like I don't know, almost like to use a term that he uses against the critiques of liberalism, like something that happened to be historically contingent, right? Like maybe there is some sort of historical contingency about analytic Marxism that it just kind of like happens to be what he uses as a means. But yeah, I'll think more about that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for both of your papers. So my question actually builds a little bit off of Jesus's question here. Dr. Alnoof, you mentioned Black Marxism, Cedric Robinson, and I saw you, Dr. Vizcaino, sort of nodding along. I'm wondering, is there any overlap between the two? I mean, does Charles Mills in his early Marxist work reference Cedric Robinson? Are you at all trying to bring them together? Because I think this kind of gets to the point here, right? Analytic Marxism versus a more applied historical materialism, right? So with the way that you ended your talk, Dr. Vizcaino, you described Mills as doing this dialectical move. Does that make him move further away from the kind of Black Marxism of Cedric Robinson? Or in your view, is there a sort of long view of compatibility between the two? So thank you very much.
Let's talk more as well. Thank you for that question. Yes, I have only seen, and I would love for people to tell me afterwards. I've only seen one reference to Cedric Robinson in all of Mills's work, and it's basically a footnote. We can talk more about it. I have to remember. I didn't bring my books. I thought about it yesterday whether I should pack my books, and then I decided not to because it'll be too heavy. But then there is one footnote of Cedric Robinson positively that he says, this is where a certain Black Marxist tradition gets developed, and sort of like goes on to arm's length and goes on to like not engage that and continue in very much the analytic tradition, try to do a certain conceptual work of the theory of historical materialism. But just to answer directly, yes, I mean, I think all of us should be exploring the connections between Cedric Robinson and Mills's work, and I think the fruitful overlaps, and perhaps for me, as I always work, the fruitful tensions that we can then advance and push really against each other, because and this is it's a conference about Mills's legacy and what we're going to do with his work, right? So he didn't do that engagement. Now we can do that engagement, and I think that would be a very important thing to follow up, because it's almost like it's like retrospectively, and of course, the work of Cedric Robinson in its own right has to, there's so much to be said about it, and how it was kind of like forgotten for a long time, and now it has revived as well. So there is something about our contemporary time that is reviving. Obviously, we don't have to, we understand why so much of this like important analysis of race that have been forgotten for so long in the 90s and early 2000s. So he would be one that would be so central to be in dialogue with. Thanks.
Marzouk, would you like to respond as well?
Thank you. Yes, I think that's an excellent question, and I've tried to get a handle on it in some of my work, not published yet in the dissertation, which is trying to come up with an approach of race globally that can connect to normative issues in global justice. And what I end up trying to do is thinking about Robinson's work more deeply. So racial capitalism as a framework for understanding both white supremacy and for coming up with a normative analysis of the global significance of race. And I think that can be defended both conceptually and empirically. If you look at the history of the global development of the concept of race, it connects fairly intimately with the rise of capitalism, understood to have happened, again, with the conquest of the Americas. And so they are closer to someone like Quijano. And I think that's something that not necessarily contradicts whatever Mills is saying, but can be taken up with it. And in some ways, it can help it go further. So I'm very open and sympathetic to analyses from racial capitalism. I think they're very fruitful, and I feel that there is room for that to develop in philosophy as well, political philosophy, analytic political philosophy, and other traditions.
And while the microphone is being passed to Larry, let me just take executive privilege as chair and say, I remember Charles liked Black Marxism, Cedric Robinson's book. I remember him approving of it. And it seems like it's important for talking about the history that Marzouk argues is a really crucial element of kind of better understanding the globality of the racial contract.
So in the spirit of this exchange, I wonder what either of you all think about the aspect of Charles's investment in liberalism, where he says that liberalism is sort of like the popular philosophy of our time. And I think he meant it globally. He certainly meant it within the US. And that you can see it in that Occupy Liberalism essay that Dr. Vizcaino mentioned. And I just wonder whether, do you think that was sort of an important part of his understanding? It's almost like a strategic thing that if you have an anti-racist project, you're going to have to link it to liberalism, or otherwise you can't get broad support for it. But also in the post-2016 period, the idea of liberalism as a kind of shared public philosophy has really, disintegrated in many ways. And there's an aspect of that disintegration that's really disturbing, and there's an aspect of it that's quite positive. The rise of this sort of Democratic Party left progressivism. I think Charles didn't see that coming exactly. It doesn't get theorized very much by him. So, so there's kind of like liberalism as this philosophical, ontological thing, and then liberalism is this very public philosophy, there's some slippage about what the connection between those two is, but I just wonder if you all have any thoughts about that.
Well, I'm not sure what this. I mean, it's a very important and broad question that I also feel that Mills has grappled with in different ways. Perhaps in a historical materialist fashion, we could understand Mills's work again in its historic context. So this is the mid-90s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, and Marxism seems dead. And if it's not dead, there is a legacy of Soviet Marxism. So not just philosophic Marxism, but the sense that this is what it had looked like and this was the dominant form. And so it makes sense in that context, perhaps, to try and move away from Marxism and look at liberalism. But again, I agree that later on, the past, again, 10 years or so, 10, 15 years or so, radical ideas have gained some momentum, in part because of the 2008 crisis. I think that it's never really, economic crisis that hasn't never really been resolved completely. Whether his reasons were strategic or not, sometimes he seems to say so, that it's strategic. Sometimes I get the sense that he really believes in it and is very worried about the problems that Marxism has given rise to when we try to implement it in reality. So perhaps it's not purely strategic, but also a deeper conviction. And also liberalism is a big topic. I mean, sometimes the way Mills talks about it, it's so radical, it almost converges to Marxism, except in some methodological aspects, like the historical materialist analysis and all that. But the conclusions can be very close to each other. So I'm not sure, perhaps. I don't have a complete answer to that.
So I'll be very brief. I think just to be really clear, I'm not saying that Mills is ultimately like, he ultimately ends up like fully endorsing and collapsing into bourgeois liberalism. He does use, I think, provocatively the concept of black radical liberalism. And so how I understand that, again, just to reiterate for a third time, it would be a means towards a radical project. So we do have to understand his whole work sort of dialectically, almost like at the end of the day, we have to return to the roots, right? We have to go to the beginning because that is the proper end. And in this instance, he does say explicitly in one of the parts that I didn't quote, explicitly in the Occupy liberalism, right? He says, oh, I think liberalism, one of the best things about liberalism is that it is mainstream. It is the people's sort of popular philosophy now. And that is why it has higher chances for radicals to actually kind of like enter into the public sphere. So he is using, I think, even in that piece, right, he ends up seeing liberalism as simply the way for radical ideas to kind of get launched on to enter into the public sphere. So it's a very strategic conception of liberalism. So what I think I am fighting against in this paper are what I think are reformist, classically bourgeois liberal readings of Mills's work that I'm sure we have seen here and there, that I think, we would be, very, we really have to fight against them. And I am reminded of what Linda Alcoff said in one of Mills's memorials last year, like over Zoom. One of the things she said is, Charles never ceased to be a radical, if you remember that. And that really stuck with me it's almost like one of the inspirations that I had for pushing this paper out, because, it was one of the tensions that I've always, and I've talked to him about this, right, even in our classes. And some of us, the students confronted him saying that his work wasn't radical in our, idealistic youth. And, she's saying that at that moment, it really sort of, everything started coming together for me. And now I see it in a full picture. So it's ultimately a defense against what I think are bad readings of his work that collapse it as too liberal in a way. Thank you.
I think we could take one more question.
Thank you. So thinking about the global scale of the critique, I heard you say that, to say that the racial contract is a global thing doesn't mean that racism or white phenomenology occurs in the same way in every place, right? There's like moral psychology that would tell us that there's different ways in which these things play out in different places. But I'm wondering if Mills's approach of coming up with a framework that explains this global phenomenon and then kind of downstream thinking about how it's instantiated in different places instead of kind of starting from a local level and then maybe kind of understanding the phenomenon from a plurality of different places and different knowledges, whether that itself, this like approach retains some Eurocentric frameworks of how to understand race, class, gender, that limit his theory. So I'm thinking about the ways in which Maria Lugones critiques Quijano's theory of the coloniality of power and says that he kind of smuggles in some Eurocentric modern colonial frameworks of gender. Yeah, and so I'm just thinking about like the tensions between this global scope of Charles's critique and how that the particular ways in which he wants to make this global can actually be limiting for something that's more decolonial, more radical, that is kind of epistemically disobedient to these Eurocentric ways of thinking and theorizing. I hope that makes sense. That was kind of a lot.
Thank you. I mean, that's a very important point. And I agree with the need to be careful with it. And that might have been one reason why various people in the tradition of critical race theory have been reluctant to think about race globally, perhaps, is that conceptions of race and practices of racism and victimhood vary widely globally. And that's not specific to race, but it happens in a particular way with racism, but it also occurs with gender and other social categories. So, and what I'm thinking about is that we don't only need the global analysis. We can have a plurality of analyses, but I just felt that the global aspect had not been perhaps sufficiently recognized, at least in Mills's work. But again, there have been people that have tried to make that connection. If you think about someone like Du Bois, perhaps he had a different trajectory than Mills when it comes to going from the global to the local. So Du Bois seems to have started with a more US-specific analysis, but then by World War I and World War II and in between and afterwards, he became fairly explicit in his global analysis of race, talking about race and racism globally in Europe and Africa as a global project. But again, there is that difficulty of capturing the particular specificity and also where the framework comes from. And this is something maybe that Mills was good at in critiquing Marxism, is that you need to understand the context in which Marxism itself arose, the European context, and then the limitations of that. And perhaps we need a similar thing with a global analysis of race. So I'm very thankful for that point, and I think it's very important. Thank you.
Let's thank our panelists here.
So hi, my name is Jackie Scott. I'm at Loyola Chicago, and I am so pleased to be here. I have to say, last week when I saw this on my calendar, I wanted to be here, and yet there were so many things that needed to happen. And when I got on the bus to come over, I was actually able to take a deep breath and fully enjoy the pleasure of being here, and it's paid off more than I had imagined. But enough about me. Let's move on to our second session. People have been taking the opportunity to talk a little bit about Charles. I'll reserve my remarks for our time after this is all over. But I do want to sort of mention a few things. So we're going to have our speaker and commentator. When we go to questions, we're going to see if there are any students, grad students, undergrad, who would like to ask questions first. So we'll do a pause. This is not for grad students, undergrads. This is not your only opportunity. You can come in later on, but we just would like to sort of open up the space for you all as well. So I'm going to introduce our speakers. I'm going to go through this rather quickly, not because there isn't much to say about them, but because in a digital age, you can just Google them. So our first speaker is going to be Taylor Rogers, who is currently a lecturer at Loyola University Chicago. And she is a former student of Charles's from Northwestern. In part, I also want to give people's lineages because, again, that's so much in the spirit of what Charles did for not just philosophy, but a lot of other disciplines as well. She works in areas of decolonial feminism and epistemologies of ignorance. Currently doing work in issues on art and storytelling for repair and on emotional numbness. Yes, I jotted this down and now I can't read my handwriting. I just want to point out, as evidenced here in so many ways, that we'll see so much of this sort of legacy building, and not legacy building in a strictly linear fashion, but in all sorts of curvy, wonderful, and generous ways. Taylor's going to start us out with this talk called Curdled Contracts, Reading Charles Mills with the Lagosian Spirit.
Thanks, Jackie. I just want to first thank Tony and all the organizers. I'm so honored to be here today, and particularly excited to be on a panel with all of these people next to me to my left. Before I get into the paper, I wanted to say a little bit about the motivations behind this paper. As Jackie said, I was Charles's student and Jose's student, and had some deep disagreements with Charles at times. And a lot of this paper was aiming to find a bridge, or to have a theoretical bridge from moving between some of the decolonial feminisms I care a lot about that really pay attention to personal experience in the body for theory building, and Charles's work, which on my view still doesn't have a lot of space for the body or personal experience. I think in his newest book, he's starting to develop that, but he's really committed to abstraction, not idealized abstraction, but abstraction in principle, not just in method, to how we make policy, how we theory build. And trying to figure out how we get the body in there can sometimes be tricky. So I wanted to travel between these worlds because they're both worlds that I really care about, and find a way to talk to Charles across some of these differences we have. So that's kind of the motivation behind this project. What Ansel Dua calls a nepantulera, right? Moving between worlds and trying to sort of mediate between them. So I just wanted to start off by saying that, and let me make sure that's all I wanted to say. Yeah, okay, so now I'll start with the paper. So here's an outline of what I'm going to be doing today. I'm going to give a review of Mills's theory of the domination contract and emphasize two of its central features that I really think he wants to hold on to, namely the human-created nature of the state as a kind of descriptive dimension, and universal moral egalitarianism as a kind of normative dimension. So when we think about, like, what does he want to hold on to in liberalism or even in contract theory, I think minimally these are two things he wants to hold on to. And then I'm going to raise a critique by Alison Bailey, but it's really a critique meant to be more emblematic of a critique we've been talking about a lot already today. are emancipatory possibilities foreclosed within contract theory because of its fundamental sort of rootedness in racism. Charles, as Raphael was telling us in Black Rights, White Wrongs, he names 10 critiques that have to do with whether or not this framework can be radicalized. So the kind of critique I'm working with is someone who says, no, it can't be. And I'm going to try to add a little bit, maybe more nuance to that idea, or against that idea. And then I'm going to outline, shift focus a little bit to talk about Lugones's purity logic versus curdled logic. And I'm going to think about how we might apply that to the critique that's raised in section 2 to think about strategies of resistance that Charles is employing by staying committed to social contract theory or to the tradition. And then, so that's part 5. I'm going to provide kind of a curdled reading that looks at 2 ways in which I think what Charles is doing is resistant. And I want to be clear, this is part 1 of a longer project. And in the second part of the paper, I really am taking a more of a critical approach and thinking about whether the body can still be accommodated in some of what Charles is doing. But in the spirit of this being a tribute, I'm really trying to give a charitable reading of what Charles is doing by staying committed. And also, thinking about strategy, both, yes, maybe the strategy of him having a job we were talking about, Corey was mentioning, which I think is true, and also this strategy of can putting things into the center of power, right? Can raising critiques in the center of power do something radical rather than staying outside of the center of power or something? So continuing along some of these lines of thinking. Okay, so let's get started. A little bit of background most of us probably here know, but I think is helpful for really conceptualizing how the domination contract is interacting with the Rawlsian system. What is he taking from it? How is he changing it? Just a reminder, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, Kant, and more recently Rawls have had widespread influence both inside and outside of the academy, using a very simple but powerful idea meant to explain or justify or both the basic structure of society or the state, the social contract. Mills believes contract theory can and should be salvaged for aims of social justice, as we've talked about, because it already enjoys such widespread authority in democratic political life. One way to read this commitment is strategic. Since contract theory already has a stronghold on how people think about and organize social and political life, we should work with what we have, so to speak. As such, Mills has spent much of his academic career aiming to radicalize the theoretical apparatus for liberatory anti-racist aims. Mills is working within the Rawlsian tradition, at least in the later part of his career. In Rawls's widely influential formulation, one imagines an original position from which the social contract is forged. Here, one sits behind a veil of ignorance in which one knows nothing about the social position one might occupy, whether privileged, oppressed, or somewhere in between. As such, all contractors have a long-term, self-interest in generating principles of justice that would secure the best possible outcome for all groups of people once the veil is lifted. So there's 2 kinds of ignorances that exist behind the veil that are important. Charles is going to retain one of those kinds and push back against retaining the other. We still don't know who we're going to be in society under Charles's formulation, but we're going to know something about the material workings of the world in a way we don't in this idealized contract. This idealized veil of ignorance, rather, starting point. Okay, so now the crux of, the critique that comes through in the racial contract and is also still there when he moves to talking about the domination contract, which is a more general apparatus. But, says Mills, only some people have enjoyed basic political rights, are protected by the state, or are participants in the cooperative, quote-unquote, state project at all. And so given Rawls's aim to provide tools for generating principles of the just society, it seems odd that issues of racism, sexism, xenophobia, homophobia, etc. are absent from his writings altogether, given their role in preventing justice from emerging. In the racial contract, Mills argues that if the social contract is to serve anti-racism or other forms of social justice, it must avoid this kind of idealizing that the thought experiment Rawls puts forward requires. For abstracting away from the historical realities of domination and subordination obscures how such realities have shaped both the descriptive and normative dimensions of any social contract conceived or forged thus far. But this perpetuates injustice by promoting ignorance of it, undermining purported aims of the tradition. So I I know Ayo is going to be talking about this epistemic dimension, white ignorance, more in the next panel, which I'm excited about. But the important thing to keep in mind here, as a reminder for many of us who are familiar with this work, that by abstracting away from social realities, we don't know them. It's actually, we're starting out from a place of ignorance, a veil of ignorance. And so he's worried about the perniciousness of that kind of ignorance if we're going to be creating laws and policies or principles of justice from such a place, right? And so he gives us a modified contract, still really working within this Rawlsian idea of a veil of ignorance, but it's going to be a veil of partial ignorance. The domination contract, which is the genus to more particular instances such as the racial contract, the sexual contract, the raciosexual contract, and others. In all forms, the domination contract describes the historical contract as one forged in and by conditions of domination and subordination, building into its very framework an acknowledgement of the way by which most people have been denied moral and political status, and also the way by which such exclusion has created and justified today's global white supremacist state. On Mills's version of the famous Rawlsian thought experiment, one therefore sits behind a partial veil of ignorance. One does have knowledge behind this veil of the history of European expansionism and modernity and the creation of white settler states, i.e., we know the workings of the domination contract. We're given information about the systems of oppression and how they've come to be. We still don't know what we're going to be in this society, and because of that ignorance that still exists, that in the larger paper I actually want to push back against, I want to say we should know some things about our own identity, but for Charles, we don't know who we're going to be in society, and that's important because we're going to then concentrate on rectificatory or repair or forms of reparative justice, right? We're going to say, here's where the world is, here's where I want it to be if I turn out to be one of these people. So the laws and policies are going to be of a rectificatory nature. So this is the move from the ideal to the non-ideal and to issues of reparative justice rather than sort of ideal justice. And so this makes complete sense of the fact we find ourselves in a social world where women and non-white people are subordinated and ill-protected by laws and policies never meant to serve them. So the kind of colorblind racism we see arising with Rawls is not possible in this kind of framework in the same way. Okay, so then to get back to what I stated in the outline, through a number of books of Charles's, we get these kind of two elements that he really wants to hold on to. And you might think, there's a different question. Raphael was talking about the conceptual foundations of liberalism or of contract theory versus some of the more substantive elements of it, perhaps. And I think you might question Charles's commitment to the tradition for various reasons, but he's very clear that the two parts that he wants to hold on to, these two I would call conceptual foundations, it would be really hard to not want to hold on to. Like if you think about not holding on to these things, you might have a problem. So the first is this descriptive dimension that the social contract gives us, which is that society is human created, right? So he wants to hold on to that, and he thinks the contract metaphor gets us that. And that's really important because the alternative is that racism or these systems of oppression are somehow natural, which leads to a kind of biological racism or other sorts of isms, right? So if we hold on to the human created nature of the state, then we recognize that if we created it, we can change it. So it's this descriptive dimension that gives rise to also some sort of prescriptive, mandates on us. And that lets us think we can change it. And then the normative dimension, and I think this points to some of Charles's Kant leanings, is he has a kind of moral realism. He thinks that there's a universal moral egalitarianism, the idea all humans naturally have equal moral value, and that this should be preserved in the socio-political. So this is what makes Rawls and Mills contractualists rather than contractarians, right? So it's not just we kind of have to constrain ourselves for mutual self-interest, and that's what society is, but actually society is trying to preserve this equal moral status that we have even in the pre-political. So he's committed to that kind of universal moral egalitarianism, and kind of moral realism, I think, is there. I'm shaking. I can't tell if it's because I'm over-caffeinated, cold, or a little nervous. It might be like all of them. Okay. So then we've kind of considered this critique. It can kind of be cashed out, and you can't dismantle the master's house using the master's tools, perhaps, as a sort of reductive understanding of Lord here. But the critique is that can contract theory be radical? Is one way of putting it. Are emancipatory possibilities foreclosed by staying committed to this tradition that's rooted in racism? I put it here. His acknowledgement of the racist foundations of contract theory raised questions about Mills's continued commitment to the tradition, and many of Mill's critics remain doubtful that his intervention goes far enough in securing a framework hospitable to gendered and racialized minorities. For example, Alison Bailey in Strategic Ignorance critiques Mills's decision to theorize within the language and logic of social contract theory, arguing it undermines logics of resistance. According to Mills's imagined critique in Black Rights, White Wrongs, and he has, again, 10 variations of this kind of, can we radicalize my framework? But he puts it this way. American liberalism in particular has been so shaped in its development by race that any emancipatory possibilities have been foreclosed. So he's concerned about this critique, or he's interested in it. And so I'm kind of giving a different line of response to this kind of critique by utilizing this framework of Lugones. So shifting frames of thinking a bit, we're going to talk about Lugones's curdled versus purity logics. And then once we have that on the table, I'm going to try to show how these two parts interact. So in Purity, Impurity, and Separation, Maria Lugones writes about two different kinds of logics, purity logic and curdled logic, both of which can be described by different modes of separación, or separation. So purity logic, she uses the metaphor of splitting an egg and separating the yolk from egg whites. She says, the intention is to separate first cleanly and then, in case of failure, a bit messily, the white from the yolk, to split the egg in two parts as cleanly as one can. Purity logic aims to exert control over the messiness of multiplicity through fragmenting things into pure elements, apart from any relationship or actual metaphysical inextricability from other parts. So the less white the yolk is, the more perfectly yolk with a capital Y it is. Even if such separation is entirely unnatural and in the end impossible to achieve and thus fictitious. So she then applies this kind of purity logic to how she thinks much of the Anglo and colonial imagination works and how we conceptualize people, different people, and other things as well. So she's writing in the tradition of Ansaldúa, who is thinking a lot about Chicana and Mestiza experiences, so the Mexican-American border. And so drawing on this tradition, she's thinking here about Mexican Americans and how Mexican Americans are conceptualized through purity logic to kind of show the pernicious impact of this way of thinking. So she says Mexican Americans are in this imagination, this purity imagination, are seen as constituted by two essential yet fully separable pure parts, the authentic Mexican self and the fully assimilated American self. Any special knowledge that might be afforded to those with distinctive hybrid identities of Mexican American is thereby disregarded through this conceptual process which separates the Mexican half as inessential to the American half, and the American half as inessential to the authentic, traditional, and ornamental, importantly, Mexican half. The ornamental nature of the Mexican resolves the contradiction because the Mexican self crucially is over there and so irrelevant, conveniently privileging the viewpoint of the illusory, fully assimilated American self. You can see this in harmful sort of, you're a true American, you're whatever. So another, I think, important element of purity logic I want to bring out is that one way it often works is that, a person or a thing is fragmented into these pure parts, and then one part is taken to be the whole. Right? So you can see this in kind of the American half of the Mexican American, but you might even think like philosophers, right? Like if I'm a philosopher, that's one part of me, but in particular realms, that's taken to be the whole of me or something. So she's concerned, and we'll see this in the kind of resistance strategy, the curdled resistance strategy, I think Mills is employing, how this works. But just keep in mind that this taking a part of something and then making it the whole of it is also part of how this logic operates. Okay, so curdled logic resists this pure way of categorizing and approaching the world. It is compared by Lugones to a different kind of separación, curdled. This time she uses the metaphor of making mayonnaise. When mayonnaise separates, you are left with yolky oil and oily yolk. Curdled logic thus embraces complexity, ambiguity, and tension. If something or someone is neither nor, but kind of both, not quite either, and in doing so resists the control of possibilities. The control of possibilities is a key phrase that purity logic's attempted hard-edged split separación seek. There is no pure Mexican or pure American. There are only ever multiplicitous persons and groups of persons whose parts are overlapping and inseparable. In other words, purity is a fiction falsified by diverse bodily experiences and material conditions themselves. Instead of Mexican American, then, one is mestiza, ambiguous given the available classification of things, thereby defying control through simultaneously asserting the impure, curdled, multiple state and rejecting fragmentation into pure parts. She has no pure parts to be had or controlled. So you can really see the movement towards the body and materiality here in Lugones. Theories of the flesh. Okay, so now here's the crux of how I make this argumentative move to, I won't put it as strong as sort of save Mills from this critique, but a little bit like, which is that purity logic itself can't be pure. And this is a really important part of what it means to resist purity logic. So purity logic can't be separated from curdled logic, as if these are two separate and essentialized ways of cognizing the world. This is just kind of a helpful way for getting us to see things. But in terms of how our brains actually work, how our bodies actually work, they can come together, right? The problem with purity logic is its purity or its denial of multiplicity. As such, resisting its harmful dominance will require holding purity logic itself as impure or as coexisting interdependently, multiply, with other logics. And this is just the curdled, resistant nature of curdled logic. Resistance will require something more complex than a simple splitting away from purity logic, however appealing the imagining of such separation is. And Lugones really feels the pull of this, right? It would be really nice to just kind of say, well, fuck that, not that. And so she's pointing to feeling compelled by that in this following quotation. As if I could go away with my own people to our own land, to engage in acts that were so cleanly ours. But then I ask myself who my own people are. Being in the middle of either or, separation into clean, tidy things and beings is not possible for me because it would be the death of myself as multiplicitous and a death of community with my own. I understand my split or fragmented possibilities in horror. I'm Mexican American. I also have this American side. I understand then, and I should take this as a moment to point out, American itself is a purity logic, right? We have all of the Americas, but one part of it is taken, split, separated, and then taken to be the whole. We mean United States here. I understand that whenever I desire separation, I risk survival by confusing split separation with separation from domination. That is, separation among other curdled beings who curdle away their fragmentation, their subordination. So she's pointing here the kind of easy logic it is to maybe say, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to be Mexican, or I'm just going to be American. She's not, she's both. And even though we're focusing on mestizas in this tradition of thought and in some of these texts, it's also very clear in this tradition that everybody is multiple, everybody is impure. So we all have this multiplicitous nature, which is, I think, important in thinking about how we might apply it beyond that context. So Mills, by choosing to write within a tradition that has excluded Black people in the past, exemplifies a curdled activity within that tradition, is the claim I'm making. He resists a split separation, which might look like denouncing contract theory wholesale due to its racism. Maybe that's just because he wanted a job, but rather he commits to building coalition with mostly white, social political philosophers in the fight against racism, both within political philosophy and more broadly. In fact, he explicitly advocates for this middle ground approach to racist philosophical traditions in Black radical Kantianism. Here he says, we shouldn't, on the one hand, dismiss texts and not read them because they're racist and sexist, throw them away. And on the other hand, we shouldn't read them and ignore the racism and sexism. Rather, we apply the critiques to the apparatus. And Raphael's talk gave us a really good vision of how he did this with Marxism first. And now we're seeing, he didn't just, first he subsumed, as I learned from Raphael's brilliant talk, the kind of race into the Marxist tradition, and then he tried to modify the apparatus through a critique from race. And similarly, in Rawls, we see him trying to take a critique and apply it to the apparatus itself, rather than saying, screw this apparatus, it's too racist, and or the other side of that coin. So he suggests critique should be applied to the apparatus itself, and then we can see what happens. So I also want to make clear here that I think there are plenty of times when separating oneself from a particular community or system of thought is a curdled activity. So I'm not suggesting by any means that that's not a good option. I think it can be. A lot has to do with the reasons for that kind of split separation. Maybe one protects oneself or thinks that one's energies are better spent here, or the revolution is better spent if I put my energies here. But the kind of reasoning we wouldn't want to employ for this sort of separating is the purity logic I'm pointing out. As if I could completely separate and keep that over there. So, of course, this is precisely the approach Mills takes in Rawls's theoretical framework, leading to his formulation of the domination contract. And while there's continued resistance to Mills's framework within mainstream social and political philosophy, it's also true that social contract theory has not been the same since Mills and Pateman's interventions. It's richer, more complex, more accurate, and more hospitable because it considers issues of oppression. The definition of contracting is no longer naive about autonomous subjects making decisions within other autonomous subjects. Mills has therefore complicated our idea of contract, helping to transform the tradition's literature, methodology, and framework towards aims of making better theories and building new coalitions in the fight against oppression. And then furthermore, Mills has been concerned, with this, a Jamaican Creole term he calls smadetzisin, which is the struggle to have one's personhood recognized. So a lot of what he's looking at in contract theory is this purity logic, where man, or what it means to be a contractor, is, a part of humanity is taken, namely property-owning white men, and taken to be the whole of it in the way we're understanding things. But with the domination contract, what's so interesting and what makes the framework sort of imminently corrective is that you can't actually see violations of human rights unless you see humans. And so by our starting point being the kind of workings of domination and this descriptive dimension of the contract we're holding on to, you've already kind of rectified this harmful purity logic of associating personhood with just white men. So to curdle away one's fragmentation means to engage from the perspective of multiplicity, even and perhaps especially when the pool of purity is strong. I'm not going to read this whole thing. I'm basically just saying I think that Charles is both resistant and also not in various ways. And I think it's okay to hold that tension, and I don't think we have to choose. And I'm not really talking to anyone specifically who I think is choosing, but I do think this critique comes up in discourse, and this gives us a way of thinking about it, or at least me a way in to kind of traverse these two worlds a bit. And I'll just leave you with this sentiment. I smile, believe Charles would be pleased that this conversation is taking place, a conversation which itself, I hope, becomes a bridge for thinking with and between these two intellectual giants. Lugones also passed recently, about a year before Charles, upon whose shoulders we all stand. In their passing, I'm left with a gap in my heart. However, being here together makes that gap a little bit more full. I hope we can continue their legacy of thought and spirit by building social and intellectual coalitions large enough to destroy the racist contracts of world and thought that keep us from each other. I'm really honored to be with you here today. Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much, Taylor. Our next speaker will be Emma Velez. She is assistant professor in gender and women's studies at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and is currently a fellow at the Humanities Research Institute. Emma works in areas such as Latina, Latinx, philosophy, decolonial feminisms, feminist philosophy, and on and on. Currently has a book project orienting historias, and I will leave it at that and let Emma go ahead and start talking.
Thank you, Jackie. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here with you today, and I echo all of the panelists who have gone already today saying what an honor it is to be here remembering Charles and through our presence conjuring his today. So it's totally an honor. I want to start by asking if my sound is okay. Can everybody hear me? Okay. And now I want to start by kind of naming my communities in the ways that Jackie and Taylor did. So I'm not a student or a scholar of Charles in the sort of official way. And, you know, there are so many philosophical communities that have been central to my own development and my ability to be here with you today giving a work like this. So I want to name, you know, my sort of beginnings at SUNY Stony Brook, going on to Penn State. Many of my colleagues who are here today, there's a little Penn State contingent in the back. So it's great to be here with folks who have really sharpened my own thinking. I would be very remiss not to name the Latinx Feminisms Roundtable that was founded by Latina philosopher Mariana Ortega, which has been crucial for carving spaces for Latinas and Latinxes within the cold white discipline of philosophy, as Charles would say. And I also want to name Pixie. There are many folks here who have worked really hard to continue changing the face of, like Chris, who we should give a round of applause to Chris for Pixie, actually. And who have really worked so hard to really change, you know, what's conjured in our imaginaries, right, when we think of what a philosopher is. I also want to name those whose work has enabled my own, and particularly those sort of two formidable figures who are going to be at the center of my paper. So Charles, of course, but also, as Taylor mentioned, we lost Maria Lugones during the pandemic years, which we're still in. And so, you know, again, I want to kind of hold their presence with us today. Encountering their work has been so empowering for me as a Latina philosopher. These folks and collectives have really enabled me to do philosophy in a way that centers historically marginalized, silenced, and erased people, particularly Black, Indigenous, Latina, and other women of color. You're going to see that in my paper today. And so, you know, just to sort of give the caveat that I know that this is a memorial session and my paper is a loving but critical reflection. I know that if Charles, I'm kind of imagining here, I'm in this seat right here, and that if Charles was here, very enthusiastically would have lots of comments for Taylor and I and for all of the panelists, because he was such a generous interlocutor, such a kind person. And I want to see where some friction can kind of take us today. And so with those sort of like cursory remarks, I kind of want to go ahead and jump in. So my paper today is titled The Colonial Contract and the Coloniality of Gender, Decolonial Feminist Reflections on Charles Mills' Intersecting Contracts. All right, so let's go ahead and start. In her foreword to the second edition of This Bridge Called My Back, Cherríe Moraga famously writes that we are living in a world on fire that demands transnational and coalitional feminist political responses. Enumerating the pressing geopolitical issues of the 1980s, Moraga implores the emerging movement of third world feminism to continue to ask, and this is a quote, "What are the particular conditions of oppression suffered by women of color in each of these situations?" The urgency of Moraga's question regarding the specificity of the oppressive conditions suffered by Black, Indigenous, and other women of color in these unjust geopolitical conditions not only remains in our contemporary moment, but indeed are even more pressing. In 2020 and still today in 2022, we were indeed living in a world on fire. The literal fires of global climate change that ravaged Australia and the west coast of the United States, and the fires that sparked in major cities across the US in response to the state-sanctioned murder of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and numerous other Black and brown people, as well as the fires of the spirit that come from living through a 100-year global pandemic that has rocked our sedimented patterns of movement, travel, consumption, and sociality. These ruptures in the fabric of the social contract allegedly structuring Western democracies are palpable, even among commenters in mainstream media outlets, such as Trevor Noah from The Daily Show. In a self-taped episode published on May 31st, 2020, so this was about 6 days after Floyd's murder, and in the early days of the COVID-19 stay-at-home order, Noah reflects on the social uprising surrounding Floyd's death and explains to his viewers that the United States has, quote, broken its social contract with Black America, close quote. Responding to criticisms of the so-called violence and looting that took place in Minneapolis during the protests in the aftermath of Floyd's murder, he states, and this is a quote, some members of that society, namely Black American people, watch time and time again how the contract they have signed with society is not being honored by the society that forced them to sign it. When you watch Ahmaud Arbery being shot, and you hear that those men have been released, and were it not for the video and the outrage that those people would still be living their lives, what part of the contract is that in society? When you see George Floyd on the ground and you see a man losing his life in a way that no person should ever have to lose their life at the hand of someone who's supposed to enforce the law, what part of the contract is that? So Noah's arguments echo insights from political philosophers who have demonstrated that the logics of domination deeply structure social and political life under the social contract. Indeed, there have been many attempts to theorize the dimensions of what Charles Mills has termed the domination contract, which Taylor just spoke to us about, which, to summarize, is an exclusionary, manipulative contract deployed by the powerful to subordinate others in society. As Mills and Carol Pateman note in their co-written work, Contract and Domination, the racial and sexual contracts are two of the most prominent examples of the domination contract. Other important works have named the ableist and capacity contracts, the species contract, and more recently, the intimacy contract as other insidious aspects of the domination contract. However, these accounts often leave the specific experiences of Black, Indigenous, Latina, and other women of color under these conditions of domination unanalyzed. In this talk, I argue that accounting for the systematic exclusion of women of color from the social contract requires attending to what I'm going to suggest we call today the colonial contract, which exposes that the social contract of the West is predicated upon an inner logic of colonial domination that structures social, political, and economic institutions. To be clear, I'm not the first to track this relationship between the social contract and the legacies and histories of colonization and colonialism. There have been important attempts to name these entanglements, including accounts of, for example, Pateman's settler contract and other articulations of what has been called the post-colonial contract. And more than just a recapitulation of these existing insights, I argue that an intersectional and decolonial feminist theoretical approach goes beyond these accounts and crucially demonstrates that the social contract of Western modernity is centrally organized by the coloniality of power, race, and gender in ways that systematically exclude BIPOC people, particularly Black, Indigenous, women, and femmes of color. In order to unpack and support these claims and elucidate the contours and mechanisms of the colonial contract, I want to turn to Pateman and Mills' co-written and under-considered work, Contract and Domination, published in 2007. In particular, I'm taking up this work and Mills' chapter, Intersecting Contracts, and his theorization of what he's termed the Ratia Sexual Contract, or the RSC, as I'm going to be using that shorthand today. And he does this because of its explicit aim, or I'm doing this because of its explicit aim to bring together the two contracts. So ultimately, I'm going to argue that accounting for the systematic exclusion of Black, Indigenous, women of color from the social contract requires attending to the colonial contract as the overriding domination contract of colonial modernity. So this is part one. Mills' essay, Intersecting Contracts, opens by centering the intersection of race and gender with the expressed intention of examining, quote, when and where, or if and how, women of color enter the social contract universe, close quote. And in so doing, Mills engages the rich traditions of intersectional thinking by feminists of color, particularly Black feminists, who demonstrate the inadequacy of mainstream white feminism and anti-racist theories for speaking to the experiences of women of color. Given this long-standing theoretical tradition, Mills reflects, quote, a book jointly written by a white woman and a Black man must therefore be particularly self-conscious about not simply reproducing past exclusions, especially given that Pateman's original sexual contract had little to say about race, while my racial contract had little to say about, quote. Seeking to remedy these past exclusions, Mills sets out to bring the insights of women of color feminists and intersectionality to bear upon his attempt to combine the insights of the two contracts into what he terms the ratio-sexual contract. With a gesture towards Rawlsian reformulations of social contract theory, Mills contends that to begin examining the RSC, we must first identify and name the basic structures involved in domination. So those appear here for you on this slide. In previous accounts, Mills and Pateman identified the basic structures as white supremacy and patriarchy, respectively. Turning to the work of feminists of color, Mills shifts to the racial patriarchy as the basic structure underpinning the RSC. Acknowledging the long history of analyzing and naming the racial patriarchy within women of color theorizing, much of which has taken place outside of the traditional boundaries of academic philosophy, Mills attempts to bring the term into conversation with social and political philosophy. This is imperative, Mills contends, because, quote, the interlocking nature of the systems means that one cannot speak of the contracts in isolation since they rewrite each other, close quote. So Mills limits his analysis of the RSC to an examination of two primary intersections, race and gender. Of particular importance to his revised account is the need to better attend to the experiences of women of color under the co-constitutive contracts of domination, the racial and the sexual contracts. So Mills, in the account of the RSC, shows that by proliferating the number of quote-unquote status positions of the prior accounts of the racial and sexual contracts from 2 to 4, the RSC aims to depict the differential impacts of race and gender more accurately and in ways that attend to their historical and material impacts on the organization of social and political life. On this revised account, white men are situated as primary beneficiaries of the RSC, white women and non-white men as quasi-beneficiaries, and non-white women as non-beneficiaries. However, explaining how this revised account is an improvement to the racial contract and sexual contract, Mills quickly establishes a priority between the forms of domination. And this is because, on Mills's view, quote, gender subordination predates racial subordination, close quote. So Mills contends that once racialized forms of subordination are introduced through the systems of domination, such as chattel slavery and colonization, that the, quote, ancient inferior status of women undergoes a change. The two systems fundamentally rewrite one another, thus producing the RSC. As he explains, quote, once racial patriarchy has been established, race and gender become intertwined, so that one has to speak of gendered race and racialized gender, close quote. However, puzzlingly, or at least to me, but also to Catherine Sophia Bell, whose work I'm going to turn to shortly, Mills argues repeatedly in the essay that, quote, race generally trumps gender. It's this assertion that is at the heart of Catherine Sophia Bell's critical Black feminist reflections on Mills's account of the RSC, which I'm going to turn to now. So in her essay, Black Feminist Reflections on Charles Mills' Intersecting Contracts, published 10 years in the Journal of the Critical Philosophy of Race in 2017, 10 years after Contract and Domination, Bell provides a careful engagement with Mills's account of the RSC and a challenge to his repeated assertion that, quote, race generally trumps gender. Bell contends that in setting out the 4 status positions of the RSC, Mills's interest in describing the asymmetry among the positions is overly preoccupied with the asymmetry between white women and non-white men in ways that, again, repeat the exclusion of women of color that are the failures of the prior articulations of the racial contract and the sexual contract. And this is due, as Bell argues, to Mill's unwillingness to address the patriarchal privilege of non-white men. As she asks in a question that reveals the stakes of the argument, quote, at what cost have non-white women at times prioritized race over gender, close quote. So it's my contention that Mills is able to skirt the patriarchal privileges of non-white men in his account of the RSC precisely because of his prior claims regarding the emergence of gender and racial forms of subordination, namely that gendered subordination predates racial subordination, which is a point that I'm going to return to. Bell convincingly demonstrates in her essay that Mills's insistence that race trumps gender overlooks non-white men's patriarchal relationship to non-white women. I'm not going to read the quote in the interest of time, but I'm going to analyze it. So, indeed, Mills's claim that race trumps gender is one that doesn't make sense within an intersectional framework that contends that these systems are co-constitutive of one another and contradict his prior explanation that once they are established, quote, race and gender become intertwined, so that one has to speak of gendered race and racialized gender, close quote. And it's Mill's insistence on this claim that leads Bell to conclude, quote, a racia sexual contract that insists that race generally trumps gender also cannot speak adequately for feminists of color, close quote. So Bell's assertion prompts further questions, namely, can contract theory adequately address the experiences of women of color? What would be required for it to do so? And responding to these questions, I want to suggest that taking seriously the insights of intersectionality regarding the co-constitution and inseparability of race and gender that Bell lays out so beautifully in this quote, as well as centering the experience of women of color, requires attending to the insights of decolonial feminists. So what then would it mean to enter the social contract tradition from the point of view of decolonial feminisms? I contend that staging an encuentro, or an encounter, between these two seemingly disparate traditions, that is, social contract theory and decolonial feminism, requires approaching the question of the social contract from a different angle, what Latin American decolonial thinkers have termed the underside of modernity. The decolonial feminist encuentro that I seek also requires asking who has been excluded, what has remained unnamed, and what silences have been maintained within what Pateman calls the most famous and influential political story of our times. That is the social contract. But this time from the critical perspective of what Chicana feminist Gloria Anzaldúa has called the herida abierta, or the open wound of colonialism, what Walter Mignolo has named the colonial difference, and what Aníbal Quijano and Maria Lugones have termed the coloniality of power, race, and gender. There are some definitions here if you're not familiar with those concepts. Doing so, as decolonial thinkers have demonstrated, reveals that coloniality is constitutive of modernity. Further, as I argue, this encuentro unveils what gets called the dark side of the modern colonial system, but in this case, the dark side of the social contract, which I want to say is the colonial contract. So a decolonial feminist perspective further problematizes Mills's twin claims that gender precedes race and that race trumps gender, and demonstrates that these claims miss something crucial about the way that hierarchical categories of race and gender are produced in and through the processes of colonization and coloniality that Maria Lugones terms the coloniality of gender. Building from Quijano's descriptions of the coloniality of power, Lugones introduces the concept of the coloniality of gender to highlight the deep entanglement of the dehumanizing, racializing, and gendering processes of colonization. Though Lugones engages with Quijano's framework, she's critical of the way his account naturalizes hegemonic understandings of gender. Lugones' critique, like Bell's, is motivated by what she describes as the, quote, indifference that men, but more important to our struggles, men who have been racialized as inferior, exhibit to the systematic violences inflicted upon women of color, close quote. So to intervene, Lugones places Quijano into the conversation with Black, Indigenous, and Latina feminists to demonstrate the ways that the colonial production of race is co-constitutive of the production of gender. Just as race was used to generate a naturalized order of inferiority to justify the violent abuse and exploitation characteristic of the processes of colonization and slavery, gender played an important role in the practices and perceptions that led to the forms of sociality generated by the modern colonial system. Indeed, Lugones provocatively argues that, quote, gender is a modern colonial imposition, close quote. Attending to the coloniality of gender, I want to contend, is imperative for a critical analysis of the social contract and its relationship to race, gender, and colonization. So this is the last little part of the paper, where I'm going to talk about the colonial contract. So to be clear, an acknowledgement of colonization and its relationship to gendered relations is not wholly absent from Mill's account. On Mills's view, colonization is understood as a form of white supremacy among many others. He notes in a parenthetical aside in Contract and Domination that there are several particular forms of quote-unquote racial structures, quote, whether as racial slavery, non-white expropriation, or European colonial rule, close quote. Citing the work of Margaret Strobel and Chandra Talpad Mohanty, Mills even affirms that under colonization, understandings and organizations of gendered social relations shift. As he argues, quote, patriarchal relations even between people of color are necessarily going to be altered by the overarching reality of colonization in its different manifestations of white domination, close quote. However, Mills stops short of allowing these insights to alter his understanding of gender and the quote-unquote ancient inferior status of women. Through Lugones' account of the coloniality of gender, we see that not only does the meaning of gender shift through colonization, but that the category itself is derived by these very processes. So I want to suggest that these decolonial feminist insights demonstrate that the ratio-sexual contract theorized by Mills is undergirded by a third co-constitutive contract that I am suggesting we call the colonial contract. The colonial contract, like the racial and sexual contracts, demonstrates how the social contract of the West is predicated upon an inner logic of colonial domination that structures social, political, and economic institutions. The basic structure of this contract is not racial patriarchy, but coloniality. Retooling at the opening lines of Mill's racial contract, which have been echoed in this room today, we might say that colonial domination and the coloniality of power, race, and gender are the unnamed political systems that make the modern world what it is today. In establishing a cleavage between those who are human and those who are not, the colonial contract renders the colonized unfit for participation in the social contract. As I have argued elsewhere, the coloniality of gender interrogates the material and epistemic conditions for the generation of the categorical logics that intersectionality seeks to critically identify. Thus, Mills's account of the status positions of the ratio-sexual contract are challenged if we take seriously the colonial contract and the coloniality of gender. The four status positions enumerated by Mills and the limitation of his analysis to the categories of race and gender are also challenged and proliferated by an analysis informed by intersectionality and decolonial feminism that shows how these categorical logics are themselves colonial products. Thus, the four status positions outlined by Mills in the RSC aren't sufficient for thinking through the relationship of domination under the colonial contract. So the account of the colonial contract that I'm developing and very briefly sketching here is informed by a decolonial feminist methodology that's wary of the philosophical proclivity to search for origin stories or master narratives that too neatly unpack the workings of the colonial contract. Giving up these quests, the decolonial feminist approach does not seek a diagrammable account of the complex workings of the colonial contract, but instead attends to multiplicity, and as Taylor was talking about so convincingly in their paper, impurity, in order to dismantle the structures of coloniality at institutional, social, interpersonal, and personal levels. So this is my little conclusion. Our political communities in the West are irrevocably forged by histories of genocidal violence and oppression that are undeniably racist and sexist. However, without an accompanying analysis of the role of colonization and coloniality, we cannot adequately account for the emergence of the regimes of race and gender, nor their relationship to the other logics of domination. So I conclude with some questions. Do we need to decolonize the racial, sexual, colonial contracts toward a better, more inclusive version of the social contract? Or, as I suspect, do we require another yet to be conceived organization of the social altogether? Perhaps we require, as Carol Pateman has argued, quote, an alternative political theory. So despite the generativity of eminent and deconstructive critique in the case of social and political philosophy, even the most insubordinate and subversive attempts to recuperate the contract remain saturated with of coloniality. And we should keep in mind, as Lugones reminds us, that the decolonial feminist task begins by seeing the colonial difference and emphatically resisting the epistemological habit of erasing it. So then taking on the task of decolonial feminisms, in the words of Christy Dotson, quote, demands breaks and not compromises, close quote. So continuing to compromise in order to make our theories, liberatory, feminist, anti-racist, decolonial, legible and palatable from the point of view of hegemonic power, often risks recapitulating these logics. And I think this is an issue that many of the papers today have been very sensitive to. Indeed, rather than advocate for a better and more inclusive version of the social contract, I contend that any political philosophy informed by the methodological commitments of decolonial feminisms requires a break from contract theory. Such a break engenders possibilities for moving toward what Lugones has called a, quote, new feminist geopolitics of knowing and loving, close quote, that's rooted in another, yet to be fully conceived organization of our social and political worlds, or many ways. And in this way, affirming the Zapatistas' decolonial aspiration that otros mundos son posible, or other worlds are possible, requires an altogether different philosophical approach informed by decolonial imaginaries that surface transgressive and liberatory political and ethical imperatives that are not yet conceivable under the colonial contract. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to our conversations.
Well, I have to say there's some amazing fierce feminism going on here, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. So Chris Seeley is going to continue the conversation. I'm going to give a quick introduction to Chris because, again, you can Google her. She is professor of philosophy and chair of the Department of Philosophy at Fairfield University. Works in many different areas, including decolonial theory, political theory, feminism, and again, I'll stop there. The Google will help fill in the rest. And Chris will give her commentary, and then we can decide whether or not at that point the panelists want to respond or whether we'll open up to the audience. And when we do open to the audience, while it's in my head, if when you ask a question, if you could say your name, your affiliation, that would be really helpful, and then we'll also use the mic. But we're not there yet. We're going to hear Chris first.
Thank you very much, Taylor and Emma. I really enjoyed engaging with your work. What I'm going to say is ultimately nothing but gratitude and praise for the questions that you are giving to us today. So it's okay if you didn't see the comments ahead of time, so no surprises. So it's like everyone has said, I'll start off by saying how grateful I am to be in this space with you today. This is definitely the highlight of my academic year and perhaps for years to come. We gather in sadness, but we also gather in gratitude to have been touched by a generous spirit as Charles Mills. Encouraged by Jackie, I'll just say maybe one or two sentences about my own lineage. Like Emma, I was not fortunate enough to be an actual student of Charles Mills, but I have to say that pretty much every stage or chapter of my professional sort of path through philosophy would not have been possible without Charles's influence and his presence. Everyone that has held me up in trying and not so trying times wouldn't be in my path if it wasn't for Charles Mills. I did my graduate work at the University of Memphis, and I remember the very first sort of professional talk that I went to as a first-year grad student in the audience was a talk by Charles Mills. And he started, and I heard his explicit and unmistakable Jamaican accent, and I said, yes, someone from the West Indian can be a philosopher. So here I go, because I come from Trinidad. So this is how Charles Mills touched me. So onto my comments. All right, so I thought that the best way to use my time and platform as a commentator, I guess, on this panel and as conversation starter would be to gather what I believe are the questions or avenues of inquiry that both Emma and Taylor have sketched out for us today. And again, very grateful for those questions. In one sense, these are questions about how to think about Charles Mills's critical enterprise in the wake of his absence, right? And yet, in another sense, I think they're precisely the questions with which we'd be engaging Charles had we been blessed with his presence today, right? So all to say, what Emma and Taylor offer us here might not be the first time some of us have thought about these critical interventions with Charles's work on the social contract tradition, but they certainly feel different, I think, to pose them in his absence. And like Emma, perhaps we can imagine Charles sitting on one of those chairs, probably that one, right? Smiling patiently and readying a reply that is equal parts brilliant and encouraging and wickedly funny. So I think I'll begin with Emma's paper. She reminds us that part of what makes Charles Mills's work within the social contract tradition so productive is its fiery clarity on this, and I'm going to quote directly or almost directly from Emma here, that, quote, the logics of domination deeply structure social and political life under the social contract, unquote. Or to rephrase this the way Rick Lee did, and this is from a recent podcast conversation that Rick Lee did with Lee Johnson and Charles Peterson and Linda Alcoff. Charles's work made clear that the enduring reel of Black death, Indigenous death, non-white death at the hands of modern statecraft is really, and this is the quote, a feature and not a bug of the machine, a machine underwritten by a notion of contract that produces these zones of subhuman objection. Mills's interventions within the social contract tradition thoroughly traces this, makes it clear that the category of sub-personhood, right, feature and not a bug, is precisely to facilitate the successful ordering of modern social life. Some of us are persons capable of entering into the social contract, while some of us are constitutively outside of the realm of personhood, so that we are perhaps the raw materials about which contracts contract. And so what are allegedly universal principles of freedom, humanity, agency, et cetera, are quite parochially applied, right? So who is properly human ends up being white, male, cisgendered, European, and property owning, so as to sustain the systemic exclusions that really are the fabric of modernity. And yet, and this is from a tribute that Femi Taiwo, this is the Georgetown Femi, published the year of Charles's passing. Charles's work was all about, and this is a quote, not throwing out the baby with the bathwater, unquote, right? About transforming the tools within the tradition of liberal political philosophy, its notion of contract, of personhood, so they could be used in the service of a more expansive and inclusive account of human freedom. Overall, I think that for those of us who have either read Charles Mills's work or knew him professionally and personally, it's clear that this was his commitment, right? To use the conceptual tools available to him as a political theorist, even as a philosopher, to imagine a world in which an expansive and inclusive notion of human freedom prevailed. But the question, to which I think both Taylor's and Emma's papers illuminate so well, is really whether or not the domain of liberalism, with the social contract at the center of that domain, is really the most effective way to get there. So in one of his, I think, last public-facing conversations about all of this, right, and this is in an interview with Danielle Steinmetz Jenkins, I think is how you pronounce the last name. This was published in The Nation a few weeks after the January 6th attempted coup. We see Charles reflecting on his work in the racial contract and on its indebtedness to Carol Plateman's work in the sexual contract. And so Charles says, and this is a quote from that publication, we now have from these two texts a powerful theoretical tool for bringing radical feminist and anti-racist political theory into a critical engagement with liberalism and its glossing over of the realities of gender and racial exclusion in liberal polities, unquote. And in a sense, he is right about that. Reorienting contract talk in terms of a racial and sexual contract does make explicit the gender and racial domination at the heart of modern liberal thought. But the realities of those modalities of domination, right, how they are experienced, the, dare I say, materiality of that domination, these are all embodied realities. And so it's through this question of embodiment that I found myself thinking about Dr. Velez's and Dr. Rogers' reading of Mills's work today. To my mind, Emma's turn to the intersectionality of decolonial feminisms is productive because it centers these embodied realities of the racial and the sexual contract, right? So it's at the level of the body, for instance, that the structural entwinement of race and gender becomes abundantly clear. And by extension, it's from the level of the body that it becomes really difficult to support any claims about the domination of a racial contract trumping a gender contract or vice versa. And so it's in this spirit, I think, that Emma asks us to consider the colonial contract as the more overarching metric of domination, insofar as this colonial contract seems to offer a metric that best assembles or perhaps gathers decolonial feminism's intersectional approach to these questions. In other words, Dr. Velez asks us to consider a colonial contract as what might perhaps better equip us to understand, as decolonial feminisms do, that racialized and gendered domination are experienced by those of us who experience them as an embodied entwinement. So I want to quote again from Emma, one of the questions she offers us to ponder. Can contract theory adequately address the experiences of women of color? If I understand correctly the spirit of this question, it underscores what might be a shortcoming of contract theory, or perhaps this is a question you have to think about, that perhaps it insufficiently attends to the experience of embodiment. In other words, if it is the case that the value of decolonial feminisms is their attention to intersectionality, and the value of such intersectional approaches is that it directs our attention to those realities of domination, which is the body, then Emma's question invites us to wonder about the role that we should be giving to contract theory if our goal is to theorize ourselves towards a world in which expansive conceptions of human freedom abide. And so, in this question, can contract theory adequately address the experiences of women of color? I hear a call to perhaps clarify our goals as political theorists, especially with respect to our engagement with liberalism. And so allow me to flesh this out a bit by turning to Dr. Rogers' reading of Charles's work. Taylor's position is similar, I think, to Emma's, in that she identifies at the outset, and this is a quote, the serious feminist shortcomings in Mills's understanding of contract, particularly with regards to how the insights and experiences of women of color might be accommodated, unquote. Taylor then asks us to consider, despite or maybe alongside this shortcoming, what she conjectures we can all recognize as at least minimally valuable in Mills's work. And I quote again, this simple insight that humans create the socio-political, and in the process, ourselves, unquote. I take from Taylor's paper that insofar as our driving questions as political theorists have to do with possibilities or avenues of resistance, right? Resisting the modern contract's logics of domination, then this minimal insight, which is our socio-political world is made by us, and that if it doesn't work for us, it can be remade, that insight can be useful. Taylor then borrows from Maria Lugonis's work to offer curdling as this frame from which we might understand why Mills's commitment to reading liberalism against itself, right, to not throw the baby out with the bathwater, might be productive. From this frame of curdling, Taylor asks us to see in Charles's work a theorizing about how to use these dominated tools, right, the tools of the social contract tradition, to produce something other than the logics of domination, right? How might dominated tools do more than simply replicate patterns of domination? I think Dr. Rogers' turn to Lugonis's account of curdling is right on the money here, insofar as the ask is to think about how our work as political theorists is in, or perhaps always in the register of a necessary both and, right? It's work that clears pathways for resistance as that work moves within, right, relating in impure and murky ways, the oppression being resisted. And so ultimately, this curdling of the social contracts, theorizing with and against in a messy, murky way, gives us a way, gives us a more complicated way to think about and to take up the history and the account of liberal theory. To quote from Taylor again, Mills has therefore complicated our idea of contract, helping to transform the tradition's literature, methodology, and framework towards aims of making better theories and building new coalitions in the fight against oppression, unquote. And I think we can all agree on this, right? So to teach folks in our classrooms, so to teach folks like Rawls and John Locke alongside something like the racial contract or alongside something like contract and domination is just a better way for students to engage with social contract theory and liberalism, right? And if this is our goal, to do social contract theory better, then Mills's work is not only helpful, but perhaps exemplar. But if this isn't our goal, or perhaps if this isn't our only goal, right? If our goal has more to do with theorizing towards more expansive and inclusive conceptions of freedom, then we should ask, in ways that both Emma and Taylor compel us to, if doing social contract theory better is the most effective way to get there. And so to return to my earlier point, I ask this given the centrality of embodiment to the realities of racial and gender domination. Allow me one more time to turn again to Taylor's paper, in particular where she talks about Mills's reworking of the Rawlsian veil of ignorance, right? So out of this reworking, there's now this tear or rip in the veil that exposes the veiled rational deliberator to the actual history in which this veiling experiment unfolds. So in other words, Mills is improving Rawlsian liberalism by granting knowledge of a domination contract from behind the actual veil. Notably, however, Taylor points out, and this is again a quote, I think, the veil, ripped as it is, importantly remains thick enough to bar knowledge of one's own identity characteristics, such as one's gender, race, class, etc., on Mills's view, to prevent biasing one's own social group in the generation of corrective principles, unquote. So the idea being that as a mode of contract making, this exercise keeps in place a very liberal conception of what counts as rational decision making. To arrive at what is most universally fair, at what achieves the least domination, would be to keep the body and its embodied knowledge out of the process. It would be, for instance, contrary to how someone like Aimé Césaire ends his discourse on colonialism, to transcend the knowledge that comes from an in-the-flesh suffering. Granted, Césaire here is within the Marxist tradition. He's talking about the proletariat, but nonetheless, right? Because this exercise calls for a transcending of the body. Perhaps this is because this embodied knowledge grounded in the suffering flesh, would make our rational deliberations behind the veil too parochial. But I wonder if this too quickly dismisses the kind of embodied knowledge needed for proper theorizing about those actual realities of domination, so that we might, again, theorize a world without those realities. So that we have time for conversation, there's a lot to talk about. I'll end here, but perhaps in summary, both Taylor's and Emma's papers helped me at least crystallize my own question, which is really a question about contract theory's commitment, at least at the outset, to pushing embodiment aside in its messiness, in its murkiness, in its impurity, right? So even in its curdled sense, can contract theory do what an attention to entangled domination at the level of embodiment do for our commitment to, again, theorizing more expansive and inclusive conceptions of human freedom? So again, thanks very much for your work. I enjoyed reading and engaging, and I'll now step aside again.
Thanks, all three of you, so much. First, I want to give Emma and see if Emma or Taylor wants to make some preliminary comments before we move to the audience.
The one quick thing I just wanted to say, because I think Chris really got at the crux of some of my concerns in the second part of this paper, namely the role of embodiment in the contracting process. And I guess I just wanted to push that line of questioning forward a little bit with a little anecdote that in my dissertation defense, which was a month before Charles passed, was the last time I saw him, we got to this place, and the longer version of the paper was in the dissertation, where he said, so are you telling me that in the room where you're making laws and policies, we should be talking about our experience and maybe even like crying? And I was like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So anyway, I just wanted to maybe start us off with that. Do you want to say?
I love it. Feeling matter. Thanks. And then just a thank you to Chris for that super generous and generative reading together of our papers and really pulling out the theme of embodiment. I think that was great. And as we're letting these ideas percolate and sort of, letting all that bubble, we're just going to turn it over to y'all.
Excellent, thank you. So I think Tony's got the microphone back there. So first, let's open it up to any students who have questions or comments. And particularly for those people who might be new to conference stuff, you don't always have to have a question. You can make a response, a comment, and then ask people to respond, and that can be super generative as well. So I think we've got many students. This is so exciting.
Thank you so much. I was trying to think of what to say to express how I felt listening to your papers. It's life affirming. I want to stay in philosophy because you are in it. My name is Maria. Thank you, Taylor, for sending me your paper.
Maria, can I ask you, where are you from?
UIC.
Excellent, representing UIC. Go
ahead. UIC. So I really like this idea of curdling as a way to think about how to engage with theories that we maybe want to transcend or move past. And I kind of see it as parallel to Emma, your idea of the break, the break that is needed. And I wanted to just ask if you all could elaborate a little bit more on, obviously we can't just ignore that Kant and Rawls and Hobbes and all these people said what they said, and that we kind of live in their ideas. So we have to engage with them. I think that, has to do with the awareness that Lugones tells us we need to start with awareness of what we're inheriting and where we're at. But I think the realities of academic philosophy, how white it is, how elite it is, the way that the rooms are not inclusive, makes engaging with these theories really dangerous, right? Because we could just stay with these theories, right? And then, you know, Lugones and women of color feminists and Black feminists are kind of used as like a tool to understand these guys that went wrong, right? And so, yeah, I just wanted to see if y'all had any comments about what strategies we can use to hold these theories and ourselves accountable, and do it in a generative way where we're not just thinking about where we went wrong, but also imagining new worlds that really put these revolutionary decolonial theorists like at the center instead of as like disciplinarians or, you know, people that are teaching us how all these ideas we have in our heads are actually messed up. Yeah. Kind of big, so.
Thank you for the question. It's really nice to meet you. It's not an easy answer, and I don't presume to have an answer, but I really like, I think this point, how do we utilize, you know, decolonial thinking, feminist thinking to not just play this corrective role, right, but to center it, and particularly in a world in which we're centering particular viewpoints as the common ground of, say, academic philosophy. I mean, the first thing I think is building community with people who are interested in similar projects and lines of inquiry, and starting to just center those things in our own projects to the extent we can. Of course, we have to be strategic as we move through the institution. I also, this is just one practical thing that comes to mind. Marisa Belagaustia, who's at UNAM, she has this pedagogical move called Pedagogy of the Double, where instead of reading kind of canonical figure and then maybe a different thinker alongside to critique, you kind of start with the revolutionary or marginalized perspective, and then after you get that on the table, you might move to maybe an excerpt of a canonical text. And so just kind of reordering how the starting point. So I think there are ways to do this in the classroom where we're not saying we're not going to study contract theory, we need to get, but we can center in our own sort of teaching and praxis in that way. So I'll start there.
Thanks for the question, Maria, and it's great to meet you in person. I love seeing up-and-coming philosophers of color, and it's just wonderful to see so many students in the room today too. And so, yeah, I just kind of want to echo some of the stuff that Taylor was saying. I think, and just to speak from my own lived experience, right, my own bodily knowledge, finding community has been a huge part of that for me. Of being able to survive. Actually, I have a paper coming out about lessons for surviving academic philosophy as a Latina decolonial feminist. So I'll share that paper with you, where I kind of try to collect some strategies there. But it's hard, and it might mean you need to leave, which is not a popular thing to say, but I'm speaking to you here today as a philosopher who is in a gender and women's studies department, in part because of the line that my work travels, because it is on the periphery in a lot of ways. I've been lucky to find a lot of generous interlocutors within philosophy who make me feel adamant about, as Jackie's been saying today, taking up space, right? I'm here, I'm not apologizing. My BA, my MA, and my PhD are all in philosophy, but I'm also kind of interdisciplinary from the core. So really embracing that impurity, right? In a way that is not just abstract or theoretical, but is deeply fleshy. And so really like finding ways of being able to dwell and make space and make home there. But that is a precarious and dangerous endeavor, as you're sort of saying. There's a riskiness to it, and that takes a bodily toll. My body has gone through it as I've been through graduate school, and I can talk more to you about that later. But yeah, and I really like this idea of kind of flipping the center and periphery, and I think you can see how we're modeling that in this panel session, right? From what's happening in our papers to the fact that we're even inviting students to be the first to speak, right? It really tries to subvert how we're oriented and how we're acclimated and how hegemonic structures of power get normalized. So just kind of continuing to be attentive there, cultivating what Ansaldúa calls la facultad, this sort of spidey sense about when we can subvert power, but also when it's dangerous to us. And yeah, and I think a lot of this stuff also comes from being real wary about what Indigenous philosophers have talked about as the politics of recognition, right? So I came to graduate school very interested in questions of recognition, and my thinking has really evolved as I've gotten deeper in decolonial feminisms and Native feminisms. I'm thinking about like the work of Glenn Coulthard in Redskins, White Masks that really outlines the dangers of really trying to make your work recognizable, right, to systems of power. And so I think we need to work from all angles. We need folks inside, we need folks outside, queering the angles, really coming at this from all directions. So stay persistent, like find your people. They're the ones who are going to help you get through. And I think a lot of times that's like this up and coming generation, right? So find your mentors, but also find your colleagues, and we can change it. It's changing already. I mean, we're talking to Jackie and Chris about this, right? Like what other generations have experienced has paved the way for us, and so we're standing on the shoulders of some real. My partner was talking about killjoys, right? So killjoys within philosophy, and not being afraid to just own that role.
Okay. Oh, wow, that's loud. Okay, sounds good. My name is Matthew Kumar Montai. I go to Loyola University Chicago. I'm a student there. And yeah, I just want to say I really appreciated the talk. And I wanted to ask about specifically this notion of embodied knowledge, because in Emma's talk, there was this conversation about the coloniality of power and coloniality of gender, and how a lot of like the ways that categories of gender, and this also comes up in the earlier two talks as well, but ways in which these types of categories are kind of that we assume them to be natural, but they are imposed by structures of coloniality or other forms of settler or otherwise other forms of domination. And I guess I wanted to ask how much of that like plays a role within this liberal conception of the subject, of like an individual prior to the social that is able to engage in this contract. Because I guess it seems to me that there's some baggage tied to that concept, insofar as we're like demarcating an individual who can have traits such as race and gender and stuff like that. That kind of, it plays a role in the way those types of traits are imposed and categories are established for domination to occur and stuff. So I guess I wanted to ask how much, for both of you, how much do these types of ideas of liberal individual, how necessary are they for theories of social contracts? And can we imagine like a decolonial contract, or can we imagine a like veil of partial ignorance in which we are able to escape kind of the way that the liberal subject has this baggage? Or is this baggage even a problem? And yeah, I guess all that related to the whole notion of embodied knowledge is kind of my question.
Hey, Matthew, thanks. That's a great question. And I think that the kind of liberal conception of the individual has everything to do with, the ultimate workability of the contract, from like the decolonial feminist sort of reading that I'm trying to give. And I think that, it's no accident that for me, the decolonial traditions that I'm drawing from are Latinx traditions that Latina philosophers have talked at length about not only is the subject, the individual, deeply social, right? Like Maria Lugones will talk about the I-we, right? Insofar as we don't actually have an understanding of ourselves without the social, without our collectives, that they are constitutive of subjectification, right? And subjectivity, and so that's really important. And further than that, that the self is multiplicitous. And so I don't know how traditions of contract theory can hold such a messy, fleshy, subject, right? And Lugones will go really radical with this, right? She'll talk about ontological pluralism, right? And so I don't know if contract theory has the tools to be able to really explode itself in that ways. And in this way, that's why I'm not really interested in articulating like a decolonial contract. I'm really interested in what are alternative organizations of the social, and how can we do that in ways that move outside of hegemonic power and domination that has a real long tradition, right? We're talking since 1492 and maybe even before, right? So thinking about how long these systems of power have been around, and how deeply they've conditioned. So and this is something that I talk about in my this work that I presented today as a part of a couple of articles that were like a mega chapter in my dissertation, that are no longer part of the book project, but my book is really thinking about decolonial imaginaries. And the contract was a way of talking about how colonial imaginary is also a constitutive aspect of the colonial contract, right? So thinking about how we might not even be able to conceive what a liberatory organization of the social might look like. And I don't know if the contract's imaginary can get us there. So that's sort of I know I'm a little polemical up here, but that's all right.
Agree. I'm also really interested in this idea of the multiple self and the multiplicitous self that we get through Lugones and through a beginning of theorizing about subjectivity as at the start relational, right? We only become individuals because we've been cared for, because we've survived and maybe gotten to a certain place. And that's often an embodied awareness, right? We're vulnerable. Our bodies are vulnerable. So relationality really comes to the fore when we turn to the body. It's easy when we go to rational abstraction to find ourselves in this sort of sense of individualism. So I don't know if I am in my paper, I think, trying to figure out if it's possible to maintain some of the aspects of contracting that Mills has while bringing attention to the body, even though I think, like Emma, more interested in thinking about different kinds of social organizing. So maybe I have to think about the motivations of this project. But what I will say is that I think Charles is amenable to standpoint theory. I think he is. So if we think about groups rather than individuals as being kind of the locus of who's generating principles behind the veil, what I mean by this is epistemic diversity behind the veil, right? So if we have various groups of people who are part of the legislative process, and we do think that we can get some kinds of group-based insights or knowledge which might contribute to this legislative process, we might think groups of people is like a better starting place. But what I will say is that liberalism is committed to the individual as being the locus of rights. And that's something I think we have to continue. We can see why we might be scared to let go of that, right? That might not be something we want to let go of. So if we want to hold on to notions of individual rights, how do we do so without this kind of maybe ontological individualism grounding everything? And maybe we don't need to hold on to a notion of individuals being the locus of rights, but you can see the danger that emerges with thinking we might not. So I think that's a real question in thinking about that very excellent question. Nice. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, my name's Gray. I am a fourth-year philosophy student at Loyola Chicago. And thank you both for your wonderful presentations. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But I've been thinking a lot, especially tracking Mills's work through his more radical Marxist days into kind of conforming to this liberal idea and his joke about, well, I need to keep a job. And those are something that I've been thinking a lot, and a point that you brought up, Dr. Rogers, in your paper, as remaining within oppressive structures can be a resistant act within itself. And I just kind of wanted to hear more thoughts on how do we embody decolonial thought and embody things like that, and when we applying it to real world praxis when we have to work within these structures that kind of do the opposite of what a lot of philosophy talks about, especially kind of working in institutions, in academia, and different things. How can we kind of make sure that being within the structure remains a resistant act instead of one of conforming to the structures that a lot of people start out wanting to dismantle, but then end up actually just existing within them?
It's a great and hard question, and I think part of what I want to do in the paper is push back against this idea that we have to choose, like we're either oppressing or resisting, right? We're always doing both. If we're living in a world that's oppressive, if we are deeply social beings and we've been socialized in an oppressive world and our identities are constructed by oppressive systems, we are contributing to oppression even in the midst of while we're resisting. And I think that's important both for a kind of humility and a kind of, but that's not supposed to be a cop-out, so it's not supposed to be like, okay, well, so whatever I do in the institution is fine because I'm also resisting. I think being really attentive and really self-reflective and aiming to not self-deceive in the ways we are being oppressive while being part of institutions and also being resistant. And for me, a lot of times it's a calculus, like trying to become aware of like, what is this action doing? How is it embedding, further reiterating structures I find oppressive? And how is it also resisting those structures? And trying to, choose actions based on this feels like it's doing more good than harm, but a recognition that I can't be pure of harm. And you can leave academia and that, but you're still, in the US or you're still in the world. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is a great question, and it's definitely one that I have grappled with. And here I think that Taylor's response was great because if we trouble even the inside outside, right? I think that the question takes on a different sensibility, maybe. I also think that this is the work of many lifetimes. So recognizing our finitude and our place in the work is important. And that's a lesson that I take to heart from Black feminists who really talk about, these systems will take everything that you give them and they can eat you up. And so what does it mean to keep doing the work, as Bernice Johnson Reagan will say in her piece on coalition, that, what does it look like to continue, and we have some gray-haired folks, I've got my own gray hairs now, that what does it mean to continue to do this work when we have gray hair, right? To continue to have the sort of fiery revolutionary spirit within us, after we've been doing this work for decades. I think I also take insights and wisdom from Chela Sandoval, who's another Chicana feminist. In her book, The Methodology of the Oppressed, talks about differential consciousness and thinking about the necessity of multiple strategies, right? And so what does it mean to, if this isn't working, maybe we need to regroup and regear, right? Or maybe I just need to take a break and rest. So I definitely want to shout out the Nat Ministry and follow the Nat Ministry and the Nat Bishop on Instagram. There's a hotline you can call if you need a nap rest message, because rest is anti-capitalist, right? So it's also about really grappling. We were talking about this in my graduate seminar yesterday. Was we were reading Sylvia Wynter, Christina Sharp, and Hortense Spillers, of really thinking about, how can we also resist the neoliberal university's demands of our productivity, where we become, as Chris said, the raw materials for these projects. And so I think resistance, again, Black feminists like Lindsay Stewart are talking about the politics of refusal too. So there's I think a lot of different responses, but I think a part of it comes from starting to trouble even these distinctions between inside outside.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Jose Medina from Northwestern. Thank you so much for the papers and the comments. Amazing. So one thing that I think came out in the different papers, and I was thinking about, is that there seems to be a really important commitment, both in Charles Mills and Maria Lugones, to radical coalitional politics, right? This even came up in the dedication to the racial contract that Rafael read earlier, right? This multiracial coalition, but also in the domination contract, right, with the coalition about gender oppression, racial oppression. In Maria Lugones, it's all over the place, right? But for coalitional politics to be radical, and this is very explicit in Maria, right? It has to be not only about repairing damages, right? It has to be about constructing new walls, right? So it cannot be just reparative justice that we need, but also transformative justice in a very radical way. And it seems to me, I mean, this is my suggestion, and I want to hear about your reactions to this, that one of the ways in which both of them, Charles and Maria, are thinking about radical coalitional politics is as something that is based in a very particular kind of political communication. So their views of radical coalitional politics is based in a theory of political communication. And even though what they say about that may seem different, I think there are interesting convergences. So for example, Maria, right, emphasizes that for coalitional politics to be radical, you need a deep coalition. It can't, that's her notion of deep coalition. It cannot just be a strategic or instrumental coalition in which oppressed groups unite force to speak to the powers that be, right? And in fact, that's exactly what you don't want, according to Maria. You want first horizontal practices of resistance, not vertical practices of resistance oriented towards those who are already empowered. Right, and secondly, you need horizontal practices of resistance that involve deep communication, the openness to be transformed by each other's struggles, right? Not just uniting force, but really transforming yourself through that process, which requires what she calls complex communication, right? The kind of communication in which you cannot assume a single logic, you cannot even take for granted that there are already settled norms of intelligibility. So there are all these things that she lists that are really important, her account of complex communication, right? Now, it seems to me that even though Charles may sound or look like he's not doing that, he's not interested in horizontal practice of resistance, I would argue that he is. And a lot of the things that he says in the epistemology of resistance, right? And the epistemology of ignorance, sorry. And in the paper, White Ignorance, but also even in the racial contract, right? So he's saying, look, in order to resist, you're going to need to resist and change all these different things, right? Norms of perception, norms of conception, the imagination, the epistemology, the norms of intelligibility. You need to suspend all that. So it seems to me that there is a point of convergence there that has to do precisely with what Taylor was emphasizing in terms of logics and what you were emphasizing, Emma, in terms of the imagination. Otros mundos son posibles, right? For that coalition among the oppressed to be really deep and transformative, oppressed groups have not only to see each other's heridas, see each other's wounds, they have to figure out how to construct new walls out of those wounds. And that seems to be a really powerful contribution of Maria, the theory of political communication, and a very powerful contribution of Charles as well. The theory, right, of epistemologies of ignorance, right, that involves a new form of political communication. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts about that, and whether or not embodied forms of communication and embodied knowledges can come out of that radical coalitional politics with complex communication.
I can go first because my answer is like, yeah. I totally agree with what you're carving out here for us, Jose. So thanks for the comment and the suggestion, because I think it's a huge part of the project, right? And thinking, and this is there are a couple things I'm thinking about. So one, I'm thinking about what Lugones will call the contradictory desiderata theories of oppression. That on the one hand, theories of oppression need to theorize in the most thoroughgoing way, systems of oppression and their impacts at the level of the body, but also, sort of more expansively than that as well. But at the same time, they also need to always hold open the possibility for liberation, and the way that these systems aren't totalizing. So even when she's talking about something like the coloniality of gender, she's saying these systems are never totalizing, and we can see how people have been resisting, how people have been in coalition, how people have kept these alternative imaginaries alive, despite, severe attempts at annihilation and genocide. We see this with indigenous communities, and we see this with the persistence of more than binary systems of gender. So I'm thinking of like the Muxes in Mexico. I'm also thinking of Two-Spirit folks more broadly in the Americas as an example of how some of these coalitions are continuing to exist. But I'm also thinking of Walter Mignolo, who says that, decolonial theory also has kind of a twin imperative. On the one side, it's the deconstructive, but on the other side, it's the generative, right? This creation of new worlds. It's something that my work is really invested in as I'm trying to think through what would it mean to root our feminist philosophies in the historias, right? So in Spanish, this has like a double valence of story and history in the historias of these lands, right? So in my work, I think about La Llorona, La Virgen de Guadalupe, and La Malinche as, what can they tell us, right? What can they teach us about constructing these new worlds? And I think that those storytelling is a deeply embodied form of communication. I think it's deeply complex. It's a part of how deep coalitions are sustained. So in some of my work, that's some of the ways that I sort of tackle this, but I'll turn it over to Taylor.
Yeah. As Jose knows, I made a film as part of my dissertation that really focused in the kind of written work about the importance of complex communication for building the sort of reorganization of the social world that we might want to see. But I just wanted to maybe, yes to everything Emma said and Jose said, but I want to maybe touch briefly on how I see this potential concept of complex communication being taken up in Charles's theoretical apparatus in productive ways. And I guess before saying that, I want to say, Charles was very affectively attuned in his personhood, right? He always asked me the deep coalition questions, how are you doing? What's going on? What are you struggling with? How can I support you? So I think he was really committed in interpersonal practice, and even in the way that he could, take the tension in a room and just thwart it with a joke. He was very attentive to a kind of communication that I maybe didn't always come out in his work. And I think the commitment to the rational, abstract contractor is something that complex communication troubles, but I think can do so in maybe a productive way. If we think about this, again, veil of partial ignorance, and we think about people in policy rooms learning how to forge these deep coalitions, bringing complex communication into these spaces, I think that there's room for it. I don't think we have to be ignorant of, to get back to some of what Chris was gesturing towards, we don't have to be ignorant of our identity characteristics behind the veil. In fact, if we can be aware of them and we can know how they inform our experiences, that allows for a kind of complex communication that's not possible absent that knowledge. So again, not sure how much we want to hold on to in terms of the contract theory itself, but I do think in his new work that Chike Jeffers is helping to bring to fruition after the passing of Charles, his idea of white time, to return to what Mars was talking about. I think he's starting to move into a direction with his material constructivism in which theoretically, not just personally, there might be more room for complex communication to do work for him. So, yeah. Thanks for the question, Jose.
Ike Balbus, Political Science, UIC. All the panelists have talked about the absence of the body in social contract theory, as well as in Charles's version thereof. I'd like to say a few words about the denigration of the body as fundamental, both to racist logic and patriarchal logic. I think it's fair to say that the white racist imaginary, or if you prefer, the ideology of white supremacy, starting from the assumption of a hierarchical opposition between mind and body, reason and passion, human and animal, consigns blacks to the lower part of that opposition. Blacks are characterized as being embodied, animal, etc. I think the same thing can be said about patriarchal ideology. So that leads me to wonder if that opposition between mind and body and the privilege of reason over the body enables both patriarchy and racism. Whether there isn't something fundamental in the Western philosophical tradition as a whole, or at least the idealist version of that from Plato to Kant to Habermas, that's complicit in both the white racial imaginary and patriarchal imaginary.
Short answer, yes. And I think that, again, in my grad seminar, we just did our week on becoming human and the generation of the category of the human, and I think actually Sylvia Winter's work is very instructive on this point. So, yeah, short answer, yes. I think that this split is also very fundamental to what Latin American decolonial theorists talk about as the colonial difference.
Yes. Also, and I appreciate the way that you brought that to the forefront of our discussion, but abstracting away from the body is central to certain types of philosophical method. One might think, okay, so it's a return to the body, but I think there is, we have some theoretical tools for how these parts of ourselves might work together, right, in Latina feminism. I'm specifically thinking about autohistoria teoria, starting with experience and reflecting on it and having a rational process. So I wouldn't want someone to think, oh, rational process is bad, let's just turn to the body. I think there's somewhere where we get these things together that might be the key for more equitable ways of doing philosophy.
So I'm so sorry, we're going to have to draw this, but only to a temporary close, as my Spelman sister Janetta Cole used to say. It's just a temporary close. We can continue on. Well, let's take a break and continue the conversation, and we'll have plenty more time to talk. Let's thank our panelists once again.
So this is the third and final session of this wonderful gathering for Charles Mills. I'm Larry Blum from the University of Massachusetts at Boston. And like Jackie, I'm going to save my personal reflections about Charles for the reception, which is the next event after this one. So our three presenters on this panel are Emmeline Davis, who's an assistant professor of philosophy at the University of Michigan. She specializes in epistemology, social and political philosophy with attention to metaphilosophical issues, especially in regard to race and gender, especially in the academy. And Ayo Iwara is assistant professor at Loyola, and he works on critical theory of race, LGBTQ philosophy, and 20th century continental philosophy. And the commentator is Louvel Anderson, who's a professor of philosophy at Syracuse. And actually, I forgot to get Louvel's specializations, but I know they include philosophy of language. And Louvel, is there something else you'd like me to add?
No.
Okay. So yeah, I want to echo the comments of earlier speakers to first thank our organizers and to just say how honored I am to be here. I also was not a student explicitly in the sense of in the classroom of Charles, but he served as a mentor for me at a really crucial time in my transition from graduate school to being an assistant professor on the tenure track. And so it's a really important time for mentors where a lot of people don't have mentorship in that transitional time. And Charles really was an important figure for me during that transition. So we started this morning at the sort of global macro level, and I'm going to bring it in this session to the sort of micro and meta level. So hopefully we have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about some of the methodological questions that have been coming up and questions about the discipline of philosophy and academia more broadly. And I have a handout as well, which I think is circulating. So the racial contract offers a dual indictment, both of white supremacy as a global political system of domination and of white political philosophy that has rendered white supremacy and its study invisible through its privileging of ideal theory. With respect to the former, Mills offers a historically grounded and conceptually rich account of white supremacy as a feature of the social contract, developing the racial contract as a conceptual tool to identify and delineate its expansive global influence. With respect to the latter, Mills's account articulates the need for and serves as a model of an alternative methodology in moral and political philosophy, namely non-ideal theory, which refuses to treat idealized abstractions as realities, which recognizes racial injustice as a fact, indeed the norm of political life, and which advances the study of unjust systems as the starting point of our normative theorizing. Mills's contribution thus operates on two levels simultaneously, as political critique and metaphilosophical critique. So this paper, my paper, revisits the metaphilosophical critique offered in Mills's book to clarify the scope of his constructive account of non-ideal theory as a methodology. In particular, I will ask whether the conception of non-ideal theory that emerges in the racial contract retains too much of the whiteness Mills aimed to reject, owing to several presuppositions about its aims and its audience. My analysis will focus on explicating Mill's characterization of the racial contract and non-ideal philosophy more broadly as a conceptual bridge. I contextualize these observations in light of Mill's metaphilosophical views as they shifted over time, and conclude with an invitation to explore new conceptual possibilities for non-ideal theory as a methodology of continued necessity. So academic philosophy, as Mills observes, is both demographically and conceptually white, and these facts are not unrelated. Mills cites philosophy's historic demographic whiteness as a cause of its conceptual whiteness, and likewise cites the conceptual whiteness of philosophy as a cause of its continued demographic whiteness. Mills characterizes philosophy's conceptual whiteness in terms of its abstractness, which he says, quote, typically elides rather than genuinely includes the experiences of racial minorities, end quote. As Mills notes, however, while the presence of more non-white philosophers inevitably shifts the profession's demographics, this does not necessarily shift philosophy's conceptual whiteness. This is because, given the disciplinary dominance of abstract ideal theorizing, Mills observes that many non-white practitioners in moral and political theory tend to produce work that either conceptually is indistinguishable from that of their white peers, or it's engaged in debates of what Mills called local concern. So at the time, he was thinking about affirmative action or engagements with historical Black figures, where such engagements, according to Mills, do not, quote, aggressively engage the broader debate, end quote. Mills's admonition to engage the broader debate provides the context for the racial contract, and it is in this spirit that Mills characterizes the racial contract as a conceptual bridge. He says, quote, the racial contract then is intended as a conceptual bridge between two areas now largely segregated from each other. On the one hand, the world of mainstream, i.e. white ethics and political philosophy, preoccupied with justice and rights in the abstract. On the other, the world of Native American, African American, and third and fourth world political thought, end quote. If the racial contract as non-ideal methodology is to be understood in terms of a conceptual bridge, we are confronted with three questions, or at least three that I'll take up in this paper. First, what is the nature of the domains that it connects? Second, what is the function and orientation of the bridge? And third, what is the relationship between once isolated domains after a bridge has been constructed? In what follows, I attempt to answer these questions. Actually, I don't know if I answer them, but I flesh out the questions in a way that maybe makes it possible to talk about them. Okay, so beginning with this first question, what domains does the bridge serve to connect? On one side, Mills identifies a theoretical space that he describes as naturalistic, fact-based, historical. It's largely engaged by non-white practitioners, and it presumes the centrality of issues of concern for members of those groups. The theoretical space occupying the other side is described as ahistorical, abstract, idealized. It is largely done by white practitioners. It presumes a race-neutral society and engages idealized abstractions which preclude acknowledgement of racially unjust features of our society. This separation into two distinct spheres is not inevitable, but rather is a matter of contingent fact, the result of a long history of methodological and demographic segregation in academic philosophy. Here, Mills's articulation of non-ideal theory as a conceptual bridge maps the contours of the theoretical landscape in a way that diverges, I think at least, from the debate as it has come to be discussed among mainstream political theorists. Summarizing one contemporary conception of this debate, Ingrid Robbins states, quote, "Ideal theory is an enterprise that is different from non-ideal theory and justice-enhancing action design. Since ideal theory relies on assumptions that are not met in reality, idealizations, its resulting principles of justice cannot serve as principles for the non-ideal world. They need to be adapted or reinterpreted or further developed for the non-ideal world," end quote. Robbins characterizes ideal theory and non-ideal theory as different enterprises. The challenge of moving from the ideals to their adaptation in the non-ideal society, which is typically referred to as the transition problem, constitutes a further task for theory to solve, where such transitional legwork, perhaps not ironically, falls to non-ideal theorists. Yet for Mills, the representation of ideal theory and non-ideal theory as separate enterprises does not reflect any natural or neutral theoretical division. Rather, it reflects a forced separation of ideal from reality in a context in which white dominance in political philosophy enables such theoretical choices to appear natural and to assume the status of mainstream as they set the agenda for the broader debate. Indeed, he states, the racial contract, quote, "assumes intertranslatability, the conceptual commensurability of degraded norm and critique, and brings them together in an epistemic union that repudiates the postmodernist picture of isolated, mutually unintelligible language games," end quote. Thus, on Mills's account, the dichotomy between ideal and non-ideal philosophy is a false one. Why have separate enterprises in the first place when what is called for is reform of ideal theory itself? For Mills, the real conceptual chasm is not between ideals and non-ideals, but between the historical concerns of white thinkers and the historical concerns of non-white thinkers. As Mills claims, quote, "though it may appear to be such, the racial contract is not a deconstruction of the social contract. It criticizes the social contract from a normative base that does not see the ideals of contractarianism themselves as necessarily problematic, but shows how they have been betrayed by white contractarians," end quote. The question for Mills is thus not how do we transition from the ideal to the non-ideal and vice versa, but rather how do we make ideal theorists acknowledge the unjust reality in their conception of the problem and of their normative task. Thus, if separate enterprises are to be bridged, it is not, as it is characteristically suggested, ideal theory and non-ideal theory, but it is the political thought of non-white thinkers that constitutes an autonomous enterprise in its own right. And it is only because of the dominance of whiteness in philosophy that these political knowledge claims have been obscured. For Mills, it is this separation of the theoretical enterprises of white and non-white practitioners that non-ideal theory aims to bridge. So given this understanding, we can now ask, what is the function and orientation of this bridge? So at least the first two graphics on the handout are sort of illustrating these two different ways of thinking about non-ideal theory. One, right, where it's a kind of transitional theory between ideals and non-ideals, and then Mills's sort of, I think, more metaphilosophical way of thinking about it as a conceptual bridge, where non-ideal theory bridges these two sort of separate domains. So our ability to theorize about and realize ideal states of affairs requires an understanding of how the actual non-ideal world works, both to understand how far the reality is from the ideal, but also to understand how facts about our actual world may prevent us from accurately conceptualizing the ideal. So this is the task of non-ideal theory. So now we can start asking, what's the function and orientation, right, of this bridge? So emphasizing this role, Mills writes, quote, "It is obviously important to get clear what the facts are. If the facts are radically different from those that are conventionally represented, the prescriptions are also likely to be radically different," end quote. As Mills makes clear, the role of non-ideal theory is in large part descriptive and explanatory. That is, it offers a factual account of the actual state of society. As Mills notes, quote, "The racial contract is simply realist, willing to look at the facts without flinching, to explain that if you start with this, then you will end up with that. Thus, end quote. Thus, a naturalistic non-ideal theory that assumes responsibility for providing the facts is necessary given the goals of moral theory more broadly." Yet one might worry that this characterization of naturalized non-ideal philosophy exceeds a potentially questionable division of labor on which non-ideal philosophers are responsible for supplying the facts, while ideal philosophy is where the actual normative theory occurs. This division of labor has historically been taken to reflect the belief that although people of color are capable of or appropriately suitable to reporting and describing facts, they are nonetheless not capable of doing rigorous philosophical theorizing. Consider, for example, the following passage from Frederick Douglass's autobiography, in which he writes of his early days in the white-led abolition movement, where his contributions were mobilized in ways that illuminate a racialized division of intellectual and moral labor, in part to appeal to the cognitive limitations of the white audiences he was presented to. So he writes, quote, "During the first 3 or 4 months, my speeches were almost exclusively made up of narrations of my own personal experience as a slave. 'Let us have the facts,' said the people. So said friend George Foster, who always wished to pin me down to a simple narrative. 'Give us the facts,' said Collins. 'We'll take care of the philosophy.' Just here arose some embarrassment. It was impossible for me to repeat the same old story month after month. I could not always curb my moral indignation long enough for a circumstantial statement of the facts which I felt sure almost everybody must know. Besides, I was growing and needed room," end quote. As Douglass emphasizes, the imperative to give us the facts left no room for him to express his moral indignation, to contribute to and shape the normative character of the abolitionist movement in his own voice. Such restrictions prevent the development of a unique moral theoretical vision, which is generative in its own right. Like Douglass, who is encouraged to repeatedly narrate wrongs, a non-ideal theory that is purely naturalistic, explanatory, and factive in content needs room to grow. Considering this, we might ask, in what sense is the racial contract, anchored in descriptive analysis of the actual world, normative? So Mills is clear to emphasize that non-ideal philosophy is intended to be both descriptive and normative. But in order to make sense of non-ideal theory's normative status, we must, at least I think this is the view that comes out in the racial contract, we must understand its complementary relationship to ideal theory. Mills writes, quote, "The racial contract recognizes the actuality of the world we live in, relates the construction of ideals and the non-realization of these ideals to the character of this world, to group interests and institutionalized structures, and points to what would be necessary for achieving them. Thus, it unites description and prescription, fact and norm," end quote. Mills identifies non-ideal theory as uniting description and prescription by bringing fact to bear on fiction and condemning the fiction as purporting to be something that it is not. In the racial contract, the relationship between non-ideal theory and ideal theory emerges, perhaps somewhat surprisingly, as one of symbiosis. The Mills of 1997 did not yet espouse the view that ideal theory was a thoroughgoing failure, only that it was incomplete and in need of reform. Accordingly, ideal theory and non-ideal theory are engaged in a kind of cooperative normative venture. Quote, this is Mills in the racial contract. "Whereas the ideal contract explains how a just society would be formed, ruled by a moral government and regulated by a defensible moral code, this non-ideal naturalized contract explains how an unjust, exploitative society, ruled by an oppressive government and regulated by an immoral code, comes into existence. If the ideal contract is to be endorsed and emulated, this non-ideal naturalized contract is to be demystified and condemned," end quote. So accordingly, ideal theory is deficient in ways that necessitate non-ideal theory as a sort of critical moral intervention. In this vein, Mills characterizes the racial contract as, quote, part of the necessary foundation for contemporary political theory, as counter-image to the powerful image of the idealized contract, and as drastic theoretical correction. So those are all his terms. As Mills states, quote, it is obviously crucial to understand what the original and continuing contract actually was and is, so that we can correct for it in constructing the ideal contract, end quote. Yet, as corrective, and this is me speaking now, as corrective and as necessary foundation and as counter-image, non-ideal theory is not afforded the theoretical legitimacy independent of its relationship to ideal theory. Its descriptive offerings are normatively valuable only insofar as they can be conjoined with the project of ideal theory. Indeed, the Mills of the racial contract was careful not to assert non-ideal philosophy as a usurper of ideal philosophy, despite his assessment of non-ideal theory as superior to ideal theory. So he says, quote, the racial contract as a naturalized account is theoretically superior to the raceless social contract as a model of the actual world, and correspondingly of what needs to be done to reform it. I therefore advocate the supplementation of standard social contract discussions with an account of the racial contract. To a careful reader, however, a puzzling tension emerges. If the racial contract is theoretically superior, one might wonder why we ought merely supplement rather than replace the raceless social contract. While non-ideal theory is permitted to move beyond the facts to prescribe various aspects of reform, it appears to remain in the position of a kind of underlaborer in service of ideal theory. That is, it has no normative or theoretical status of its own, but gains its normative status in virtue of its supportive role in relation to ideal theory. There are certainly strategic reasons for Mills' approach in the early and mid-1990s, to which I will turn shortly. But there's also reason to think that at this point, Mills saw a potential for non-ideal theory as a kind of best of both worlds. Indeed, he states, quote, unlike the social contract, which is necessarily embarrassed by the actual histories of the polities in which it is propagated, the racial contract starts from these uncomfortable realities. Thus, it is not like the social contract, continually forced to retreat into illusory idealizing abstraction, the never-never land of pure theory, but can move readily between the hypothetical and the actual, the subjunctive and the indicative, having no need to pretend things happened which did not, to evade and to elide and skim over, end quote. So on some level, Mills worried about what he identified as a kind of parochialism and particularism of Black political theory, as well as some feminist political theorizing, that he thought made universalist and objective challenges difficult. And he embraced the role of abstraction in theory, both of those that could help us make sense of the reality of the past and the more speculative grand ideals of a future marked by equality and justice. He wanted to realize those grand ideals, though he understood that they could not be realized or even recognized so long as they were obscured, quote, through a glass whitely, end quote, to reference the title of his Central APA presidential address 2 decades later in 2018. Of course, nearly anyone familiar with Mills in a contemporary setting is aware of Mills's project throughout his career to bring white political mainstream theory in touch with the reality of race. Mills was, I think it's safe to say, quite optimistic, one might even say idealistic, about the political potential of a kind of liberalism that could integrate these aims. Derek Darby affectionately refers to this grand philosophical project of remaking liberalism as Mills' quote, calling card over the years, end quote. But recall again that Mills has dual aims here. Both in the racial contract and throughout his career, Mills was also engaged in another grand philosophical project, namely to advance the status of Blacks and Black political philosophy to assume a more central space in the academic philosophical landscape. It is with respect to this second metaphilosophical project that Mills writes that the racial contract, quote, makes it possible for us to connect the two rather than, as at present, have them isolated in two ghettoized spaces, Black political theory's ghettoization from mainstream discussion and white mainstream theory's ghettoization from reality, end quote. In Mill's estimation, the success of this project required two things. It required first that white philosophers stop ignoring the contributions of Black and other non-white thinkers. It also required, as indicated by Mill's repeated admonition, that non-white thinkers, quote, engage the mainstream discussion and, quote, challenge the broader mapping of that space, end quote. This explains why Mills adopts the framing tactic that he does, in which the racial contract uses, or quote, uses the vocabulary and apparatus already developed for contractarianism to map this unacknowledged system of white supremacy, end quote. Mills of the early 1990s was well aware that if the contributions of non-white philosophers were to have any chance of becoming an equal in moral and political philosophy, it would be because it looked like the stuff white philosophers took seriously. He writes, quote, "It does what Black critique has always had to do to be effective. It situates itself in the same space as its adversary and then shows what follows from writing race and seeing the difference it makes," end quote. While the conceptual bridge of the racial contract purportedly assumes intertranslatability, as Mills says it does, we discover, however, that it is not in fact designed to facilitate the flow of traffic both ways. Mills writes that, quote, both at the primary level of an alternative conceptualization of the facts and at the secondary reflexive level of a critical analysis of the orthodox theories themselves, the racial contract enables us to engage with mainstream Western political theory to bring in race, end quote. Mills identifies his audience throughout the book using the inclusive us and our. But as it becomes apparent at the end of the book, this characterization of the book's audience has perhaps been misleading. The true extension of us is unveiled as Mills locates the racial contract within, quote, the honorable tradition of oppositional Black theory, end quote, and pays tribute to the Black activists and political thinkers who have, quote, always recognized white dominance as a political system of exclusion and differential privilege, end quote. But if Black activists and Black political thinkers are, as he puts it, quote, the men and women who know too much, end quote, who then have these attempts at translation and explanation been for? The answer is, of course, white philosophers, or those who are working indistinguishably within that tradition of white philosophy. If the conceptual goods are to be moved across the bridge, the direction of transport is decidedly unidirectional. So the racial contract thus bears the form of an appeal, where the mode of address is largely directed towards white philosophers. In one respect, Mills's mode of address makes eminent sense. Mills knew that his readership, or should I say gatekeepership, which in the early 1990s first consisted of a review panel on the Board of Ethics, the journal, where he had submitted this project first and where it was rejected after 2 rounds of revision at the editorial vote. But he would have known, right, that his readers, at least at a certain level, would have consisted predominantly, if not exclusively, of white readers. At the same time, non-ideal theory that positions itself as an appeal to whites, or to white readers more broadly, internally reinscribes the whiteness it aims to reject, instantiating something like a white gaze as a necessary feature of the construction of its address. By way of analogy, consider how Toni Morrison outlines the function of the white gaze in traditional African American literature. Identifying the gaze as a perspectival notion, Morrison asks the question, quote, whose eye, whose language is controlling this, end quote. For Morrison, the white gaze operates in the form of a presumed white audience and an accompanying language and confrontation that thereby structures the nature of the author or narrator's address. When the audience is presumed to be a certain way, the author must respond to this audience and their concerns. In discussing her desire to displace the white gaze in her own writings, Morrison says, quote, when I began to write, the publishing world vis-a-vis African Americans was leaning heavily toward the traditional African American novel, where the oppressor is the white man or the white idea. That's who they were confronting. Ellison, Baldwin, Richard Wright. They were responding to, defending themselves, or aggressively attacking that idea of the white oppressor. And I thought, I can't do that. What is the world like if he's not there? And the freedom, the open world that appears is stunning, end quote. The gaze of the presumed audience thus imposes restrictions on the author. Yet these restrictions also affect the experiences of the actual audience, the real readers, whoever they may be. Indeed, when discussing her decision to displace the white gaze in her own writing, Morrison credited her personal experience as a young reader, stating, quote, "I could feel the address of the narrator over my shoulder, talking to somebody else, talking to somebody white. I could tell because they were explaining things that they didn't have to explain if they were talking to me," end quote. For Morrison, shifting the gaze was a way of rejecting the implication that Black lives, quote, "have no meaning and no depth without the white gaze," end quote. Since The Racial Contract is arguably Mills's most famous work, and one which most philosophers are familiar, there's reason to clarify and resist certain features of the methodological schema that emerges there, especially in light of Mills's later work. Indeed, those only familiar with The Racial Contract will be unaware of the ways in which Mill's own orientation shifted over the years, in part indicative of his responsiveness to critical engagement with his work, but also reflective of the fact that some of his early optimism about the profession had waned. And so I'm talking here specifically about his sort of attitudes about the profession and how it had shifted, not his political views or his views on liberalism. So while Mills of The Racial Contract wholeheartedly embraced a call for minoritized philosophers to engage the main debate, a more muted characterization of non-ideal theory as a conceptual bridge emerges in 2005 in a paper in Hypatia where he writes, quote, "In certain respects, it engages with mainstream ethics on what are nominally its own terms, thereby, at least in theory, making it somewhat harder to ignore and marginalize," end quote. Here, Mills is quite clear that non-ideal theory's engagement with mainstream ethics on its own terms is strategic and only partial, so in certain respects, and nominal. Moreover, Mills reflects a bit of cynicism regarding the strategy's likelihood to succeed, noting that even the modest goal of being somewhat harder to ignore, though theoretically possible, had not necessarily been borne out in practice. Similarly, Mills's assessment of ideal theory in 2005 is increasingly more critical. It's not merely incomplete, as he seems to characterize it in The Racial Contract, but it's ideological, where Mills is careful to clarify that he means this in the pejorative sense. Of course, it was funny when he says it, but it's also very serious. So Mills writes that as an ideology, ideal theory is a, quote, "distortional complex of ideas, values, norms, and beliefs that reflect the non-representative interests and experiences of a small minority of the national population, middle to upper class white males, who are hugely overrepresented in professional philosophical population," end quote. As such, he concludes that ideal theory is, quote, "patently deficient, clearly counterfactual, and counterproductive," end quote. By 2018, Mills argued that ideal theory was not just ideological, but epistemically unjust. What first looked like it was at least possible to attribute in part to Black and other minoritized philosophers' self-isolation, a failure to engage the broader debate, now most plausibly looked to be a willful case of white flight, resulting in the creation and maintenance of what Mills referred to as a Whitopian project. Like many other areas in the discipline, Mills's characterization of mainstream political ethics as a Whitopia is, I think, apt. However, this reckoning naturally invites us to rethink the conception of non-ideal theory as a conceptual bridge. What reason do we have to build bridges to Whitopias? Can we aspire to undermine the whiteness of mainstream political theory if our efforts remain hampered by the constraints of the cognitive limitations of those who ignore its appeals and desire it not to flourish? Mills never gave up on making claims on white philosophers and conceptually white philosophy. There's something profoundly encouraging about this that is much a reflection of Mills's spirit, his optimism, his brilliance, his intellectual respect, his humor, and his hope for our discipline and the academy and our world. Indeed, there is perhaps some irony that Mills wrote at length about the whiteness of the philosophy canon, yet when I think of the canon today, there's hardly a subfield that exists without him in it. Whatever corner of the philosophy Whitopia he visited, he made it feel a bit more like home. The racial contract showed us how desperately we need methodological alternatives and offered a towering model for how we might pursue this immense task. But there is also an important sense in which the non-ideal theory articulated in the racial contract is, as Mills himself initially stated, one way. Non-ideal philosophy is still, in a sense, in its infancy. We're still figuring out how to do it well. The legacy and the work we inherit from Mills, especially for those of us who occupy spaces of intermediacy, is to allow the bridge of the racial contract to serve as a high point, which enables us to see and bravely pursue the possibility of other open roads, perhaps roads that do not always lead to familiar places. Non-ideal philosophy that is aspirational in its orientation and its forms of address can continue the work we face in philosophy and the work of Mills as we reconfigure the landscape of a philosophical Whitopia into a place that feels like home. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Delightful. Thank you all for sticking it out to the end of the day. I appreciate it. I'm really grateful to everyone for putting together the conference again today. Like other people here, I wasn't one of Charles's students, but I encountered his work for the first time in Chike Jeffers' class, and it's been wonderful for me to come back here and experience his work again in the same kind of spirit in which I found it there, a mix of critique, appreciation, and affection. So we're gonna jump right in. A little closer, a little better. Perfect, thank you. All right. So the 2020 uprisings following the police murder of George Floyd saw the proliferation of a slogan for racial solidarity that I argue draws into sharp relief some of the epistemological and ethical shifts at work in contemporary discourse around race, racism, and anti-racism. Among the crowds of people that took to the streets in protest, rage, and grief at the killing of Floyd and other Black Americans, placards, shirts, and signs appeared with a repeated message, often placed above an image of a white hand and a black hand holding each other by the pinky. They read, quote, "I understand that I will never understand, but still I stand," unquote. In the first part of this paper, I draw on Mills' work on race and epistemology to contextualize the claim that white anti-racists understand that they will never understand the racism that they oppose. There, I highlight both an increased awareness of white ignorance and the appeal of what Edouard Glissant called a right to opacity. In the second part of the paper, I briefly unpack what it means for white people to accept this failure to understand, particularly as it relates to Black people. I critique how that acceptance shapes what it means to claim to still stand through an engagement with the work of Saidiya Hartman. My primary concern here is that a failure to understand, when situated amid specific racial histories, risks being naturalized in ways that repeat existing racial narratives. So part one, a reading. I will never understand. In the racial contract, Mills argues that, quote, "In matters related to race, the racial contract prescribes for its signatories an inverted epistemology, an epistemology of ignorance, a particular pattern of localized and global cognitive dysfunctions, which are psychologically and socially functional, producing the ironic outcome that whites will in general be unable to understand the world that they themselves have made," unquote. His claim here was that white people's grasp of the world is often delimited or skewed by the very social and political conditions through which it has worked to dominate that world, through which they have worked to dominate that world. Indeed, for Mills, the racial contract centrally includes what he calls this epistemic contract. And he notably returns to this epistemic concern 10 years later in his essay, White Ignorance. In both texts, he notes that there is a long tradition of pointing out that whiteness creates ignorance, and that these limitations and distortions are particularly concentrated in the ways that white people see non-white peoples. Mills' work partook of and carried forward this tradition. White ignorance was part of an already growing and still proliferating interest among philosophers of race in whiteness and its epistemological effects. This work notably includes that of Shannon Sullivan, Sarah Ahmed, George Yancey, Linda Martin Alcoff, Jose Medina, and among others. Indeed, Marzia Milazzo identifies white ignorance as a central orienting concern of work in critical philosophy of race, distinct from Black studies or critical race theory, to such a degree that she entitles her 2017 piece on white ignorance, white shame, and other pitfalls of critical philosophy of race. In that article, Milazzo argues that a focus on white ignorance among critical philosophers of race, among whom she names Mills in particular, takes for granted the role that white knowledge plays in the maintenance of racist structures. At the same time, she argues that this focus on ignorance overly individualizes and moralizes what are collective and political concerns. That said, while white ignorance has both a robust philosophical audience and a rich history, particularly among people of color, I want to suggest that a novel shift might have taken place in the contemporary level of awareness and acceptance among white people of the existence of white ignorance. This awareness might in part reflect the uptake of work like Mills and of others in the academy. It reflects all, take for example, the popularity of non-academic books that take up similar themes, like Robin DiAngelo's 2018 White Fragility, but also the widespread resurgence of white interest in select moments in the work of James Baldwin. Moments like those in The Fire Next Time, where Baldwin charts out what he calls the unacceptable innocence, premised on the insistent ignorance of white Americans. Popular writing and discussions around whiteness have increasingly focused on questions both about what white people do and don't know, and what they can and can't know. Particularly in response to widespread calls to self-educate in light of recent public attention to the murder of Black people by police and civilian lynchers, it's become more and more popular for white people to participate in discussions about white privilege and the limitations brought about by their whiteness. And consequently, it's become more and more popular for white people to admit their own non-understanding. It is shifts like these that have made possible statements like those that claim that white protesters understand that they will never understand. On the one hand, right, as the late Trump administration's executive order restricting funding to groups engaged in the teaching of critical race theory and the cascade of state-level bills that have continued this crusade show, a self-conscious insistence on the maintenance of white ignorance is not only still possible, but is in some spaces popular. On the other hand, though, there are also a growing number of white people who have not only accepted that white ignorance exists, but have also taken up the sense that this ignorance is of extreme personal, political, and moral importance. An arguably novel component of the contemporary American relationship to race and racism is the size of the current and growing population of white Americans who understand that they do not understand the situations, experiences, challenges, and joys of non-white people, who are aware of and accept the fact of their white ignorance, and who hope to do better in its light. Though DiAngelo's White Fragility has become her most popular text, it follows on her earlier work, What Does It Mean to Be White? Developing White Racial Literacy, a text whose very premise is that white people, by and large, are racially illiterate and ought seek out tools to help address their ignorance. That said, there's a key difference between the white self-conception as ignorant articulated in the I understand slogan and the account offered in work like Mills, a difference tied both to the nature of that ignorance and to conceptions of what it might mean to do better in its light. In his essay, Mill lists 10 central elements of white ignorance. As his 9th point, he assumes that, quote, white ignorance is not indefeasible, even if it sometimes seems that way. And some people who are white will, because of their particular histories and or the intersections of whiteness with other identities, overcome it and have true beliefs on what their fellow whites get wrong. So white ignorance is best thought of as a cognitive tendency, an inclination, a doxastic disposition, which is not insuperable, unquote. Put simply, Mill's claim here is that white ignorance is not inherent, not inevitable, and not unchangeable either. White people can challenge their ignorance, can know more, and can know better. Indeed, Mill's 10th element consists in the claim that the very point of the study of white ignorance, quote, is of course normative and not merely sociological, with the goal of trying to reduce or eliminate it, unquote. For Mills, the study of white ignorance was meant to show that not all whiteness leads astray. The study of white ignorance was meant to show not that all whiteness leads astray, but to show the particular ways that whiteness can lead to inaccurate beliefs, so as to allow white people to better avoid these, to develop accurate beliefs, and to delimit or hopefully eliminate their white ignorance. On Mill's account, to do better is to work to overcome one's white ignorance, to achieve a more accurate picture of the world and to then act on that picture. This sense that white ignorance both can and should be eliminated is at odds both with some of Mill's own earlier work and with the conception of white ignorance operative in the slogan I'm investigating here, the one on the screen. In his Alternative Epistemologies essay, In Blackness Visible, Mills offers an account of Marxist, feminist, and Black epistemologies that argue for the differential social production of ignorance and knowledge among dominant and oppressed groups. There he considers the claim that, quote, granted that people have differing views, there is no reason why we cannot learn, through communication, to understand other viewpoints and so achieve a more balanced perspective. To exaggerate these admitted differences into alternative epistemologies is ridiculous, unquote. Mills labels this response a, quote, liberal approach, to which he offers three counterclaims. The first, that rival sets of experiences among oppressed and dominant peoples are often complementary and not contradictory. The second, that existing power relations make open communication between dominant and subordinate groups difficult and unlikely. And the third, that there are psychological obstacles that stand in the way of redescribing interpersonal interactions as questions of domination and subordination, pointing to what he calls a Marxist equivalent of the Freudian repression of unhappy memories. Though he does not claim that it's impossible, for an earlier Mills, it's not so clear that white ignorance is something that can be overcome. Consequently, while alternative epistemologies is still a piece with a normative orientation, its focus is on empowering oppressed groups and transforming the structure of their oppression, and not on reducing or eliminating dominant ignorance. Though Mills apparently became more invested in the idea that white ignorance can be dispelled across the decade between alternative epistemologies and white ignorance, in the time between that latter essay and the present, it seems as though public sentiment has moved in the opposite direction. It's not simply that the slogan appearing in 2020 claims that an ostensibly white I understands that it does not understand. Rather, it understands that it will never understand, and the never marks a key aspect of this conception of white ignorance and of how it ought to be approached and responded to. In contrast with the later Mills, this sentiment does seem to say that white ignorance is, at least to some degree, indefeasible, and that the goal of an awareness thereof is not to dispel that ignorance, but to remain galvanized, such that one can still stand. Put simply, a shift has taken place at the point when this slogan can now claim that white people will never understand, and this never barely registers as contentious. Part of what might give rise to the distinction between the slogan and Mills' claims about the goals of studying white ignorance is the difference between a concern with ignorance versus knowledge, and the slogan's self-stated concern with understanding. While Mills first mentions white people's failure to understand in the racial contract, by the time of white ignorance, his vocabulary focused on a failure to know. It might indeed be the case that those carrying these signs do think that they can and should know more about how people of color live, suffer, and enjoy because of and in defiance of racism. Nonetheless, the slogan might articulate that they think this knowledge, the facts of racial oppression, doesn't reach the most salient levels at which race and racism operate. The distinction between knowledge and understanding has been the subject of work in both analytic and continental philosophy. In the analytic tradition, thinkers like Stephen R. Grimm, Jonathan Kvenvig, and Linda Zagzebski have argued that, as Grimm puts it, quote, understanding is fundamentally a matter of grasping how various pieces of information relate to one another. It's a matter of making connections among them, of seeing how they hang together, unquote. Echoing a concern not about discrete facts, but about how what we know hangs together, closer to my own tradition, thinkers working with phenomenology like Helen Goh and Frantz Fanon before her have argued that issues around race and racism often live not at the level only of what we factually know or don't know. Instead, race and racism operate in the ways that our experiences are conditioned and given their contours through their existence within what Martin Heidegger would have called the world, a horizon of historical and cultural meaning and relevance. For these thinkers, our knowledge is distinct from our understanding, in that in understanding, we discover, contextualize, and orient ourselves and our knowledge, have an attunement, in Heidegger's words, within a broader world. It's only within such a world that our knowledge hangs together, and for them, understanding means grasping that world. Part of what might be articulated in the claim that white allies understand that they will never understand is that their knowledge of race and racism does not exist on the same level of historical and social attunement that makes it possible for people of color not just to know the facts of how race operates, but to grasp those facts in a particular way, or to experience them as orienting and situating forces in one's life. On this account, one can know without understanding in the same sense in which one can know something without being moved, changed, or shaped by it, disconnected from the world of meaning that would determine its sense. Here, the slogan expresses an awareness of this disconnect at the level at which people are differently attuned within a racialized world, and indeed, Mill's reference to some white people who, because of their particular histories, can overcome their white ignorance, may already hold seeds of this conception. As more accounts of how thoroughly suffused with racism American history is, have become broadly available, the claim that one could never understand might reflect the sense of from white anti-racists that there is not, as Lorenzo Simpson puts it, adequate overlap between the horizons of meaning that situate whites and people of color. This disconnect need not in principle be a bad thing. In line with the sentiment of the slogan, in contrast with the tendency to valorize the attempt to understand others or to grasp others' differences in a manner premised on their accessibility to what he reads as a colonial desire to master everything and everyone, Edouard Glissant argues for what he calls a right to opacity. In Poetic Subrelation, Glissant describes this opacity as no longer, quote, no longer the opacity that enveloped and reactivated the mystery of filiation, but another, considerate of all the threatened and delicious things joining one another, without conjoining, that is, without merging, in the expanse of relation. Thus that which protects the diverse we call opacity, unquote. In arguing for the right to opacity, Glissant is particularly interested in a culture's resistance to the imperative to become understandable or transparent on another's terms. His thinking does not see a lack of understanding as a problem that always needs to be fixed, but rather something that can both protect from appropriation and from forms of forced assimilation. Failures and refusals of understanding can thus create the conditions of what he will call real relation, or non-assimilative interaction. In that same text, he refers to, quote, the right to opacity that is not enclosure within an impenetrable autarky, but subsistence within an irreducible singularity, the real foundation of relation in freedoms, unquote. To understand that one does not understand, to understand that not only does one not understand, but might never understand, can reflect a respect for the freedom of others to act and to be in ways that need not conform to the standards of ethical or epistemological propriety based on one's own experience, based, we could say, on one's own historical and cultural attunement. Within ongoing anti-racist struggles, not simply for freedom within a world dominated by white people and norms, but freedom to be a co-creator of a world, or freedom from white domination or intervention, the recognition and acceptance that one will never understand might indeed be an acknowledgement of and respect for non-white people's right to opacity, and an invitation to stand in the formation of real anti-racist relation. While I do think something of this sort is operative in the slogan, I retain some reservations about this approach to understanding. In particular, I worry that accepting failures of understanding and naturalizing opacity might carry threats as responses specifically to anti-Black racism. So very briefly, part 2. A caution, I understand, I stand. Instead of claiming that racist oppression of people of color's experiences must be understood in order to engage in racial justice, the kind of slogan that states that I understand that I will never understand, and yet I stand, expresses the growing conception that attempts at understanding across racial lines might lead to failure, misunderstanding, or appropriation. Nonetheless, the slogan articulates a commitment by white anti-racists to work for justice, despite not understanding the injustice against which they work. The premise in this statement is that they can, qua Glissant, acknowledge opacity in others, not need to recognize or understand those others on the terms through which they recognize and understand themselves, and yet still be motivated to work with and for those others in opposing forms of racial injustice. The awareness of other struggles may be enough to push for justice without needing to call on forms of understanding or transparency that compel one to expose what is and what might be indelibly opaque. While this acknowledgement of and engagement with opacity is promising in both Glissant's work and in the popular sentiment that gives rise to these kinds of slogans, at the same time it runs the risk of essentializing that opacity in ways that can preserve, rather than challenge, forms of racism. Saidiya Hartman, directly citing Glissant in her description of the ambiguity in the practices and songs of enslaved Black people, argues for, quote, the significance of opacity as precisely that which enables something in excess of the orchestrated amusements of the enslaved. For this opacity, the subterranean and veiled character of slave song must be considered in relation to the dominative imposition of transparency and the degrading hypervisibility of the enslaved, and therefore, by the same token, such concealment should be considered a form of resistance, unquote. Particularly against attempts to enforce a kind of transparency and invisibility on enslaved Black people, a transparency tied to what she will describe as the fungibility that comes to characterize Blackness both during slavery and in its aftermath, including Hartman invokes the right to opacity as a powerful resource. That said, part of what marks the complexity of Hartman's analysis of how anti-racist resistance takes place is her emphasis on how ambiguous and opaque forms of Black resistance run the risk of being naturalized in ways that reinforce the domination that they aim to undermine. In particular, Hartman is attentive not to questions about transparency and opacity in general, not to questions of whether we can or should try to understand the experiences of people from other racial groups, but the ways that opacity and transparency operate given the specific racial and racist histories against which they're situated. We should remember that on the placard alongside the slogan, it is presumably a Black hand that is seen holding a white one, and the valence of the opacity invoked in the slogan is shaped by the existing cultural valence attached to Blackness. And you'll note in the second photo, it just says BLM at the bottom too. Hartman writes that the, quote, the reliance on masquerade, subterfuge, and indirection also obscures the small acts of resistance conducted by the enslaved. After all, how does one determine the difference between putting on old massa, the simulation of compliance for covert aims, and the grins and gesticulations of Sambo indicating the repressive construction of contented subjection, unquote. Hartman's concern in this passage is that acts of resistance that do not take the form of an overt challenge, that might rely on opacity, run the risk of being read in ways already overdetermined by the racist context in which they take place. Here, that context is one in which Black people are taken as non or irrational, as already incomprehensible, as not belonging to the same world as their white interlocutors, in part because theirs is seen as a world of feeling, animality, or untranslatable appetite. Hartman's work, drawing as it does on Michel Foucault's genealogical methods, attempts to trace what Foucault in his reading of Nietzsche calls Entstehung, emergence, whereby at times old tools are inhabited by new strategic interests, or new tools take on and redeploy old strategies. In the slogan, these are new strategies that echo an old racism. The threat is that one takes opacity for the condition of Black people, that we are just somehow fundamentally impossible to understand, and not something in which we might actively be engaged, thus avoiding the question of how and why one is being intentionally refused understanding in a given instance of opacity. This threat is especially poignant when what is taking place is not the articulation on the part of Black people, simply that white people do or do not or ought not understand, but the claim by white people that there is something about Black people that remains opaque, inaccessible, and to draw on a fraught metaphor, dark, in ways that white people cannot understand but can interpret. After all, the claim that one understands that one does not understand, and that one nonetheless remains motivated to stand against injustice, says that the opacity that has made it such that one does not understand Black people is something that has been taken up, made sense of in some context, and come to terms with such that one knows what to do when faced with this aporia. To stand. In the slogan, what takes precedence is that I understand that I will never understand. And in the priority of the white I's understanding, the challenge of opacity is reined in. If one can understand that they will not understand, then one can preempt the threat of what is different or challenging and close themselves off to what is opaque. They can accept that opacity as itself having a recognizable place relative to what they do understand, relative to a world or horizon of meaning already infused with anti-Black conceptions. In doing so, they open the space for already present and under-interrogated conceptions of what Black people's differences and struggles consist in, and how they ought to be approached. Here there's a failure in white acknowledgement of opacity to read how Black refusals of understanding are not simply delimitations of understanding's scope, but indictments of its terms and of the people who might try to understand. As such, despite some of the positive possibilities it articulates, in claiming that I understand that I will never understand and yet I stand, there is an opening to co-opt the challenge opacity offers, even in the claim to face it, and a potential failure to see what attitudes and structures stand with the white anti-racist who accepts and affirms that they will never understand. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So first, I want to say thanks to Anthony Layden, Rachel Zuckert, and Kai Otada for organizing this shindig. I'm also grateful to be here. I was not also, like many of you also have said, not a student of Charles. I met him over a decade ago as a grad student, and just really was very grateful for the interactions we had over the course of the decade, and also for his generosity. He's done a number of things on my behalf that I'm very grateful for. Okay. Ayo's and Imilan's papers are both thoughtful and intellectually fruitful separately and jointly. There are points of connection that I find illuminating and will attempt to spell out in the few moments I have with you. So first, Ayo's paper consists of 3 parts. White ignorance and increasing acknowledgement of this phenomenon by white people. People of color's right not to be understood. What Edouard Glissant calls the right to opacity. And Hartman's warning that Black opacity can be misread in ways that preserve forms of racism. Ayo takes up what I regard as a central hermeneutic issue, the impact of social conditions of white supremacy on white cognition as it bears on social movement work. White participation in the 2020 protests over George Floyd's murder by Derek Chauvin was notable. Amy Harmon, and Sabrina Tavernise in their New York Times article, Big Difference About George Floyd Protests, Many White Faces, wrote the following. It is not just protests. White Americans are going through a wave of self-examination, buying books about racism, talking to Black friends, arguing within their own families. This self-examination appears as if it manifested itself in a popularly used slogan during the protests as well. I understand, I will never understand, but still I stand. The slogan, as Ayo notes, appears as an acknowledgement of ignorance, which might bring to mind Charles's investigations of white ignorance. A non-knowing that is not contingent, but in which race, white racism and or white racial domination and the ramifications plays a crucial causal role. Whereas Mills claims in his essay, White Ignorance, that it is indeed feasible and that part of the motivation for studying it is normative, it is with the goal of trying to reduce or eliminate it, the sentiment in the slogan appears to regard white ignorance as both entrenched and indefeasible. To flesh this out, Ayo draws on Martinican writer and philosopher Glissant's notion of a right to opacity. Glissant is concerned with a culture's resistance to the imperative to become understandable or transparent on another's terms. This right to opacity is not enclosure within an impenetrable autarky, but subsistence within an irreducible singularity. The slogan on one reading then could be understood as an acknowledgement of people of color's right to opacity. Ayo writes, within ongoing anti-racist struggles, not simply for freedom within a world dominated by white people and norms, but freedom to be a co-creator of a world or freedom from white domination or intervention, the recognition and acceptance that one will never understand might indeed be an acknowledgement of and respect for non-white people's right to opacity and an invitation to stand in the formation of real anti-racist relation. This reading, however, is contrasted with another, more sinister interpretation. Ayo notes that the acknowledgement in the slogan runs the risk of essentializing that opacity in ways that can preserve rather than challenge forms of racism. Thus, white acknowledgement of opacity presents 2 possible outcomes. 1, acknowledgement of opacity provokes closer scrutiny of white cognition. And 2, acknowledgement of opacity transfers considerations of white cognition to the object of understanding. One thing this discussion brings to mind is a worry that white demand for transparency as prerequisite for action does indeed have the practical effect of bringing non-white people and things under white rule. If whiteness, as Du Bois says in Darkwater, is the ownership of everything forever and ever, amen, then the assimilation of the quote-unquote other into white discourses is yet another expression of ownership. And though the acknowledgement of opacity can look like the relinquishing of a claim to semiotic control, Hartman's warnings alert us to a controlling function of the embrace of opacity, which occurs in the displacement of opacity to Blackness itself. This produces what seems like a puzzling situation. Where does this leave us in terms of desired responses from the anti-racist white person? Ayo appears to suggest one desirable thing is that white folks confronted with moments of opacity as resistance should take this refusal up as a challenge, one that challenges them to reconsider the terms of understanding on which they operate. Not every occasion of this failure will be due to bad faith. Sometimes the pervasiveness of white ignorance may be the barrier to the kind of challenge that rattles the foundations of whiteness for an individual. So how are we to think about the relationship between white ignorance, opacity, and displacement? Further, how are we to avoid the danger of assimilating Black and other people of color semiotic values to white discourses? Okay. Imalon, in her paper, faces three questions in light of Mill's conception of the racial contract as a conceptual bridge. One, what is the nature of the things it connects? Two, what is the purpose, function, and orientation of the bridge? And three, what is the relationship between once isolated domains after a bridge has been constructed? Start with one. So Imalon describes Mill's conception of the two sides in the following way, and I quote, on one side, Mills identifies a theoretical space he describes as naturalistic, fact-based, and historical. It is largely engaged by non-white practitioners and presumes the centrality of issues of concern from members of those groups. The theoretical space occupying the other side is described as ahistorical, abstract, and idealized. It is largely done by white practitioners. It presumes a race-neutral, colorblind society and engages idealized abstractions, which preclude acknowledgement of racially unjust features of our society. Contrary to the characterization in mainstream political philosophy, ideal and non-ideal theory does not describe different enterprises for Mills. Imalon recounts Charles's explanation that the racial contract, as a form of critique, one that utilizes a normative base to demonstrate the inaccuracies and betrayed applications of white contractarians. As she notes, the real conceptual chasm is not between ideals and non-ideals, but between the historical concerns of white thinkers and the historical concerns of non-white thinkers. Two, the purpose, function, and orientation of the bridge. Non-ideal theory for Mills has a significant role in providing description and explanation. Presuming moral theory and political philosophy understand themselves as prescribing ideals for a just society, there must be accurate descriptions of the facts. Quote, if the facts are radically different from those that are conventionally represented, the prescriptions are also likely to be radically different. Unquote. So Imalon worries that this characterization of non-ideal theory's purpose and function threatens to reduce its ability to participate in the crafting of the normative. Quote, a non-ideal theory that is purely naturalistic, explanatory, and factive in content needs room to grow. And lastly, the relationship between isolated domains after bridge construction. So Mills's characterization of the racial contract as a supplement to the social contract, one that provides much needed correction, displays the relationship between the two post-bridge construction. Imalon perceptibly notes that Mill's racial contract takes the form of an appeal directed primarily toward white philosophers and political theorists. The problem with this, as Imran sees it, is that it reinscribes the whiteness it aims to reject, internalizing something like a white gaze as a necessary feature of the construction of its address. Again, borrowing from Morrison, the white gaze is characterized as operating in the form of a presumed white audience and an accompanying language and confrontation that thereby structures the nature of the author or narrator's address. The interests and concerns encoded by a particular discourse determine which moves the speaker must make, as well as the bounds of intelligibility. I think we can see here a convergence of thought by both E.O. and Emelin. Emelin's concern about the racial contract as an appeal converges with A.O.'s discussions of a right to opacity as a concern about the centering of the white gaze. On both accounts, whiteness is reinscribed, which is the very thing the racial contract and the slogan purportedly attempt to undermine. I also think we find an analogy in Charles's approach in the racial contract and the slogan. From my view, both attempt to address the question, how are we to engage white ignorance in a way that undermines white supremacy? Responses to this question depend on how one conceives of the situation. Should we approach it as if we all occupy one hermeneutical plane, at least in principle? That would appear to provide a basis of the sorts of normative calls made in political and moral declarations for justice. Or should we embrace an approach that admits of unbridgeable distinct worlds that presumably undermine such calls? I invite us to think about those questions. I invite you all to say some shit about that if you like. And thank you.
Okay. I guess maybe I'll just say a point about the last comment, and also to recognize that it has been a long day. So now that I'm like no longer reading and speaking off the cuff, like might get a little wonky, but well, okay. But yeah, just to speak to this idea of this question, right, of recognizing and sort of like crafting our contributions from this recognition of different hermeneutical planes versus sort of also contending with the potential for unbridgeable domains. I think maybe from my perspective, maybe wanting to again sort of insist on this both and that we've sort of heard a bit about in the previous session, right? That maybe what our task is to sort of recognize that there may be certain gaps that are unbridgeable, and yet we still need to perhaps make efforts to bridge gaps while also recognizing that that bridge work must assume and take into consideration the different hermeneutical planes that we operate within, instead of trying to maybe bring those together into sort of one unified project, maybe thinking about how plurality has to inform this kind of bridge work and the orientation of our address. So maybe thinking about that not itself as a dichotomy, but maybe as a way of thinking about how we can already sort of hold this tension of the tension within the tension, right? So how we can sort of create a both and instead of an either or there.
I guess a few things. One is I just wanted to say that I also was really happy to hear your paper because there was so much that I did feel spoke between the two. And I was really interested in the sort of bridging analogy that was so central to it. And I guess I'm with you on this sort of both and, right? I worry that some readings of this paper would say something like, oh, like, I'm unhappy with everyone who showed up to a protest. Terrible, right? But I actually am not saying something quite like that, but I'm really interested in how you talk about, like, we may find that there are these spaces where these hermeneutical planes are unbridgeable. My worry is maybe about like my own, and I think our collective use of a we there, right? So I worry about what happens when we discover that there are spaces that seem to be unbridgeable and when we decide that they're going to be unbridgeable. Because it seems like my worry is that there's like a sort of too quick decision to say, yes, indeed, these worlds are unbridgeable, they're too far away, coming out of this kind of sort of racist history of already assuming we inhabit basically separate worlds because we are profoundly different. So I think I'm with you on this move as well. I just also worry that like when we're actually acknowledging, yep, some spaces seem like the spaces that we cannot cross into, that move itself has a kind of history that I worry about, and I think we have to be attentive to.
Hi, thank you so much for your papers. My name is Lilian. I'm a graduate student at Loyola University Chicago. And I did less of a question, more of an appreciation for the papers that very rightly come from a suspicion towards the certain kinds of solidarity that might get appropriative, or it's a very rightful suspicion with a long history on both papers that were presented. But just offering that, considering different hermeneutical planes, we're looking for vulnerability from the side that's making an effort to try and understand. And it's a true, this is from the Gadamerian tradition, I guess, of hermeneutics, where it needs to be a proper, true openness to bridging that gap, as scary as it is. So that's comment, not question, sorry.
One of the things that I really appreciate in what you've mentioned there is the sort of question of people's actual true openness or vulnerability to trying to understand. Because I actually think, even in the case, like it sounds like a sort of question about, you know, the earnestness with which people are approaching attempts at racial justice here, or like trying to understand the problems that lead to sort of injustices. And I think that part of my difficulty is that I think even in these moments when people say that they won't understand, right, they've sort of closed down that sort of interaction, they are trying to express something that seems sort of vulnerable, right? I don't think that it's a bad faith attempt. I think the sort of difficulty is the way that like our sort of individual vulnerability falls back in, or like willingness or eagerness to participate in kinds of anti-racism, don't actually know the histories of the forms that they're taking, right? And so falls back into this sort of situation of saying, well, like I genuinely want to help, to stand, right? And I genuinely think that, you know, there are limits to my understanding which are meant to respect your boundaries and respect other people's differences, but just not sort of hearing what that does, right? What the sort of effect of that shutdown or the effect of that earnestness does in that space. So I do think, again, I worry always about sounding like everything is suspicious, but I'm a little, I hold the suspicion part there, right? Where even in places of real vulnerability, our vulnerability is contextualized, our vulnerability is situated and can have effects we don't mean.
Yeah, maybe to speak about a sort of different kind of suspicion. So to speak sort of personally, right, my suspicions of this kind of project of the conceptual bridge come in part from like trying to walk in it and realizing that it doesn't work for me, right? So the ways in which I think Mills was very persuasively able to make the critiques that he did and to make the contributions that he did are difficult to make from different positionalities. And so as a person coming into the field, sort of seeing these models, right, and trying to sort of live in them, they're not as persuasive, right? If I try to do that work, I'm not as funny as Charles, right? I'm not as commanding in certain sorts of ways. And so I think for me, there's a kind of suspicion about how the centrality of that kind of model really potentially sets us up for a kind of closure that I think in other ways, right, Mill's success in this project and his sort of towering presence and the way in which he mentored people, right, there's a way in which the sort of bridge, the conceptual bridge that he leaves is can be used in different ways. So you might think, well, you know, there's a bridge here. Maybe I don't want to walk across it, but it's like a really tall bridge. So maybe I can climb up like one of the sides and sort of see different possibilities from there. And so I think that maybe if we think about what we inherit as providing us with tools to do different things that weren't possible had we not, right, come into this position of someone else doing this really important work that makes other things possible.
Thank you so much for your papers. So I find the idea of taking these like protest signs and thinking about them through philosophy super meaningful. And I wonder if you could say a little bit about like how you approach understanding these like statements, right? That are so different from like statements that we find in like Mills's work, right? Because this is like just happening in such a different context. And one thing that I guess stood out to me is like the optics of like a person being like, I am this, I am understanding of my non-understanding. And it makes me wonder, like, do you have Black friends? Like, did you talk to your Black, it's like, I feel like there's like a lot of optics and wanting to be seen as like innocent and an ally. So, and it also really strikes me that there's like a lot of I, right? Like, again, like centering white people, like it's all about that person. So yeah, I don't know, like if you have any tips on how you think about these statements that are in such a different context than like the theoretical, philosophical context.
My first response to that is just that I've spent too much time around philosophers. So like I read everything. Like I'm like, how would I read that on a paper? Which maybe tells you that I need to change my life. But right, I really want to zone in maybe on the latter thing that you had said, right? The question of like the kind of optics and the way that people are going out and like putting up these signs and trying to sort of tell us that they, are innocent or are good or mean well. Or in a weird way, it's funny, are educated on the limits of their education here, right? That they know enough to know that they cannot understand. And I was interested in the way that your response was like, do they have Black friends, right? Which I ask myself sometimes anyways. But here, actually, I wonder about what that kind of interaction would look like, because I actually think the claim that like white people can never understand or will never understand isn't something that I think Black people don't articulate themselves, right? So again, like Glissant's point seems to be that like, a claim to opacity does take place on the side of people of color, of Black people, right? And I don't think it's uncommon maybe in that conversation with their friend to say, yeah, and I don't think you'll ever really get it, right? I've definitely probably said that to people before where I don't think maybe you're ever gonna get it. And maybe I meant it off the cuff, maybe I meant it honestly. But the difficulty is always that even if they have that conversation, and here we come back to the sort of multiple hermeneutic worlds move, is that someone might tell you, yeah, you might never understand it. Their Black friend might say, you might never understand it. I don't trust white people to understand it. But how that is taken up, right, ends up being radically different, right? So someone might tell that to you honestly, right? Or might tell that to you strategically to say, I don't want to talk to you about this, or I think you're overstepping. And you might simply take it up as saying, well, I can never understand the limits of my world, the limits of my work. I'm sort of finished and I'm done. Which also means that I now know enough to go out and act and tell people that I've learned everything I need to know. I have the right moral sentiments and I don't need any other kinds of knowledge, right? So I think the optics question, I think, for me is difficult there, where like I read it and I think something like this and I think, well, that's concerning or that's embarrassing. That's partially because I'm a philosopher. But there are surely people who have read it and said, that's someone who's done the right thing because they've heard us saying, you can understand everything, not everything is for you. And I think that like the way that my paper is a little suspicious is just that I'm suspicious that like we assume shared understanding when we see something like that, right? Or we should assume a sort of shared meaning or effect when we see something like that. And I don't think that's the case, right? Even though it might slide by as being sort of easy and inconspicuous, right? So I don't think most people stopped and said, what a terrible thing to say. But again, maybe they don't live in spaces of suspicion the same way many of us do.
I'll just say one thing quickly, which just in response to this idea of presuming, right, shared meaning, and maybe to just sort of think about this distinction between shared meaning being a kind of goal of a discourse or a project of engagement, as opposed to it being a sort of presumption of the terms or conditions on which discourse and engagement takes place. And I think in one sense, right, when Mills talks about the conceptual bridge, really what he means is that shared meaning should be the goal and the sort of like thing that we're aiming towards. And so in that sense, I think that there's something that we do want to hold on to. But I think that when we think about like the practice or the methods that we are adopting, right, it would be a mistake to presume, right, shared meaning as a condition of that discourse in the first place.
Thank you very much for both the papers and the comments to sort of bring everything together. I appreciated that. I think my question, is it Maria? Yes, okay. So Maria, your question helped me kind of make less messy my question.
So I guess my question is one about whether I'm reading, how I'm reading this is the right way to read it, right? So I want to go back to your calling attention to the context of the slogan, the thing that's on the screen. So so this is a photo of coming from a very particular context, right? So protest on the ground, and the sign is saying, "I understand that I will never understand." And so when I see that sentence or that proclamation in this particular context, so how I read it is, it's not so much that this person, it's not so much, what did I write? It's not so much an acknowledgement of not being able to understand Black life, right? That Black life that is in the excess in the Saidiya Hartman sense, right? That stands behind that kind of opacity. So when I see that, it's not so much that I will never understand Black life, but more so, I, as a white person, will never understand my own complicity in how Black life is impossible, right? And so I guess the question is, am I reading that correctly? And does that make, is it, and so here we go again, sort of like resituating, right? It's sort of like, an attempt to center Blackness in a kind of opacity, but it really sort of devolves into another recentering of whiteness. Because what, at least to my mind, this person is admitting that they don't understand is how they are complicit. Not so much, like, it's not even an attempt to like peek into Black life in and of itself. Is that, I hope there was a question in there. I'll stop.
I think we read these in different ways, right? So I think that the way that you're framing it, where, if I'm understanding right, it's something like, this person is acknowledging that they will never understand their own complicity and the way that they participate in maybe these structures that are making Black life impossible. I read it slightly differently because of the latter part, because of the, but I stand, right? I stand with you. So I have difficulty reading the claim as something like, I will never understand the ways in which I am participating in forms of anti-Black racism, for example, right? As hard to square with the like simultaneous claim, but I know what to do, which is to stand with you, but I know how to engage. Because your reading, I think, would articulate something like maybe like a healthier suspicion of one's own motives or one's own engagement or one's own complicity, right? And that might make it harder to say, but I stand, right? Whereas I end up reading this sort of attempt to sort of like say, I don't understand what's happening in forms of Black life, I don't understand Black experiences of racism, makes more sense to me, to the degree that then they're gonna say, well, but I don't have to understand it, I don't have to experience racism or know what it's like to feel that, to be able to say, I know that racism is wrong. And I think I read it that way partially because I feel like I hear that, I was telling people at lunch, in some ways articulated sometimes in classes, by students, by friends, right? There's almost this immediate disavowal of saying, I don't know what it's like for you to experience racism, but I'm sure it's very terrible, right? But I understand that it's a bad thing. And that's what I sort of hear come forward really quickly, right? Is it almost, again, concerning way where people want to say in advance, I know that whatever's happening over there, it's bad, it has nothing to do with me. I don't want to presume that I can, right, claim to understand what's happening for this other person who's differently situated. But I do feel like I understand enough to know that like I'm morally capable of engaging in a positive way. And it's that latter part that makes me concerned that like maybe there isn't this, I know my own complicity, I know my own engagement. Does that make some sense?
So thank you both for your papers. I'm supposed to introduce myself. I'm Eddie O'Byrne. I am a philosopher in an African American Studies department at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. My question's for Emelon, but Ayo, if you want to jump in, that's great too. So Emelon, I really liked your paper. It got me thinking a lot about the material conditions of the field of philosophy and representation. So a little bit of a preamble. When Mills passed in 2021, the stats were as follows. At the Ivy League schools and the Big Ten schools combined, there are 444 full-time employees, and 13 of those people are Black diverse practitioners of philosophy. And like, I seem to agree with what you said about Mills in the beginning, where just adding more diverse bodies to the field doesn't really change the circumstance. So we have to do more. And I also agree with what the worries that you presented about building bridges to white-topias, right? And so I suppose what I'm wondering is if you can speak to the dangers of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion work, as you put it, using non-whites as a supplement to white philosophy. Doing that kind of work while we have this extreme disparity in representation. So if I make it into a question for you, given the absence of diverse practitioners, particularly Black practitioners, can non-ideal theory help to promote this validity that Black philosophy has without presenting itself as a supplement? I mean, it seems like the people that are going to be teaching Charles Mills are not diverse practitioners, and maybe they fall into the kinds of things that AO is putting forward here. So, thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, part of the reason why I'm sort of picking out these features of non-ideal theory as you might plausibly interpret it coming out of the racial contract is because I think that sort of each of these are ways. I mean, if we think of non-ideal theory as something that's like associated with non-white thinkers, or that's like where largely the contributions of non-ideal theorists are going to be from non-white practitioners, I think there's a way in which certain understandings of what non-ideal theory is supposed to do or how it's supposed to function actually do serve to continue to maintain a hierarchy in which non-ideal theory is still considered to be secondary or not philosophy or not normative, or, you know, only important insofar as it's contributing to a project in ideal theory. And so part of what I think is that we actually need to sort of reconceptualize what non-ideal theory as a methodology is doing. And so this is, again, coming from someone who has been like very disappointed in a lot of the models that we have for what non-ideal theory looks like, how it bridges the normative and the descriptive. And also as someone who has, you know, had to in various sorts of ways play this game of making my work legible in certain ways that I have felt maybe compromised some of the things that I would have been able to say if I had said it differently. And yet it's that work and that engagement in certain kinds of projects that makes it possible for me to be, for example, at the University of Michigan. And so one thing that I think about is, you know, in my teaching, for example, and also what I think about in my work that I think has required me to sort of be brave, I guess you might say, like in the sort of thinking about how Charles in particular, right, inspires me to be brave in a way that I think I wouldn't have been without his encouragement and without his mentorship and without his presence in the field. And so I think this sort of change that you're referencing is aspirational, and I think we won't get there unless we are brave and we sort of move out of these familiar frameworks, in part because they are limited in terms of what they can do, but also this comes at personal cost, it comes at professional cost, and it's emotionally taxing and draining, right, to sort of speak to some of the things that Emma was speaking about. So it's always, I think, a fraught project. I'll just sort of give one anecdote. I remember the first time that I taught a grad social and political philosophy course that was actually sort of centering the work of abolitionists and suffragists in an American context. And on the first day, this was actually when I was at the New School, but on the very first day I had, you know, distributed my syllabus, and the first question, you know, after I sort of read the schedule was, how are we going to have a social and political, or how are we going to have a political philosophy class without Rawls? And so, you know, I sort of said, well, if we can have a political, you know, philosophy course without ever engaging the work of non-white people, I think it's okay to have one course on political philosophy where we don't engage Rawls, and not even as a sort of foil for the contributions of non-white people. So I think, you know, teaching is a space where we can be I think, braver in some ways because there's less kind of surveillance that there is over like the research and how that and gatekeeping and in terms of what actually gets out. But my hope is for that to spill into my research and just to kind of encourage that bravery that is super taxing and that might not be for everyone and that might, you know, eventually take its toll and put me somewhere else. But at the same time, I think that it's a project that we should engage in, even if it means we find ourselves in different places or are not, that there may be a cost. So that's kind of an unfortunate answer, but also maybe the only way that I see it. And I think also going back to this the importance of community as being this sort of place and space where we can process those costs and also be in spaces where those costs are not the primary thing that we're focusing on.
So I'm Grant Silva. I'm an associate professor of philosophy at Marquette. I found this panel to be intellectually stimulating, and I'm so thrilled to have witnessed it. And so I think Emelon, my question for you would be: it seems like I agree with a lot of what you're trying to do in this paper, and it resonates with some work that I'm doing right now. And one of the things that I realized was the need to drop the ideal versus non-ideal distinction. Because what I saw Mills is doing, he's not just trying to speak for the importance of the non-ideal, but he's trying to circumscribe and parochialize the range of experience and accompanying rather narrow moral imaginary that ideal philosophers tend to work with, right? He's trying to say that, you know, this is a limitation, a methodological limitation that oftentimes ideal philosophers revel in ways that people revel in this kind of virtue signaling, right? But it's to evade having to actually engage with what I would describe as an episteme of difference. Like, and I think this connects to the last question in the sense that, yes, we need more bodies of color, but it's often the case that we don't know how to engage non-white minds. And what Mills is trying to do is advocate for the existence of non-white minds and just make the claim that difference exists. What happens, and this gets, I think, to your paper, Ayo, is that people recognize that difference is possible and then raise the bar of incommensurability. I will never know it, right? And that, I will never know what it's like to be any other person, right? Like, I'll never know what it's like to be another person, yet that doesn't, you know, deny me the possibility of contemplating the good or moral possibility, right? But it seems like here, when suddenly we're talking about racial difference, the bar of incommensurability becomes, you know, we just raise it so fast. And so this particular, you know, gesture, it strikes me as really a half-hearted attempt to stand for racial justice. It's the kind of ignorance that injustice needs. And so it tells me this, you know, that at the end of the day, people, when it actually has to cost them something, people won't do what's necessary. And then I think here, just real quick, in the alternative epistemologies chapter, you know, Mills says explicitly, we must avoid the extreme kind of hyperbole which suggests there's no commonality in terms of the experience that human beings have. He says something more or less along those lines. He says instead what we have to do is recognize that in some ways we inhabit different segments of the range of human possibility, and we will only get an objective picture by going through those differences rather than like going around them. So I think he puts his cards on there being the possibility for shared knowledge and shared experience. And so to turn this into a question, what do y'all think about that? Thank you.
So I just have a really quick comment and then I'll pivot to Ayo. But I think part of the reason why I wanted to have these graphics on my handout is in part because I think that the characterization of the debate on the left is like is a very race neutral sort of way of characterizing the debate, and what it misses is precisely what you're suggesting, which is that to the extent that Mills mapped some of his political critique onto that way of framing the debate, I think was in part to be able to like be in the conversation in a way that was sort of making contact for the purposes of that conversation. But he's really interested in thinking about the contributions of non-white thinkers. And so when you characterize it in terms of like ideal theory and non-ideal theory and full compliance and partial compliance, it's like, what are we even talking about? And so it really, I think, neutralizes and sort of scrubs race from the debate in precisely the way that Mills was pushing against and saying. And so I think it's the sort of continuation of this framing of the debate that actually is part of what I think led Mills to very clearly see this as an ideology, because if it can continue to reproduce itself in a way that actually like ignores the crux of the critical engagement with it, then that's where it becomes this sort of continuing resilient white ideology.
I want to take up the part of what you said where you talked about like this being the kind of ignorance that forms of oppression kind of need, right? Because I do think, again, Mills, to take up some of what you've just said, is interested in telling us that like there is a tradition of people of color talking about the existence of white ignorance, right? He's consistently interested in reminding us that people of color think and people of color philosophize, and they do this kind of work. And what happens in these kinds of statements that I find really concerning is that that's all silenced, right? That there's a sense that like either it's immediately compromised because it's legible, right, and therefore is somehow white, or right, it actually was not understood at all because there's this wholly different world. And what I find there is it's just a kind of objectification, right? Then whatever's coming out of one's mouth, whatever's happening when I'm talking right now, it may sound a lot like people's words, but it's like nice sounds, right? And all that really matters is that like I'm then able to interpret them or perceive whatever's supposed to be behind them, which isn't thought, but is maybe something like feeling, maybe something like suffering, right? Like I think a lot of the conversations that sort of center like white people's feelings about Black pain or the like tend to go in that direction, right? It's not about what people think, right, or what they say, because that we can never understand because that's trying to articulate something that apparently we can't articulate. Instead, it's, well, I perceive through that, right, whatever's important. I don't understand that, but I know what to do with it. I know that I'm supposed to do something with it. In other words, I know that I'm supposed to, as subject, like respond to what I'm getting here as the object of other people's emotions, or the object of other people's oppression. So yeah, I think that's where I'm at in the evening.
Hi, I'm still Matthew, still go to Loyola. My question is for Dr. Iwara, but also if you would like to respond, Dr. Davis, that would be cool too. And it's specifically around the notion of opacity that you're talking about, because in that notion of opacity, you describe both Black suffering and joy. And in this kind of way, I was kind of brought to think about like the notion of like enjoyment, specifically for like a psychoanalytic conception of race. And through like Sheldon George, for example, one way that he talks about the role of enjoyment as like this kind of thing in which like it is a quantity that is restricted from being understood, and it's very alterity, the very like kind of barrier to achieving that enjoyment or knowing of that opaque thing is what is what allows like a lot of like racist imaginations to be sustained. So I guess the question then is, I guess first, if you think your understanding of opacity is consistent with this kind of picture, and in either case, what you think the role of opacity is long term, or I don't know if long term is the word, but I guess generally in terms of like, is opacity like a desirable thing to sustain in the long term, or does the way in which opacity exists need to change in some manner? I'm not sure. But
Thanks, Matthew. I'm going to respond to both your questions, but like with a story to start with, which I think especially answers the second one, which is that I spent a lot of time like working on opacity and being really invested philosophically in the question of opacity. And then I hit a point where I was like, the more I talk about opacity, the less opaque it seems, right? And the less I'm sure what to do with it, right? And this is partially because I do think there's something sort of strange philosophically about trying to say something like, here is what I think the role of opacity is or should be, right? Or to try to like offer something like an ideal engagement with what is opaque or what should remain opaque. I just don't know that I think that's effective, right? Or that that's interesting. Even someone like Glissant articulates opacity in some senses on a kind of like ontological level, like our particular individual opacity. I'll never understand what you were saying. But when he talks about it sort of in terms of like cultures, it's a strategy, right? And so as a strategy, is it going to be effective? What's its role? It depends on what we're trying to fight when we're trying to fight it. And that's my concern here, is that I worry that this kind of recourse to something like opacity is like strategically ineffective or strategically undermines its own goals, right? So that's sort of my answer to your second question. On the question of enjoyment, what I can say is I would sort of invoke some of the Hartman, right? I'm not sure that it lines up exactly with the ways that you're sort of thinking about enjoyment. I would have to sort of know the text a little better. But I do know that enjoyment is sort of a central word for Hartman, who is of course sort of both interested in opacity as this kind of strategy and concerned about how it gets sort of taken up. And one of the ways that she's concerned about it is she says, well, to be able to fully enjoy enslaved people as object or as property, they had to be sort of evacuated of any kind of particularity and content, right? And so like there's this way that they have to be then inhabited. And so there's a question of not just enjoyment in general, but whose enjoyment, right? So like Black people's enjoyment, their presence of sort of pleasure or whatever, is never allowed to be its own, right? It's supposed to signal something to white people, right? Usually something that's about how white people should be able to participate in or take over that joy that they're having or that enjoyment that they're having. So I don't know that, again, in both cases I've said, depends, right? But I think that's kind of my answer. Some of those accounts of opacity that I'm using on the side of, maybe the kind of ontological vision, I think might come closer to the enjoyment that you're talking about there. At the same time, opacity as sort of strategy doesn't sound as much like the kind that you're offering. Is that fair?
I'm Jesus. I'm an assistant professor of philosophy at Loyola. My question is primarily for Ayo, but if Dr. Davis has thoughts, that'd be great. This question might be too sort of big and meta, but I love the analysis and I completely agree with it. And in both papers, what I see is sort of this bind of the violence of opacity and the violence of legibility. And I guess my question is, and I'm asking especially because you're coming from a continental tradition that is less epistemological, but do you think that this bind is sort of endemic to epistemology? Part of what I think unites The Sign and Robin DiAngelo and, the panoply of texts that you mentioned at the beginning, all of which are obsessed with white knowledge, white ignorance, white education, is the idea that knowledge is this key site for racism, for political change, for action. And epistemology itself seems to feed off of this centering of knowledge as the object of investigation. But do you think we end up with this bind that the moment we center knowledge, you're kind of caught up in this antinomy between the fact that you have knowledge, you have ignorance, and they're both going to be violent? No shade to all of my epistemological friends. I love you and all your work.
So let me try to reframe how I'm understanding your question, at least a little, to make sure that I'm understanding the stakes. So I think as I'm hearing you articulate it, like maybe the question is sort of centering epistemology, centering questions about what we know and don't know, period, right? And that might be like how we end up in this problem where like, yes, ignorance is an issue, but so is like a sort of like imposition of the need to become intelligible or to articulate yourself or to engage in these practices of kind of extractive knowing, right? So I hear that claim, except that I worry, still in the bind. I worry that the sense of sort of making the problem epistemology, right, sort of falls into the same issue that you're pointing out, because then if I said something like, well, have done with epistemology, right? All of them can leave the room. At that point, then I feel like I get pretty close to what the slogan is saying, right? Where actually, like I'm saying, well, I know that knowledge is just a problem that I can't solve here, but what I need to actually do is act, right? And that I don't think gets rid of the issue of like what I'm knowing or failing to know, understanding or failing to understand. It just kind of brackets it, right? I don't think I'm going to get away from those questions, even though they're problematic. And I think that pretending like I don't have to engage with them actually just means that I can sort of subsume my assumptions into my action and act like it's just sort of inherently justified, right? There's a kind of obviousness to what I should do. I should stand, I should act, that I think is actually problematic. Is that fair?
Just give a hand to the wonderful panel here.
Don't make me.
Great.